Is like, you know, he takes a quick yawn. Sion actually, to me, you know, he's a beefy boy, but I don't feel like he's very boring, right? His engage is really flashy. He actually does a lot of damage as well. So Khan has a really high damage per minute stat because he plays so much Sion. And we also have Gragas coming in here. And it's Nasus! Oh, it's happening! And
all right, Pantheon mid, I guess.
Oh.
Here we go.
Yeah.
A freak of freaks. I don't think you had to play it out like this, but you certainly are throwing two big curveballs into this draft.
You know, we were just talking about this yesterday, too. Me and Crackler are talking about, like, picks that you never see, but that would be good into Sion, right? And we were thinking about Vlad. He actually mentioned Nasus. And it actually gets picked here.
I mean, this has been clearly prepared, right? Because you know that it's very likely you're going to see the Sion. You show the Pantheon too, and it feels like, okay, well, they've already showed their cards. I can play the Sion into the Pantheon. It feels good. But then they flex the Pantheon mid, and they have this secret pick that has been actually hovered quite a bit in LCK drafts. It's not the first time we've seen this be considered. You know, in some ways I felt like, well, this is just like a troll hover or something. But it has been hovered like quite a while. Mm-hmm. It's been hinted at, and now it's actually being locked in for real. So it's a good matchup, as you say. You just stack up there, and you're going to actually scale very well in this matchup later on. So I like this a lot, but I don't know how well it pairs with the Udyr here, because it's still going to be a tough time for Pantheon in the mid lane. If that matchup goes sour, the Udyr is still going to struggle to find value. So that's where I worry here for a Freak of Freaks. The Varus pick is also another one of those choices where I'm like, all right, Ghost, let's see what you got. This is an old one, and not relevant really recently, even with a recent buff. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't feel like people were going to be picking him.
We haven't really seen him much at all, but they take away his Senna, and he gets angry, and he picks Varus instead. So very curious about how that will go in the bottom side as we do hop onto the Rift for Game 1. Another reason why this matchup was so hype is because Afrika likes to pick fun stuff from time to time. They like to flex a lot of picks, and as we can see, the Nasus in the top lane is going to be one of those fun picks.
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the how many days it's been.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here like in massive anticipation for that.
Do you think it's in the thousands, or
I think
it'll stay in the hundreds?
I think it'll hit 1,000, right? Like I can't remember unless somebody picked it.
1,000 is a lot of days. 1,000 is
3 years basically.
Yeah,
in there.
3 years.
Almost 3 years. I'm feeling like it's going to be a while.
Yeah.
They're still counting the days right now.
Yeah. They got to go back very far to find when the last time was.
As soon as the Nasus was locked in, the first thing production did was call Afrika and make sure it wasn't a misclick. Then the second thing they did was check the days.
I'm no Papa Smithy, but I feel like it was played like 2 years ago. I don't know. It's just like this memory is left in my mind. We'll see. We'll see if it's just if it was just a dream or what it was. But we will have to wait for that stat. And, of course, the idea behind it, guys, is that Sion sits there and he's just a tank that you cannot move.
Yeah.
But you also have a lot of freedom yourself to kind of just farm it out. He doesn't put on that much pressure. So we're actually having a bit of a trade down in the bottom side very early on. Exhaust is going to be used, and Barrel's like, okay, whatever. I'll just walk away from that one. So a good trade in favor of DK, as we're having lane swaps as well.
Swaps are coming through here as well. Not something I even noticed right away since we were going this, because I was just waiting for that stat card to come up. But yeah, this ends up being you know, the matchup you want to play. Obviously, is going to be against the Sion as the Nasus, and then against the Pantheon, you 100% want to be Lucian there. So
yeah.
I mean,
Nasus,
you could be Sion there, but you definitely don't want to be Nasus against Lucian.
Yeah, that sounds just like death, actually.
That's what you don't want, right? So lane swaps can get you a bit of a tempo advantage in that regard.
Yeah. And I feel like the Pantheon into the Lucian is also just going to suffer. Not many things do well into Lucian. I mean, as you were saying, as Afrika, you're never really going to have prio against the Lucian, so it's just like, you know, what do you do? Well, you just have Fly, take it, essentially. We'll see how he does.
Yeah, this is a really smart play from tatthang.ytbg.
Oh, that's a nice hook.
That's
Gets
beautiful.
it in between, but they're trying to turn it around with the Ignite, but it is going to be the first blood given over to the Thresh, although Ghost is able to get a kill of his own.
Yeah, I think you'll take that if you're Ghost. If you're Afrika, you know, that's not exactly how you wanted this situation to go. The hook was incredible. And they are trying to be extremely aggressive on this bottom side. But, you know, at the end of the day, there's a lot of damage you have to respect here in this Dom1 KTㅣ duo, and they flip it back.
Yeah, and the lane state was really important there. It was pushing into Ghost, so he could have just sat there and kind of froze it and denied a lot of CS away from Bang. So Lehens is forced to, you know, hard push it against the Varus so that he gets those minions down. And he actually delays the back, which is also really nice. As we do have a gank coming in onto Keen, but he is just fine with that Fate Rush.
He's actually doing such a great job, too, in this mid lane. He's putting the pressure on, yet while also staying safe. He's playing a little bit of ping-pong here in the lane. And, I mean, so far, you know, look, the top side of things is going to be very bad, and the Udyr is going to struggle to get kills. So it's just going to be a farming matchup there. But, I mean, all things considered, Afrika really in a nice spot here. Outside of that bottom trade.
They got to swap back. As you, again, do not want to play Nasus into Lucian.
Yeah, it's going to cost them a wave in the top side, actually. So we're going to watch this again. Watch this hook, how incredible this is. Oh, it's actually not, it's not as good as I thought. The minion was dead. I thought he actually dodged the minion. So that's why we watch replays, guys.
What happened here?
This is, I think,
this
that
gank?
gank timing where... Oh, he missed the swirl seed.
Our observer's on point again as Bang on point, picking up a kill down in the bottom side. Gotta wonder if that's another hook into kill, as Beryl has basically been standing right in front of them with no fear. He's been punished a couple of times.
Yeah. Well, this is a fiery game. This is a fiery start to our amazing Saturday. Valdez. Yeah. And you could see, you know, these lane swaps coming through. The Pantheon is the one who's hurting the most, right? Is definitely losing a lot of CS, constantly under kill pressure when the Lucian is there. And now you have the mismatch on the top side, so he needs to go there, but he's going to lose too much CS, which is why he hasn't. And this is over the wall. Chompers are ready. Sorry, man. Going down here. Yep. No way out of it. Perfectly played here by Lehens and Bang.
Good auto by Lehens just to make sure that the Jinx auto would get the kill. As this is what's going to happen. Keen is going to try to turn it around, though. Does he have the mana is the question. He's not actually going to go for the kill just yet. He will flash away. He's waiting for the Udyr to come in. But I don't know if he has waited enough time. I feel like he almost should have just gone for the kill.
Lehens is here, but he's spotted.
Yeah, this is a little bit too late. You can tell maybe the communication a little bit off there.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. I mean, Lehens was making the really long con play to come off this.
Yeah, Fly's dead. That could have even been a solo kill. Colin just lined him up and took him down.
Well, that's what happens when Thresh isn't there. You have so much lane prio and freedom to make plays like this. In Con, it feels like he didn't even sell it. He was like, no, I'm actually going to kill you.
Yeah.
And the proper respect wasn't shown.
Yeah. Fly, in that case, you just got to flash away.
Yeah.
Really the only way that you're going to survive there.
So this is, just a replay of Keen almost trading this back. He actually commits in. Hits that fat damage, but I mean, he has to commit so far. I think he gets kited out either way. It's a little bit of an awkward situation where he flashes away now, and then the Udyr just is so far away. They have to commit the sleep to kill him, but, I mean, you're still very happy with this. I think he could have been a little bit more decisive on the retreat or the commit. As this time, it's like, okay, Barrel's here, and you have to respect this. He doesn't flash, and as a result dies. He keeps his flash, the consolation prize.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah.
We're going to keep this wave right here.
That's just, Fly had to be a little bit safer. And you can see that Damakia have successfully set up the lanes to the point where Afrika cannot get the lane setup that they're looking for.
Exactly.
Chomper's not going to come in and land onto Ghost, but you can see that this bottom lane is going really well so far. Lehens is kind of just owning it by himself, essentially, and is really making a lot of space for Bang.
It's just really crazy how much Lucian can do for you in a game. Like, he gives you lane prio, can lane swap, give you an advantage. If you want to match the lane swaps, you're going to lose CS. If you don't match, you're going to have a hard time. You're under threat of dying with the Lilia rotating up faster, things like that. are really going to cost them in this early game.
All right, they're just going to go with the Rift Heralds here, and you can see that Damonkia Barrel is making his way up, but they don't really have an inside track onto this one, Khan, with no ultimate available, actually. It's like 10 seconds away, and now he has to flash away in Afrika. That was perfect timing. They get in there when kind of all the pieces weren't together for Damwon, steal away the Rift Heralds. That's going to be fantastic for the early game.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of extra gold for them in this early game where things have kind of floundered otherwise. And, you know, look, Fly's caught up in CS pretty significantly here. I mean, if you think about how it was supposed to go, like he's still significantly behind Showmaker, but he's at the same as Khan, so it's not a terrible situation here with the swaps that happen.
Yeah, no, it's actually really great. I mean, the Nasus farming up quite nicely up in the top side. Now you can see the way that the swaps have gone. It's Nasus into Scion, and that's what you're looking for.
Yes.
So, gonna get back to farming.
Yeah, and you know, Udyr, unfortunately...
There it is!
There it is, 980, just under 1,000.
So it was 3 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, 2018, almost 3 years ago. It's like 2 and like, you know, 2.8 years ago.
It was tall for SKT, actually, versus BBQ's Crazy. And Ghost.
They just put Ghost there to show us. Because he's playing today.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess so. Because Ghost was on that BBQ team.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
They're just putting it there because I don't think that was like a bot duo thing.
It's funny. It's funny because now he's back on Varus, right?
Yeah.
980 days later in a game with Nasus again. Because like the last time that he played Varus was probably a long time ago. At least it was last split.
At least last year.
Yeah.
It was pretty popular last year. Very highly banned. Well, I mean, everything comes full circle, right? We've had Udyr in the LCK. Now maybe Nasus becomes a silent answer. Maybe it's not silent ban, it's just the Nasus pick coming back as a response. Is really aggressive play here yet again for Lehen. Needs to be careful.
Yeah, he has.
They want this Drake like super bad.
Yeah, they have great prio on the bot side, so Dread just able to kind of run on in here and take this down. He's going to have obviously a much easier time of taking these objectives compared to the Lilia, especially solo. So kind of just takes that one away, and this is huge for Afrika. I mean, they get the Rift Herald, they get the Infernal Drake.
Yeah.
Their Nasus is scaling really well.
And at that exact moment in time where they put Dread onto the Drake, like actually Showmaker did not have priority. It's like Fly actually was at a faster track to rotate over if they tried to make that play happen. And now they're going to go ahead and toss this Rift Herald down. Everything is going well here for Afrika in the early game. I mean, minus a little bit of lost CS with the lane swaps, and then they've caught up in that regard already. Bang going to get a ton of extra gold here on this Jinx. And I mean, Jinx has come back in a big way. I mean, as it turns out, that extra health scaling is all she needed. And then it's like the pairing with Thresh is so strong. You have to be really careful on the bottom side of the map, otherwise things can run away from you.
Khan just casually stealing away the Raptors there.
Casually.
Doesn't look like he took the big Raptor, actually, so wants to make his way back up at the top side. There's always this pressure you feel when you have a Nasus in the game. It's like, man, he's free farming again.
And he's just going to get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, what do we do now? It's
the thing is,
scary thing.
He becomes like he's a very different type of threat than like a Camille that you're worried about like running around the map and just split pushing and crushing everything. He becomes this extremely tanky champion who also has kill pressure, so he's like, I don't know how to explain it, but like he could kill somebody straight up if someone tries to clear a ward and he's too close, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But he's also safe to do that because he himself is not that squishy. So he can be more places on the map, like super late in the game.
Yeah.
Than you would, a lot of other top laners would be able to be.
It's kind of like he has good scaling, obviously, with his Q, as we might have a play up here on the top side. Keen not going to flash the ultimate. Now he does, and the missed bowling ball means that no follow-up will come through. And here we go again. Lehen's going to find Beryl in the jungle this time. The cask is not good. And Fly just comes down to say hello. Actually, a huge amount of damage follow-up there from the Varus and the Gragas, but still not going to pick up any kills, and Lehen's once again is absolutely owning the support matchup.
Ghost is alone here. There's a teleport for Showmaker, but if he hits another hook, I mean, this isn't over yet. He has to be very careful. He's actually leaving. He knows. Showmaker's just walking over, but
Fly's going for it. He has that execute damage, and Ghost will flash away, but that's what happens sometimes, Fly. You got to know that the rotation will be coming in, and he does go down. Actually gets a lot of space for his Jinx, so, you know, is it worth it in the end? Maybe. The Pantheon's not going to be the one that's farming up, but he does give, of course, another kill over to Showmaker.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where you could be very happy.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Gets a Lantern first, though.
Yeah, Thresh is a pretty good champion.
Yeah. But, you know, I think
Lehens has just been smurfing today.
I think in that situation, you should just be happy that you're zoning Ghost out and you're going to get a turret. They got really greedy there in the follow-through because, like you said, you've got to know Showmaker is going to be coming. Now, the reason this works out so well, too, is because Showmaker actually backed right at this time, so he has no ability to rotate over and help. And then this is the Pantheon ult power. Just come through and make sure you have that extra cover. Then they decide to chase. I think you should be happy with this where you are now, but they commit the flash and the stun, because I think there's enough damage. There isn't, and then Showmaker trades it back. And even the thing is, even if he gets it, it's a trade, and Showmaker gets another kill. So I still don't agree with the choice very much.
Generally, we see most of our players not going for that. Fly is definitely another one of these guys that he will go for it.
Yeah,
Sees it, he's making the play. He's trying to make the play. We had Barrel flash again, and I don't know what's going on, but Lehens is looking about twice as good as him, at least in this first game. So, you know, Barrel, obviously a fantastic player, but not in this first one compared to Lehens and the game that he's playing on his Thresh. Pretty insane stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every time I say this, it just feels more and more true, but it's like the most ambitious crossover ever, right? Like, Lehens, the new best support, right, from the new era, with, like, one of the old best era 80
Lehens
carries.
2, Electric Boogaloo. Yeah. He's back.
But it's so crazy to see these two players who were kings of their roles in very different eras of LCK end up being this extremely formidable bot duo. That at the beginning of the season, we were like, hey, they're pretty stable. They're not great, but they're okay. But now we're starting to say, well, these guys are pretty great, in fact.
Yeah. No, you know, it took a little bit of time, but that's the thing about spring, especially early spring. It's like, you know, come summer and come Worlds, it's not going to matter too much. There's another hook by Lehens onto Barrel. It's like they're limited.
And Dread is just, he's going to lock this down.
Yeah. They're just demolishing tatthang here in this early game. It is not very close, as now they're just getting invaded on, and Afrika are taking everything. tatthang desperately trying to challenge a Cloud Drake, it looked like there, and they just got wrecked.
And Barrel is constantly roaming around. He's kind of leaving Ghost by the wayside. He's roaming around, and he keeps getting caught in vision. He keeps getting caught in hooks. And the follow-up there, the coordination between Bang and Lehens is so great in these moments. And this time, Dread's even in on it, right? So you've got to be careful about the power of this composition's chain CC, because you get caught, sometimes you get locked into chompers, and then the Pantheon comes through, he's got a stun. Yeah. Then the Udyr is just like, nobody's going home. Nobody's getting out.
Everybody's stuck here with me. Lehens, I think he actually got that cannon. Not 100% sure. But,
yeah.
Yeah. You know, he's getting the cannon, he's making all the casters happy. Canyon is going to be able to pick up this second Rift Herald. So there's some good stuff that are happening here for the side of tatthang, but obviously this fight was not it.
Yeah, no, this is Barrel getting caught, right? And then the ult comes through, and Canyon and Ghost just can't get away. Canyon has to commit his sleep, and it's just not enough to save Ghost. He's going to get out just barely. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you can't be challenging roaming around like this without vision, especially Barrel. It now has 4 deaths on this Gragas, and he keeps getting caught in the jungle, where Afrika now has a lot of vision.
And Dread is so confidently just able to go wherever he wants, because Lehens is everywhere, it seems, right? You're going to get a Lantern. You can actually go over the wall, clear out a control ward as Udyr, because you just get Lanterned over the wall. And Afrika's comp, you know, we talk about, like, primary themes, right? Stuff like poke, or, you know, you have great pick or scaling, but I feel like they have a kind of a secondary theme. They have great chase, right? You're never getting away from this team. The Pantheon's going to jump on you. The Jinx gets really fast. The follow-up with Udyr, obviously, and the Thresh is insane. And Nasus, you know, with the phase rush, he's going to be running straight at you and withering everybody, so good luck getting away from that. It's going to be really interesting to see when these team fights begin.
Yeah, they don't think they have enough damage on the top side of the map to actually commit, but it looked like for a second they were going to consider it all-inning Showmaker, but the Stride Breaker here actually as well for Fly. It's a little bit more gap close, a lot of extra damage to get onto the back line. It's really scary to think that Sion is the front line here, but he can be burst down, especially once Jinx goes to the later parts of this game. He doesn't live very long, and Damwon Kia really need to rely on sleeps for their engages.
Khan has been huge on these engages. The teleport is coming in. Do they have the damage to take Keen out? It kind of looks like it, but he flashes away. He's burning down, and he will, in fact, go down. And now Fly is getting chased down as well. And they're looking to dive, actually. Flash over the wall, and here comes Barrel. Lehens is going to save him as the cask will take him back.
Lehens is just trying to be the hero. He's like, guys, I'm 1-0-4 in this game. He's 80% kill participation, right? And he's always where he needs to be. It's not enough in this case. But yeah, I mean, this kind of lends into what I was saying. The Damwon Kia, they have a comp they can get picks when they rotate like this, but in their team fights, I think the sleep is going to be the most important part of their engage. Because Afrika Freaks have such a strong, you called it chase, I want to call it like chain CC. They have such a great way to, if the fight starts going their way, make sure it's guaranteed several kills. So the start of the fight, the initiation needs to be Damwon Kia's. Wow, let's actually go a second charge.
Yeah. Second Rift Herald actually getting a lot of value this time around. And yeah, I mean, you look at the score lines here. You see 0-2 Nasus, 0-3 Pantheon, but they got the kills where they want them for the most part, right? Jinx has 3 of them. Udyr's scaling really well. And yeah, things are going pretty well there. Obviously, this has been a problem for Afrika where they have this insane early game, and then it's like, oh wait, Fly gets caught, Keen gets caught, what's going on, guys? And then it kind of all falls apart. We saw a little bit of that here as Damwon Kia did convert.
Yeah, there's just nobody even nearby, and the pathing of this was really well done by Canyon. Didn't walk through the river where there are 2 wards, so very well played. The burn damage is too much, and Fly is unfortunately just not enough to save them. He's already so low before the Lens perfect lantern is here. Like, it was almost the sickest play ever. It was still sick, but yeah, just you know, results-wise, it didn't work out.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting to see how Damwon Kia tried to win it from here. You know, thinking about their win conditions, right? They're going to have to deal with this Jinx, and Bang has a little bit of a propensity to get caught at times, so I'll be curious to see how his Jinx does go. But certainly a lot of damage in their comp as well on the side of Damwon Kia with the Forest and the Lucian, alongside of Lilia, obviously, who does put up some pretty nice numbers.
Yeah, I feel like Bang's positioning is very consistent. They're going to commit here.
Yeah, they're going in. The hook actually will sail wide. Khan not electing to engage onto that one. Dread continuing here.
This is a really awkward fight to take for Afrika. They really want to get onto this Cloud Soul, or Ocean Soul rather, point. Yeah, but I think that this is like not a fight you could take anymore. Pantheon can ult in, Fly can join, but already so much chip damage done.
Yeah, the poke is actually really nice. And take a look at this. Bang is below half health now. The engage will come in from the side of Damwon Kia, and Dread is just going to get blown up. And take a look at the damage from Khan as well. The turnaround up on the top side, you can see Keen and Fly trying to get on in there, but they will not be successful. Totally kited out by Damwon as the Ocean Soul, or Dragon rather, will go the way of Damwon Kia.
I don't know why I wanted to call it a Soul as well. Like, I'm like, Soul point.
Yeah.
But they do end up taking that one away. But that was a really, I feel like, unwinnable fight for Afrika because their comp is so reliant on getting picks. And when Afrika are split, like Pantheon, he can ult in, but that takes time. And if you're split like that and Damwon Kia are grouped up and Khan is in position on Sion, like, how can you actually make this fight work? They end up getting chipped down so low before the fight really began, at least from their terms, right? Because the fight begins here, where Damwon Kia are like, yeah, I'm just going to keep shooting at you. And the poke coming through from the Varus is actually pretty massive. And, like, when Khan goes through and splits them up, Fly is like, okay, I'm going to come in now. And there's just a huge disconnect between him and the rest of Afrika. Like, Lehens is at half health, Bang is at 1/3 health, 1/4 health. And look at where Khan is, exactly where he needs to be, zoning out the damage. He ends up dying here, but you'll take that for wiping the rest of Afrika Freaks, and the Fly engage comes through, and he gets slept. King can't do anything here. There's just too much safe damage output in the front-to-back team fight.
Yeah. And they're able to kite out that Nasus so well. When you consider the speed of the Lilia, you've got the Lucian obviously just dashing around you, making you look silly. Nasus does need some kind of support. He's not just going to be able to 1v5. He'll just get kited out and destroyed. And we saw that a little bit there. Pantheon, not super effective so far. We'll see if he can do a little bit more as this game comes along, but it's not looking too great.
Yeah.
This game feels like it'll scale up. You know, even if Kia take Ocean Drake by Ocean Drake so slowly, like, we're already 24 minutes into the game, and the fact that Afrika got those 2 first Drakes is very important to buy themselves some time.
Okay, this is a big commitment. Showmaker's already, like, he's already kind of sussed it out. And
yeah.
He's, like, imagining what his tombstone will look like and what they'll say about him. And I mean, he doesn't know where they are exactly, so getting out of here is... it's difficult. He actually gets away, though, but, I mean, he loses his turret. It's a pretty solid win either way here for Afrika, but, like, this is what Afrika's comp is great at, right? And why they had so many successful skirmishes in the early game is, like, okay, you pick somebody, you get a hook, and then you commit your Thresh ultimate, and then there's so much follow-up CC. And then it's hard to rotate, it's hard to get in there and counter that if you're Dom 1 Kia. But when you fight straight up 5v5, you have to be really decisive. You can't happy feet like they did in that last Drake fight. So I think Afrika need to be trying to make plays like this, right? Like trying to go and catch a side lane Lucian is a great idea for what their comp is, to try to scale up a little bit faster to what will be a kind of tough late game based on how that last team fight went.
Yeah. I think a lot of the onus is going to fall onto the shoulders of Bang here, as we're getting an ult actually onto Lehens. He's like, I got to save Bang. Actually, no, you got to save yourself.
Bang's like, I'm not taking that.
Yeah. By the way, Bang has gotten so much solo farm and solo laning time. He's one of the highest levels on his team.
Yeah.
And Lehens is level 9. So level 14 Jinx right now for Bang.
I mean, Lehens was a second jungler in this game. Speaking of Lehens,
now we'll see if they can do maybe 20% of Sion's damage. They got Pantheon coming on in here. Okay, they got him to 40%. Good job, guys. Great work. You had him CC'd for about 10 seconds. Still doesn't matter.
The Jinx rocket as well. He's just like, looks like it's a mosquito or something.
Honestly, like, I'm out of vision. How do they keep throwing stuff in here? How do they know I'm here?
I would like to go back. Excuse me. I mean, that's unfortunately the champion that you catch that you can't really get anything with. That's the fish you drop back in the ocean if you reel that one in. But look, I mean, Afrika are grouped up and they're looking for big plays. I mean, the reason why Bang is so ahead in experience, like you were saying, is because he's been left to his own devices for so long, because Lehens has been roaming around the map so much, which is part of why he's down 1 level himself. And like, you know, if you catch something that's not a Sion, like if you catch any other champion in this case, you're probably going to get a pick or you're going to get a flash at least. So I appreciate the proactivity here, because Afrika, when this next Drake spawns, this is going to be the real test of their composition. Can they actually front-to-back team fight? And like you said, a lot of this comes down to Bang, his positioning. If he doesn't get caught and he can kite and do consistent damage, he will do a lot. I mean, they were able to kill the Sion.
The question is, you know, can he kill the Sion and begin to actually hit the, you know, the soft underbelly of the Dom 1 composition before the rest of his team dies?
Exactly. And then,
I don't know if that's even possible.
Well, in the last fight, they were already almost dead before he started hitting the Sion, so that was another issue. I think this time we'll have a more fair fight for Afrika Freaks over this Drake.
We'll have to wait and see. The Drake has spawned now. And Canyon's just going to walk over to that. And we do get another hook onto Beryl here. He's actually going to go for this one. They should have the damage. It's a big cask, as Sion now coming in from the right side. He's able to dodge that one, and Keen will have to throw his ultimate up. Another hook will come in. Lehens takes so much damage on the back side of that. As meanwhile, we got this fight going down here. It's going to be a smite, and it will go the way of Canyon,
nice
although
deal.
He will be going down. As Canyon, he was like, I'm not even fighting with you guys. I'm just going to try to take this dragon. Fly's coming in. He's looking for Ghost. They're going to have to settle for the Sion. He doesn't have his ult here, so he'll just flash away to get to safety. So the Drake does go the way. Oh, Showmaker getting frisky.
You got to be careful, man.
Bang is getting in there. You know, he's got rocket range. Showmaker does have to be careful.
Yeah, if he had his ult, I mean, I think maybe he secures a kill there. He had flash too. But this was a very well-handled situation for Afrika from start to finish. I mean, the smite steal is really unfortunate, obviously, but otherwise this is well handled. You don't try to rotate in where they have fast track. You look for the pick on the barrel, and again, this is a Lehen's play. Then you get the dodge on Khan coming over, and Canyon has to make the tough call to actually come back up here instead of taking the Drake, which is really awkward. And look at the really nice disengage. Fly can ult in at any time. So Damwon and Kia, yes, they get the Drake here, but they probably shouldn't have actually rotated in to try to save Canyon because, you know, obviously as we saw already, Fly is going to ult through us in live. Meanwhile,
yeah, I don't know if they can actually just run at this. They probably saw the back of Keen, but he's got teleport coming in from the right side, and he has over 500 stacks right now on his Nastus. He's getting pretty fed as this game comes along. He's got a good angle here. Dom and Kia have to back off of this one, I think.
This could actually be stolen as well.
Yeah, you could actually just have the damage here. Fly's going to get caught, though, on the top side. Totally away from his teammates as another Lantern will come in, thankfully. Lehen's is like the dad of this team right now. Bang is trying to run away now. The flash will come in as Dread will go down. They're trying to get out to the Jinx. They cannot quite do it as Khan will be able to zone him out for now. But still, at the end of the day, it looks like Canyon went down to Nasus as well as we stand and ends up being just a 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2. And crucially, of course, they stopped the Baron. They weren't able to secure it themselves, but they were able to stop that from going down, which was a really ambitious call on the side of Damwon and Kia. I feel like Damwon and Kia haven't been playing around how their comp works very well. Like, they're setting up for these really ambitious fights where they're either not in the right position or, in this case, they were in position on the Baron, but it's like you don't have... We're not at that stage of the game where you have enough of a lead. Now, Fly does end up getting caught in the top part of the map, but there's a good Lantern from Lehen's to save him. And now the Scion ult comes through, and you're like, okay, we're going in. And this is when Afrika decides to try to turn this. And it ends up being a 2 for 2, like you said, but I feel like they could have just cut their losses here. Very risky fight from both teams, right? Very risky to start the Baron and very risky to Afrika to try to turn that one around.
So close. I mean, a kill one way or the other could have meant Baron as well, right? Yeah. You look at both of these comps, they have plenty of damage to get in there and take a Baron down, even with 3 people left available, so... You gotta be careful taking fights like those, like you were saying, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like there's no reason to take a risk like that for Damwon and Kia. I mean, the Nasus scaling is becoming somewhat of a problem, but...
By 58.
Yeah. It's becoming somewhat of a problem, but at the same time, they have their comp scales decently well, too. So it feels like in the front-to-back team fight, as long as you set those up not when you're trying to get a Baron that has 2,000 health left, you're going to have a lot of advantages as Damwon and Kia. And that's how these team fights, when they have been front-to-back, have looked for them. So... Why give Afrika the opportunity?
Yeah, you'd see the difference in the jungle XP there, but at the same time, Bang has hit 4 items, and now they're looking for the engage. The Udyr just trying to run at him. The back massage coming out onto the Udyr. They're flashing away. Khan is actually taking some legit damage here. Keen trying to frontline for the Jinx, as we do get the Lilius Leap in, but the QSS will be used to get Fly out of danger. And Dread just gonna casually pick up this Scuttler.
That's actually a really important scuttle grab there, because that's going to guarantee they have permanent vision no matter what in this moment where Afrika have to back and reset. So they have so much extra knowledge about whether or not Damwon and Kia are going to try to rush over here to Baron or reset themselves. So that scuttle grab is actually very critical. Another critical moment in that skirmish, too, was when Fly actually blocked the bowling ball coming out from Cannon. When he ate that swirl seed, it meant that it was not going to be a big sleep. There was no other way to stop it from happening, from connecting. And that could have actually been a full team wipe and Baron and potentially even the game at 32 minutes in. You're going to get an inhibitor at least. And the game kind of opens up from there. So really heroic moment there from Fly to take one for the team.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out because it has felt like he's been mostly useless in this game. Like some decent early to mid-game roams, but other than that, he's kind of just been fodder for the side of Damwon and Kia, who've been taking him out time and time again. But he's mostly, in frontline. He's got the Pantheon shield, and I feel like that's the most useful he's been for his team so far. Okay. Right. Huge damage coming out already onto the Dragon.
This is exactly the fight that Damwon wants to take. Damwon and Kia are like, yes, this is the fight.
Lehen's took way too much poke damage to start this one out. But Afrika, they're not backing down on this one. The Ocean Drake's gonna come down to the smite, and it goes to Canyon again! As that is a huge one, but now front to back with Bang, trying to chop him down, a big cask onto the Nasus, and they will be able to take Keen down here, as Fly now has to be that front line for Afrika, but I don't think he's tanky enough as we do get the hook in. Bang is going to have to try to 1v5 this one. He gets the 1 kill, flashes away from the other one, but then gets swept up by the Lilia. Damwon take the fight in a big way.
And can we just talk about Lehens in that fight, though, for a second? The guy is actually insane. He took so much damage. He lives till the end. He's got the lantern there. He's trying to set Bang up to turn it around, but it's not going to happen. But the guy is playing the game of his life. He's 1-0-9. He has no deaths in this game still, and I think Afrika are going to lose it. He's going to be so sad because he has played an almost perfect game. But Damwon, that's the kind of fight you want to take. You get to have the absolute utter control over the front line with the poke that they have, the range that they have. The Nasus, unfortunately, just struggles to actually get in there and do consistent damage, and they just front to back once again. And this is the same problem we had in the last Drake fight where, you know, Afrika have taken a lot of chip damage before it even begins.
Yeah.
You see the Showmaker ult come out. Yeah, Canyon gets the steal, but, like, Afrika are trying to turn around in this fight right now, and Damwon like, no, Khan's done his job. We're in perfect position. You get to sleep, front line's down. Once Nasus is dead, this is just an easy cleanup. They're just going to look at Fly until he dies.
Yeah, the Nasus does, like, nothing.
And look at Lehens down here. He's like, okay, Lantern out, gets the shield, stopwatch, and then the Lantern shield over the wall. He's a god, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. He's just having an insane match today. The question is it going to matter, right? The Nasus, we talked about it into the Scion. It kind of got, you know, it got good farm in this game as well, right? It was kind of flexed on. We had rotations, the lane swaps that were coming in, but it still didn't matter. He got good farm, and he still just looks useless against what we're seeing. I mean, Lilia and Lucian just eat him for breakfast. Like, the Nasus does nothing. He sits there, he gets charmed, he gets slowed, and then he dies. It's just nothing.
They needed to have more of a lead, or they needed to have more control over side lanes and get more picks in this game. I mean, stuff like this should have been happening a lot earlier, and unfortunately it's Khan Scion, so I don't think they even get him. But, you know, the compositions front to back in straight up objective fights where there are 10 players in the fight, that's where Afrika is struggling here. And it's because of partially the Nasus, but also the composition of Damwon is great at that too with the Lilia on top of it all.
And Bang did 8,000 damage, over 8,000 damage in the last team fight. It doesn't matter. The majority of that is eaten by Khan, who's probably got over 4,000 health at this point in time. And, you know, again, it comes down to can he actually chip away at the front line before the rest of his team dies? And the answer has been no, as they're just trying to hard engage now, but the Lilia is played perfectly by Canyon. Khan gets into the back line, takes out the Udyr, and Keen is left to just run away once again. Bang trying desperately to frontline, but he gets stunned up by the Scion, and the poke is too much. The flash comes in from Canyon, and it looks like Damwon will be able to take down game number 1.
Yeah, it looks like it. Very much a objective-based team fighting composition that Damwon put together. Even with the Varus, a lot more meta, right? And it did end up being played very well. They had their own lane swaps to stem some of the bleeding of some of that early power that the composition that Afrika was running has, and then just consistently set up for team fights and played around Khan. And every single one of those fights, he was frontline. I mean, it is the tank player dream you watch a Scion play like this, and he is soaking so much damage. We don't get to see those stats in the post game because, you know, everyone's always excited and more interested in the damage. But if you could see how much damage he tanked that game, the number would be insane because he was always where he needed to be.
Yeah.
And Afrika just couldn't crack that front line.
And guess what? They had multiple times to ban the Scion, pick the Scion. Okay, you could have given Scion to Fly in that game, and that would have been, I feel, much better than the Pantheon we saw. You deny it from Khan, you take it for yourself. You already showed that you can flex it. I don't know. You know, maybe it wouldn't have a fun time into the Lucian. Maybe that's why they didn't want to go for it. But at the same time, I don't know.
This is the coaching staff trying to be like, I gotcha. Like, this is kind of one of those gotcha. Like, I have the counter pick. I know they're going to play a Scion, and we have the answer. Kind of like, you know, this is a situation where you do pull this out against Damwon if you're a freak, and maybe you can get an upset win. Right, you and I were talking about this before, and you spoke about it yesterday, like putting Chovy on Lilia mid, like they did that because they knew they were just gonna win no matter what. This is one of those cases where you're like, you are hiding this, you are preparing this, you know Khan's gonna pick Scion blind, and you have the answer, right? And it almost worked, right? It was a cool idea, so respect to the coaching staff for having this concept, but it failed, right? And I don't think we'll see it again.
Just pick or ban Scion instead. You have a lot of opportunities to do that instead.
They tried to set a trap, okay? They were like, we could just remove this, but we're going to trap it instead.
Yeah, and you know, I understand the reasoning because Khan isn't just a Scion one trick, right? The guy has an awesome champion pool. He can play many different things. He can play strong side and weak side, even though his weak side looks like the best in the LCK by far. They're saying we want to hole him into a pick we know he's going to pick so that we can counter it instead of like having to deal with not Scion and then we don't know what he's going to pick and stuff like that. So we have the post-game breakdown ready. Let's jump into that and see what kind of numbers we get. And this is kind of what we were expecting.
I mean, this is a tragic game for the bot duo of Afrika because they played it very well.
Both smurfed.
Yeah, they
so
played
hard.
They played it so well, and you could see, you know, our production had Bang on camera like the second the game was over to get his facial expressions because this is one of those games where you're playing your promos, right, and you're like, I did everything, okay.
Imagine Lehen's.
Yeah, Lehen's is like
in promos.
Like I like already wrote Lehen's down on my POG, right, like just in case like Afrika won because there was never going to be anybody else. I mean, Bang had a fantastic game too, but. And this is the thing where, you know, Fly had some small positional errors and made some bad decisions and ended up kind of feeding away a few kills early on in the game where if he had actually tightened up and if the Pantheon pick worked a little bit better, because I still really like the pick for what it does and what their composition is trying to do outside of the Nasus in the top lane, then I think that this could have been a very different game. But he had a few errors of judgment, I want to say, rather than like almost even misplays or like inting, right? Like, because some of the decisions he made, like when he went for that bottom dive, he almost got the kill, right? But it wasn't enough, so.
He was close in many different ways. So, guys, that was a fun game number 1. We're going to take a break and get into game number 2 next.
아 최양 맞으면 안 돼. 야 판테 5분 뜬다. 빼면서. 야 우디로. 이긴 거 같아. 딩크스 조심. 가자. 다 높을. 5명 다 높을.
다 끌렸고.
됐다.
나이스.
나이스.
아 1레벨 좀 더 빡세게 했어야 됐겠다.
자유.
짜요 단판
파이팅,
잘해보자.
파이팅.
거기서 밀려나 좀 더 손에 많이 본 것 같아.
이겼다.
와 칼리니크 살았네? 와 칼리다. 칼리니크가 좋아? 이건 칼리니크 해야 돼.
바텀 압박하자 이거. 이제 보여줄게.
정원은? 저
공점. 여기까지.
클리어 지루한데 방금?
나 뒤로 도는 중. 할만해.
살짝 볼게. 오케이 뭐야?
풀. 제발.
강타. 앞에
하이요? 하이요.
너 캐리어 미친놈이구나. 이거 다 아랫몸 미친 거 같아.
벌짝했고.
탑 나만 텔이야? 이거 살짝 받을 수 있는데 살짝 볼게. 이제 높을
초치게 있어.
좋아. 얘 높을. 아래로.
노플.
집중 좀.
집중해.
야 박아라 이거. 야야 넥서스.
죽여.
아
죄송합니다. 죄송합니다.
소리요.
죄송합니다.
오케이.
왜 이렇게 신났냐? 죄송합니다. 왜 이렇게 신났냐? 죄송합니다. 왜 이렇게 신났냐고. 야 퍼즈. 왜 타이밍에 모니터 꽂으면 어떡해? 뭐야? 아래 상태 안 좋다 얘들아.
전령도 내가 먹었어.
초콜릿은 먹어도 돼요. 아왜 이렇게 추워? 손이 얼었는데?
야, 내 볼 만질래? 내 볼 따뜻한데.
지금 거절할게.
기나 아니면 내 손 잡을래? 기나? 나 손.
아 형 뭐 형 칼 리프야? 여기까지가?
아니 가면 되지 내가.
아 형 집중하자.
좀 크.
아, 코로나 내 아예 안 들려 이거.
이거 멘탈 공격하는데?
아 근데 우리 나이 평균적으로 많은데 이거 체력 공격 당한데. 공준이 형이랑 준식이 형 저격 당한데? 나까지인가 이거?
나까지가 마지노선이야 이거. 아 근데
집중하자.
나 피지컬적으로는
아 기나 집중하자.
형 피.
아 기나 집중하자.
알았어. 3면 더블 없어.
야 그분 높여.
야, 이거 탑으로 쭉
끝내자. 탑으로 가면 쭉 끝내.
끝낼만한 거지 이거.
아 끝났어.
이진혁 컷! 징계 컷!
우연아, 자 들어가자. 우연아 들어가자. 나이스.
나 라인즈 좀 쳐. 나 미드에서 라인즈 좀 깡패야.
미드 강패 탑은요?
나
파이팅.
나 탑은 탱커인데.
다스턴.
다너플. 야 우리.
이게 왜 줬지? 왜 줬냐? 이걸 왜 줬냐? 알리랑 나르한테 연계당해가지고 터졌다.
방금 끝났다.
그러면 막을 거.
장로 이제 끝나.
끝났다. 싸움 봐야 될 듯? 나이스. 우리 잡았다. 카이사 가져, 카이사. 초시계.
하나 풀 있나?
알았어.
이길만해.
3이라.
이겼다.
나이스.
나 바텀 텔.
아, 쏘리.
괜찮아.
아, 다음 판 잘할게.
야 점프 찍어도 돼? 방 나오면.
김준아.
마운풀. 잡은 듯? 잡았다 바텀.
나이스.
이거 쌍라인 좋거든? 얘네가 급해.
크가 끌어갖고.
들어갔어. 세라핀 공 생각해. 야, 들어가 볼게.
나와봐 이길만해. 서.
펜타. 야, 노플. 야, 펜타.
나이스. 너 끝낼만해.
끝났어. 뭐 펜타킬 머신이네. 좋아.
이걸 펜타 한다고?
진짜.
이겼다.
나이스. 좋았다.
MSI 季中冠军赛
MSI is back.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK Analyst Desk, and today we'll be joined by 정현 Lee, V3, and Gorilla.
안녕하세요.
Welcome. And this is season with the translation.
9연승의 언터처블
Tamon Kia is on a 9-match winning streak, and Africa Fricks is taking on the world champ. Africa Fricks is slowly ramping up, and it looks like their form is warmed up, but still Tamon Kia was able to take game number 1. Africa Fricks this time around, they locked in Nasus as a counter pick into Sion, but we didn't see the best value of this pocket pick. In general, both Tamon Kia and Africa Fricks, they actually kind of let the opponents to take the OP champions, and they wanted to try their counter pick, something that they prepared. For example, Jinx and Thresh is on top of the tier list in the bottom lane, so they wanted to kind of counter it with Gragas and Varus, and Lucian was also picked for the mid lane of Tamon Kia, and then Nasus was a counter pick into Sion. Considering the result of the game, basically this comp kind of opens more space for Lilia, whereas Udyr cannot find any meaning with the synergy from the laners. For Tamon Kia, Varus and Gragas was a counter pick into Thresh and Jinx, but they were not able to make any point. Actually, Africa Fricks was able to stomp the opponent bottom duo, but at the same time, on the top side of the map, Tamon Kia was also able to capitalize on the priority that they had. So we had counters for both kind of side of the map, but Nasus, even though he was super fed, he was not able to tank or eat up enough damage during the team fight, and I think Tamon Kia had more solid comp, and we kind of see the reason why the Lilia and the mage champion in the jungle role is so OP. Indeed, before Sion got too tanky, Africa Fricks was able to play around the vision advantage, and Tamon Kia was sacrificing because of the bottom duo difference. So Gragas actually started with the AP item as a support item start, but he was not able to complete his quest up until like 15-minute mark in the game. So Africa Fricks had vision advantage at this point in the game, so they were able to capitalize on that. They were keep picking some of the Tamon Kia players, especially Gragas in the jungle, trying to gain some vision in the map. The thing that Gragas completed his quest at 15-minute mark is not that common, you know? So, for example, Targon item back in the days could be another choice for Gragas, but this time around, Burrow wanted to find some damage value, and at the end of the game, Burrow actually mentioned in the mic check that we should have gone a lot more harder, and we should have played a lot more aggressive in the laning phase at level 1, because that was the goal for Burrow's Gragas in this game. They wanted to punish the lane with the damage output from Varus and Gragas, but that didn't really work. However, Tamon Kia was able to come online and showed the power of the poke comp they had. Nasus didn't have his flash, but teleport, maybe they could have rotated to the top side of the map and they could exert pressure in the side lane and conceding the Drake to Tamon Kia. When you're facing up against a poke comp, you should never retreat like that. You should not be lined up. I think Udyr was in a really rough spot to contest for that smite fight. And then when Africa Fricks gathers up like this, Sion is in a fantastic spot to zone out the damage carry on the side of Africa Fricks, and it was actually only Jinx that was doing meaningful damage onto the tanky front line of Tamon Kia. Together with Udyr, Pantheon was also super late joining that fight, which means Africa Fricks, they had no chance to put up a good fight up against Tamon Kia in that Dragon team fight. And Lilia always had her eyes on Nasus, always finding her slip onto that kind of scaled champion instead of Africa Fricks. So Keen was not able to find any value in team fight. Maybe Africa Fricks could have allocated their top laner on the side lane in order to exert some pressure in terms of the split push. And the POG will go over to Khan. the Cyan God, a brick wall that Africa Fricks could not break down. He's the one that started off the Cyan trend in the League of Legends. Cyan was unbreakable in this game. He was like a mountain standing in front of Africa Fricks. So Africa Fricks wanted to counter this champion with Nasus, but it was not possible, and also the difference between the jungle champion's ability was also critical. And then we saw a damage coming out from Nasus, and actually he was not doing enough damage because we had full AD comp from the side of Africa Fricks, which means Cyan can always just build armor item. He can never go down. If I were Jinx in this game, this could have been so hard. Khan back on top of the Puget standing. He's now on the 4th place in the board. Two of the Kia players are on top of the PUG standings. Khan is the one that started off a lot of new trend in the LCK, maybe Gnar and also Cyan as well. We can definitely state that Khan is contributing a lot to Kia's victory, and Khan also admitted so. So we were able to see the reason why he had this confidence. Africa Fricks really needs to win in order to get away from their losing streak. So let's check out in Game 2 whether they can come back stronger.
Thank you, G-Sun, once again for the awesome translation there of the analyst desk, as I think they said a lot of things that were very smart about that game that we were mentioning and even talking about during the break. I think that it's going to come down to the draft this time around. Africa tried some interesting stuff in that one, and I think that's kind of a one-off. Maybe you just, I'm not sure what you do from here, because the one thing that I'm sure about is you take away the sign.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're sure of that. He had, I think, 755 damage tanked per minute, so in that game where they had a full 80 team, so over 22,000 damage tanked as it extended into the game. And you know, Valdez, you and I were talking about this. We talked about a little bit on air as well. Like, if you're Africa, you prepared this really cool strategy. You bait the Scion, and you think you have the answer. You think you have the counter pick. And as Scrims, you know, clearly it's been working for them, right? Or they wouldn't have drafted like this. But performance-wise, based on what we're seeing from Africa Freaks as we head into the second draft, I think Africa Freaks, if they play their best, they can beat Damwon Kia in a straight-up game with a normal draft. I think they can, and I think that should be the focus going into games 2 and then potentially 3. Is we don't need curveballs, we don't need a Nasus, okay? We don't need mid-Pantheon. Just give me a straight-up composition, ban the Scion, and just draft also around maybe a more normal jungle than the Udyr, for example. Just because the Khan is such a strong weak side player. Like, maybe we don't put your focal point in the draft there. But maybe, you know, if Bang and the Hens have another pop-off game like they just did, you could take a game and go to game 3. I truly believe Africa is at their best a team that can topple Damwon Kia in a series like this. Yeah.
They're going to ban away the Lucian. I think a lot of teams, after you lose to a Lucian, it just feels real bad, right? You just get dominated in the lane. He just ice skates around you, and there's not much you can do, especially with the comp that Africa had with the 3 melee, where they couldn't really get on top of the Lucian. So they're going to take that one away. They're also going to ban away the Syndra. So that's a couple of bans targeted at Showmaker this time around. They will leave the Senna available, and this time Lilia will not see the Rift.
I really don't want to see first pick Udyr. I'd rather just see a Kai'Sa pick up here for Bang and a more reactionary draft out of Africa Freaks, because I mean, there it is, but if you do this, you give them the counter pick of Scion, like 100%. You can't ban Scion before Damwon Kia can take it if you're going to take something to pair with this Udyr. And then if, you know, retroactively, if you don't grab anything here that pairs with the Udyr to control the topside map, then that also gets taken away from you in second ban phase. So I don't like it given, you know, how that last game went. And Senna, as you mentioned, left open, and Canyon will pick up the Hecarim. Been a while since we've seen that from him, but very popular AD jungle right now in this meta.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You know, you see it a lot into the Lilia, but you're just going to play it into the Udyr. It's very fast as well, I suppose, but Does mean that Showmaker definitely going to go on to something a little bit more standard, some kind of AP mid.
Yeah, might just pick up the Orianna here as that third pick. Okay.
Give Lehens Thresh again.
Yes, please.
I'm very happy with that.
I want to see it. And they're considering something else here. But I do like that quite a bit because we know what they're capable of. Bang's Aphelios has been really good too. But they'll go for the Nautilus instead. This is actually Lehens' most played this season. He's 3-2 on it. And I was talking with you about in the break. I want to see his Nautilus right now because Nautilus is so strong in this meta. And it's a champion that Lehens is super good at too. So not as much safety, but actually it allows you to dominate the lane. If you end up catching the Senna, you can actually grab turret plates and really start to get an extra gold advantage. So less safe for later on team fights, but the trade-off is you have more pick potential. And that's why they pick up the Tahm Kench as a response.
I don't know. I'm never really a fan of Tahm Kench. I think his time is up. We need to bench the Kench now. I think he needs to just be perma-benched. I just think there are better choices, better tanks that you can throw down there, stuff. You know, I know Tahm Kench does pretty well with some items, but I don't know. Not a huge fan. But as you mentioned, you can kind of see what the idea is.
Yeah.
Provides that extra safety for the Senna.
Well, now you see the Renekton ban come through, and then I think we'll see an Aurelia ban as well. So Afrika can ban the Scion.
You don't ban Scion here. I mean, what are you doing?
You can ban the Scion if you want to play a more aggressive top lane, because they can't ban the... I mean, they can only ban one of the Aurelia Camille, right? So if you want to go down that path, you've got to ban the Scion.
I even heard the Korean casters talking about Scion. Like, can we just all come together and say, let's ban Scion?
Well, with a Gangplank ban here, it could be a Gnar pickup as well. And that was another option that they could have banned. Like, if you ban Gnar and Scion, and then just take the Camille or the Aurelia, I like that. Now, the Gnar is banned against them, so it feels like a bait, right? Like, oh, okay, I banned Gangplank. Are you going to ban the Gnar? And then ban Scion here, and then pick Camille. Like, they banned the Azir. So... Afrika is just going to leave that one
Immediately the camera goes to Khan. It's like, okay.
He could just blind pick this. It's okay to blind pick the Scion here.
Well, this time the Aurelia is available, so maybe he's like, I don't know if I want to play that matchup, but let's see how he feels about it. Maybe he wants to give it a shot. As Zoe is going to be the pick. They're going to wait. They're going to see.
I'm going to respond. But this is the scariest part of this for Afrika, because they do have that final pick. And I mean, I think the Azir would have been insanely good. Like, if you think about the scaling that the comp actually gets if you have an Azir in this, and what it sets up and what it can do with Hecarim together, it's very terrifying. So I don't really mind the Azir ban. But the Gangplank ban is kind of the odd one out, as they'll actually take the Scion away themselves. But where does it go? That's the question.
I think that'll go to Fly. I think Keen will play something else. Unless we see like an Orianna here, I think Fly is great on Orianna as well.
Yeah.
It just feels a little bit funky, you know, to throw Keen onto something like a Scion. But hey, I mean, great players, they can play the Scion and be very game-breaking.
Yeah, I don't really mind. See, I love this. See, this is what I was talking about. So now you didn't ban the Scion, but you've taken it away, so this still works. And now there's probably a lot of regret on Damwon Kia for actually picking up the Zoe first. I like the Scion into the Zoe as well as a matchup, you know. You know where teleports are going to be. You can actually set up to get those knockups. Like, this is a really smart draft from Afrika. They didn't go about it the way that we expected, the Korean commentators apparently either, in terms of that Scion ban. But where we end up at the end of the day is really awesome here for Afrika. They have Aphelios and Nautilus, so no Thresh, but it's still a strong bottom lane. The Udyr this time works so well with the Camille pick, and you've got a Gragas, which is somewhat stable, but it's nowhere near as stable as a Scion's going to be into this. So I'm a really big fan of where Afrika end up team fight-wise with the Hecarim and the Senna, you know, and basically the front-to-back nature of Damwon Kia's poke is really strong around objectives too, so can't count them out here. But if Afrika get an early lead, they can absolutely stomp on this game, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I like the draft a lot here. It does feel like you're missing, again, kind of a hard AP carry. when you draft something like this, right? A lot of that magic damage will come through from the Udyr and all that jazz. And we all know that he doesn't do all that much. But they're not dealing with the Scion that they have to break through. It is the Gragas, but, you know, he's not quite a Scion.
Yeah.
In terms of trying to break through with just straight up physical damage.
It's kind of awkward to build Gragas, top Gragas very tanky too into a comp like this because you're going to lose out a lot of damage, but I think that is what they will do. And Tahm Kench can obviously end up being a little bit tanky, but not really.
Yeah, he'll just flop around with his tongue hanging out and not do much except keep Ghost safe.
So I think this ends up being a way better composition, even though it's very AD heavy for Afreeca than what we saw in the last game. I like this a lot, and a lot of the pressure in this game is going to be on Canyon once again to actually kind of fill that gap.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see this one once again. We will hop on to the Rift for Afreeca versus Damwon Kia. Let's see how this one is going to play out. Certainly a lot more standard from the side of Afreeca. We see Fly back onto the mid Scion. Just showing once again that it does have the potential to be flexed.
Yeah, I think we should explain. I think it was against KT Rolster that he played at mid.
I think so, yeah.
Last week, so I think it was last Friday. But something that we've seen Fly in particular do before. So it's not like standard or meta, but it's proven that it works, and it's worked with this player in particular. In a weird way, too, because of Fly. I think Fly is, like I said earlier, I think he's the most improved player on this team. And I mean that in that he's reached stability, right? And he's less of a liability than he was before. Because he was before like high highs, low lows, which is sometimes great, but on the other side of things, sometimes terrible. On a champion like Scion, it's hard to like mess it up. So I feel like it actually lowers Fly's variance like quite significantly.
Yeah.
So it works out as a player for him so well. And I think Afreeca the coaching staff of Afreeca have really figured out what their players are great at over the course of just one round here. And in round 2, this team is one that is knocking on the doors of playoff contention. And if they make playoffs, I mean, I could see a team like this making a miracle run. Anything is possible with our new playoff format. So just some things to think about. It's a good time to be an Afreeca fan.
Yeah, no, they're on the up and up. And as you mentioned before, you would really love to take this matchup against Damwon Kia because there's not going to be a harder matchup than this, right? You can bounce off of this one, and you can kind of get that confidence and say, hey, we can beat any team if we can beat Damwon Kia. They got close against Genji, and they're certainly improving day by day. And they have the potential, even if it doesn't quite happen in spring. Definitely excited about this roster and what they have coming for the future. It'll be interesting to see what Showmaker can get done in this game. You mentioned it before, kind of the laning into Scion is like, well, I guess I can poke him a bunch and up my damage number, but how effective is that damage going to be by the end of the game?
Exactly. And also, like, even if you hit a sleep, for example, you know, you're not really threatening kills.
Yeah.
And it's difficult for Canyon to actually have any sort of follow-up. I mean, he does have post 6, the ability to actually grab onto him and kill him, but otherwise, it's very difficult to set kills up there. Whereas the Udyr has a lot of potential for kill pressure in the top side of the map with this Camille. And then the side laning potential that Afreeca have is really strong in this comp. So, I mean, if Afreeca get a lead, they can just, even when Damwon Kia start to look like they're having some good chances to win fights by poke and chip damage, then you just avoid those fights and you side lane and force those fights on your terms later on in the game. So it feels like this composition for Afreeca doesn't have very many holes in it, minus the damage profile.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that does play out into the Gragas. As we're taking a look at the reason why you ban away Senna from Ghost, he is, you know, we talk a lot about weak side top lane players, right, in the meta here in 2021, but a lot of Damwon's success in the later parts of 2020 was because Ghost was just a great kind of weak side AD carry player, right? Yeah. He didn't have a support around very often, and he was just kind of 1v2ing a lot, and Beryl was roaming around the map and creating plays elsewhere, so he had to do a lot of kind of solo play, and he was the best at it.
Yeah, something like a Fasting Sun is a great stylistic champion for him. Okay.
We might have a dead Nautilus here. He is going to have to throw down that exhaust immediately, but here comes Canyon Even with the flash, he is not able to get away, and Bang is also going to get caught here. The perfect timing on the gank comes out from Canyon, and Damwon get a huge lead in the bottom lane.
And as it turns out, he goes for the Devour because Canyon is nearby and has had that faster track to get to this lane than Dread does. Something that he knows because of the scuttle control. So it's a really nice timing here to actually go for that. And Afrika Freaks just not respecting that kill potential there. And that's a fantastic start. 2 kills over to the Hecarim. And a lot of extra assist gold to Ghost. In the top side of the map, Keen is doing very well, right? He's already forced a teleport. He's been trading extremely well. But unfortunately, there hasn't been any follow-up yet. Post 6, I think we will see a visit from good old Dread, but still waiting for that one.
Bangelhen's returned down here. A little bit not feeling too good after that last play, but it will be extremely important to get Bang online once again. Camille's going to be more of kind of a split pushing threat, you know, some flanking plays that you can make, but you need that Aphelios for consistent damage in team fights.
Exactly. And ideally, you know, you want to win this lane and then start getting turret plates and stuff for the Aphelios. And then now that's just almost out of the question. As you can see, Dread is here, but Canyon has the fast track. It was here first. And I think that's part of why Afrika were pushed up so far like that, is because they knew that Dread was coming, but Canyon was also there. So
yeah,
it's like you thought you may be okay. Our jungler's nearby. We should be okay with this, but theirs was even nearer.
Sometimes you see the Ghost Horsey a little bit too late. He's a fast boy.
Ghost Horsey combo with Ghost in this game too.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Some synergy there.
Yep. You can see why they picked it. As we're really trying to force this play on a
This is what I'm talking about. 6 is hit. This is the timing. Hextech.
You have the cask available. He's going to hit Keen into the turret even as he just flashes over him and kind of laughs at them both.
And this is why we say Khan is one of the best weak side players in the top lane. He not only survives, but almost threatens a kill. 1v2 there. So well handled on the Gragas. It's not a Scion, but handles the timing super well. He knows it's coming. His reaction is perfect with the cask. And that's all she writes, you know, for this one. That's all she wrote on that exchange.
Yeah. The wave was pushing into Keen, and it looks like he's kind of kept it there. He's trying to deny as much CS and XP away from Khan and keep the lane in a spot where Khan doesn't feel safe from a potential follow-up gank. The bottom side pressure after that play in the early game is pretty obviously in favor of Damwon, so they just pick up the Mountain Drake here for free.
You know, when you make big plays like that, you know, that's often what defines an Udyr and strong side top pairing, like the Camille, the Aurelia that you see oftentimes with the Udyr, Renekton. What defines the success of the comp is whether or not those ganks and those level 6 timings with Hextech find success, or if it actually costs you on the other side of the map, because you don't lose that much as Udyr because he rotates so quickly, but what you lose on the bottom side of the map is massive. And that's so important when, like you said, the Aphelios really needs to be the champion who carries this game in terms of damage. So the fact that he's losing out on lane here, a lot of that extra gold is going over to the bot side for Damwon Kia. So it's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, we'll see how it does get handled. You'll notice the Balmy Cinder first here for Canyon may go into a bit more of a tanky setup.
Yeah.
At least for his Mythic, as we do have Afrika making his way, or their way rather, onto the Rift Herald here.
Very quickly.
Seems like Damwon have an idea that this is happening, or at least they're rotating over for it, but I think Afrika were just too fast.
Yeah, they came over here, and I think Damwon Kia was just like, okay, we'll match a reset, but Afrika were not resetting, they were rotating over to the Rift Herald. And look at the control wards for Afrika all around, denying vision, denying that confirmation from Damwon Kia. So ends up being they get nothing out of this exchange. It's not an exchange, in fact. It's just Damwon Kia going back and losing the Rift Herald. So that's a good start. We'll see where they end up putting that gold. Might just be for the top side, because that's the easiest way to do this right now.
We were talking about the difference as well in the pick ban between the Nautilus and the Thresh. And now that you're up against a pretty fed Horsey, right, the Hecarim on the opposite side, Bang is going to have to be really careful, right? Obviously, the Hecarim has great backline access, and you can actually just run straight by the Scion and the Udyr, better than some other picks. Whereas the Thresh may have been able to keep you safe against a fed Hecarim. We'll have to see what Lehens can do on this Nautilus.
Yeah, you've got Ghost too, so you're not worried about Nautilus roots. You're just going to get to go wherever you want no matter what with this champion. Speaking of which, he's trying to go quite aggressive. Lehens knows he's nearby, but he was not in that brush.
Look at Khan just laughing at Keen
Yeah.
from the side.
I mean, he's building tanky. And we'll see what his full build ends up looking like, but he's just, he's going to be the tank for the squad, and be definitely difficult to crack.
Yeah, I mean, Keen was in a position there where he's not allowed to go back here.
Nope.
He has to stay because the lane is pushing away. He has to push it into the turret or else he loses potentially even more than what a kill could give to Damwon Kia. So he has to take the risk and stick around, and Khan is just abusing him. But now they've actually baited Khan into this one. The cask is going to get Dread away, but no longer is the flash available for the Gragas, as Ghost is going to help keep him alive from the bottom side, and the teleport was interrupted in the mid lane. Showmaker will look to trade a kill onto Fly in, you know, the trade for the interrupt on the teleport. Here comes the horsey, though. Canyon is going to get the kill onto Camille as they stick around for way too long against this Hecarim.
I mean, you could see Keen's face as well when it comes through. He's like, I should have known better than this, right? And the irony is up against a top laner who would.
Fly's like, yeah, good luck, buddy. He's coming back. Now, by the way, I've got my shield up in a couple of seconds here. He might just kill Showmaker. Yep, there's the shield. Oh, just out of range, and Zoe is just fun. Gets to get that speed boost.
Well, you know, it's crazy too. That's another thing that Sion could do in this mid wave is like very easily deny a teleport, which is what made this, you know, even really possible for them to guarantee that top kill, interrupting that teleport. So that's a nice little boon as we're going to watch this again. So, I mean, everybody's involved, right? Sion interrupts the teleport, Ghost ults from across the map here. This was actually extremely well hidden and well handled too, because Khan's like, I'm just going to deny you this wave, you have to fight me. And then Dread comes through, not the river, which they actually had vision denial there too, but he sells this very well. And then it's just, you see Ghost ults here, but it's not enough. The teleport is interrupted on top of the turret, as you can see on the minimap. That's why Fly, I think we're actually going to see the very interrupt on the teleport. He actually tanks turret shots to interrupt this.
Yeah. And then he lives. Like,
yeah.
This is the power of Sion, guys. Like, he just does whatever he wants. You're never going to kill him. And he almost killed the Zoe as well.
Yeah.
And then, as you mentioned before, there's just a little bit of a overstay, not respecting the Hecarim and his fed self, going for the chem tank in this case. As we do have the Rift Herald down on the top side, they're going to split the plates between the three of them, it looked like there.
But Showmaker's going to trade one back, maybe even two. This ends up being really well handled by Damwon.
Beryl is going to have to throw down the exhaust. He does have the gray health available here. Waiting until the last second.
Bang does have flash, but
easily able to avoid that one.
Yeah, not going to commit there. But he's going to get some turret gold, some plate gold, rather. It's not all bad here. Gold's kind of traded across the board, but Damwon Kia is still with a nice edge here. And I'm wondering what soul we're going to get this game, because if it ends up being an Infernal Soul and Damwon gets this next Drake and it can threaten Soul Point, they're going to have so much more control potentially over those objectives. And the Infernal Soul does so much for their composition in terms of how it's going to scale. So I'm a little bit worried for Afrika. Obviously, we don't know what it's going to be. If it ends up being Cloud, then, you know, it's not that significant. And the Drakes won't be as important.
Yeah, the Infernal is great for both sides. And we'll get an update on to what that is here in just a moment.
But they can't deny this, so it's whatever it is, it's going to be closer. And it's Infernal, right? So now there's like a bit of a timer here for Afrika on some of these fights. They're going to have to force fights over objectives. Uh-oh.
Is this where you kill the Sion? I'm not even quite sure. He's able to deny the dash as the ultimate will come in, and Fly, this time with no flash, will actually die. So it is possible. Keen is getting kind of baited under this turret, but now Bang and Dread are in the top lane. As we have more fighting in the jungle here, they're trying to get on top of Lehens. And actually able to try to dredge line, but it's not enough to get away. This avoidance comes in from Beryl.
Canyon's here.
One of the good things of the Tom Kent. Now they're kind of stuck under this turret in an awkward spot. Beryl actually saves him for the Battlestar, but he's going to die anyway. Gives that kill over to Showmaker. This is just turning into a mess. Everybody on the side of Afrika getting ran down here as Canyon trying to get the kill onto Keen, but actually Ghost has to flash in and try to save him, and Keen just stands up to him.
Okay, Dread. Gonna get some vision here, does not go home. So Canyon actually got a kill on his way in, and they trapped him on the top side. Okay, this is really sneaky, but it's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's... Look at Canyon, he's like, yeah, good job, buddy. We really don't care about you.
And Showmaker actually, I think, had Heal Summoner as well, not that it mattered. Yikes, this is just better macro game here from Damwon. The rotations are crisper, the value out of that they're getting from the rotations are better, and they just have better movement around the map. And their advantage is getting bigger and bigger. And this is a problem because of that Infernal Drake.
He might actually be able to kill him here. He's got about 10 seconds until this cask, but he's still just running him down. The flash is going to come in, and even with the dredge line, Cask dip. Oh, stopwatch. There you go.
Langer's like, how awesome am I? Okay, like, I'm just trying to win a game here.
And he actually baits Khan so far into the enemy jungle that it's not looking so good for our Gragas player. They might even be able to hand this kill over to Aphelios. This is huge.
This is massive.
For Afrika.
The hens, man.
One of your win conditions there. And now they're actually going to find Showmaker in the mid lane, as he's got a stopwatch of his own and a flash that comes in. And Zoe, once again, fun champ, able to get away from the three of them.
Yep, she gets out. No problem. But that was a great kill over to the Aphelios. Bang is going to love that extra gold. And like, Lens is just so slippery today. Canyon.
All right, let's give it another try here. We do have a Nudier around this time around. Everfrost does come in. Lahen's trying to make the play now, but the teleport coming in now from Khan on the left side. And man, we got low health bars now on the side of Afrika. Dread not able to do too much. Keen is trying to help out on that front line. Cannon getting very low. And that is a big streak that you would give over to the Udyr, as Bang nearly able to snipe down Showmaker on the top side here, as Ghost trying to help out, but I mean,
Bang's going to catch him no matter what.
At this point, yeah, he's at least able to deny the gold. The 1,000 gold, by the way, away from Bang. And this is just turning into a fiesta. Everybody is just running around the map, as Beryl able to stand up to Keen.
These are trades that Damwon are winning every time, though. Lahent is going to sacrifice himself to try to save Bang.
Ooh.
But he gets slept.
Yeah, and he should be dead now. The burst comes in, and a triple kill, just casually given over to Ghost. 303 now in this game.
What do they call him? The Penta Machine, I think is what the Korean casters are calling him right now.
Yeah.
Like, he is just turning them out. This one's a triple. And, like, watch Canyon in these exchanges. What I want to point out about Canyon is a lot of junglers would not actually follow like this. And, like, look at where his health is, and then he ults in, and he keeps going. He keeps chasing. Canyon trusts that his team is going to rotate. He knows that Khan's going to teleport in. This is why Canyon is one of the best junglers in the world, if not the best jungler in the world, is because he's so mechanically strong, but he also has a team of players that will help him push the envelope as to what is possible. I mean, like, look at this. He even has the Ghost ultimate as well.
Yeah.
And they're able to turn this around. Sure, he doesn't get the gold over to Bang, which is nice. And then this is when Afrika decides, like, okay, Barrel's by himself. No, not actually, because guess what? Damwon always match rotations. They're always able to come over and scoop up these kills. When Afrika get a little bit too excited, too much seeing blood in the water here, and looking for these exchanges that are just obviously going to go their way. And then Showmaker hits the huge sleep from so far away.
Yeah, from a couple screens away. We're having more action here because this is game number 2, of course. Trying to get onto Canyon, and the Devour is huge.
I mean, he's keeping him there for so long, now we're going to turn this again.
I know, Fly is just dead. He's going to have to sacrifice his life this time around. As the other Everfrost comes in, and now Bang might be dead, as we have the Abyssal Voyage now coming in, and he's going to be sniped from miles away as well.
Canyon is a carrot on a stick right now. I mean, Afrika are just running at him every time, and then he gets saved, this time by a Devour, and then Afrika is stuck. They can't get out. I mean, Canyon is in there by himself, ulting, just trying to set up these plays. He's like, yeah, I'm at 1/3 health, but I'm going in again. And they're going to get a Drake from this. And this is the Infernal Soul point that Afrika don't even get to fight for. I mean, Dread could try to smite steal and sacrifice himself, but they don't get a fair fight for this.
Yeah.
And this is, like we've been talking about, such an important soul for this game. This is like, I mean, I guess we're going to watch this exchange up here where, once again, Canyon He just has no fear. He's like, I'm going!
Onto the Scion of all.
Yeah.
But then he sees Dread and he's like, oh, maybe I can steal away this
1v3. But he knows
does take the blue.
Yeah, he knows that Khan is here to help heal. And it's like he just ults away, the Devour comes through, and now Fly's stuck. Absolutely insane plays here by Damwon. Their macro game is so good.
Yeah, it doesn't show there actually, but Everfrost is really insane on Zoe when you're looking for just being a pick machine, which from ahead, it's pretty massive.
맞는 소리. 수면. 터보화공 탱크. 휴. 조이 미친 연계. 용.
He's just calling out all of his abilities, right? He's like, Everfrost, sleep, Turbo Chem Tank.
Yep.
And, yeah, he's just having fun, as you can tell.
Basically, at the instant, Zoe's nuts.
He's not wrong.
He's 2-0-6 this game with Ghost, who has his 3-0-5, so that's a lot of their damage in these fights.
All right, Khan forever alone on the weak side. Can he survive this one? That is about as good of a cast as it's going to get, but this one is 1v3.
Ghost!
The Senna ultimate comes in. There is no way, right? Okay. Yeah, he's actually even Bang is there. He's like, yeah, you're dead, buddy. But guess who's also dead? It's the Baron in favor of Damwon. Free Baron, thank you very much.
Fly can't stop this. He actually shouldn't even try.
They have too much damage. They're going to take it down. Fly, he's actually getting in there, but it's going to be dashed away, and the smite does come in. Teleport now from Keen, as he'll just be slept. We're trying to get on top of Showmaker, but he just easily flashes away. And once again, just able to set up a front to back here is Damwon. Canyon in the back line, kind of just going 1v3. As the Devour on cooldown right now. We're trying to get Bang in the front, but he just gets burst down. Keen now trying to take them down one by one. He's able to get a lot of them, and now Beryl is going to be taken out in the end eventually. As Dread will eventually, okay, there we go. Finally gets taken out. And actually does take away, I believe, all the Barons from Damwon.
Yeah, this is a really nice exchange for Afrika. They're going to have a lot more of these. As the Baron gets started because of this play, right? I mean, they're already on Baron. Khan is here. He has a cast. He delays this for so much. Even Ghost delay is important because it buys another 2-3 seconds here, even 4 seconds actually, for them to actually have this Baron. So they get it. And then you see the sleep goes down onto the Camille. But the rotations are coming through, and then Bang comes through and has massive damage output in this fight. Yeah. And is untouched. That's actually the problem, because Damwon were stuck retreating around this choke, and then Bang is just able to do free damage. And he dies, but he's done his job before it's all said and done. Like, yeah, it's over.
You talked about teams having your back. He had the utmost confidence that his team was going to have his back as he charged through. Because the Udyr was able to get in the front line, the Camille was able to follow up.
So much of the damage was spent onto Keen, and so many cooldowns were spent that he just knew that he was going to be safe to do what we like to call in Korea, free deal. I love using that word. It's like the coolest and smartest thing that Korean communities come up with. In Korean, the word for damage across all esports is usually called deal, because it's faster to say, and it's how much damage you deal, right? That's where the term comes from. So free deal means when you're able to just free hit in a team fight.
Yeah. And
that is what, for the most part, Bang did.
Talking about free deal, take a look at the Tahm Kench damage. I was like, yeah, I hate this champion. Then he has like a pop-off game. Beryl is actually having so much fun on the Tahm Kench. His Devours have been huge, and he has done 4,000 more damage than his support opponents.
Canyon is, it's like he's always flirting with death, but it's just they never actually can take him out. His team has kept him alive so well. He's really pushing the issue. Did have to ult, so that's actually kind of huge going into this upcoming fight. The Drake spawns in 40 seconds. This could be where Afrika starts to bring this game back after that Baron denial. So let's see. I mean, Camille's here too.
Oh, they're going to get that Everfrost on a Bang once again. The engage comes in from Lahens, trying to set up their own front of back. A bit of damage over the wall from Bang, but no overcommittal from Afrika. As Showmaker, it's just a shooting gallery. He's hitting everything right now on the Zoe. Deny him the Azir, the Lucian, and the Syndra. He'll just pull out the Zoe. He's fine with that.
10 seconds on this Drake. Canyon's going in.
He's really fast, so he's able to scout there. And now look at that front line Fly on the Scion, not looking unkillable anymore. As now once again able to fry front to back as Keen this time not nearly as useful. The double kill over to the Zoe. Canyon's going to pick up one of his own. And, well, you don't need to chase that Udyr, but it looks like they... No,
Canyon just got his ult back up, so I think he wanted to push the issue, but Showmaker's already trying. He's already talking about the next series next week.
Infernal Soul.
Infernal Soul is massive, you know, with 2. I mean, even with only 2, it's just so much extra damage that's going to go over the squad. And this is what I was talking about. The tempo is going to go away for Afrika. But let's talk about this team fight, because Fly was actually just getting dunked on this entire time. And after this exchange, where, you know, you see Bang go through, does a little bit of damage, he gets slept here, and he just always, oh no.
Well, they really want to kill this Zoe, but
can they?
It's getting more and more difficult, but I think this time they finally made it happen.
Canyon was not as close as I thought he was there. But yeah, I mean, the Fly on this Scion, this time he ends up making a play here on the side lane, but in that last team fight, he just got chipped down so early after getting slept, because Showmaker is a sniper, that you can't front to back team fight if you're Afrika. When your tank is gone like that, their comp doesn't work, and there's so much poke with this Zoe, and, you know, the long range that Ghost has on the Senna. It's just really rough. Like, we're at the point where, like, the Aurelia, or not Aurelia, the Camille needs to be putting side lane pressure on, but she just can't do that realistically safely anymore. If she could, then maybe they could start to take fights on their terms. Just gonna watch this one more time. Like, watch where Fly is, how much damage he ends up taking. After the sleep hits, like, he walks into it, but, I mean, that was just well timed by Showmaker. And you can't fight this anymore. Like, everyone's leaving.
Oh, okay. Well, Bang is just dead. Looks like a bit of a Canyon assassination. Maybe a bit of a trouble bubble there. Actually, Zoe wasn't there, so probably just the Hecarim making it happen.
Well, I mean, this game is all but over, unfortunately. Damwon Kia just looking to lock up this inhibitor turret. They can always rotate back to take Baron in 30 seconds when it spawns. And they might just look to end the game here. Aphelios being gone means there's just no way to stop this push.
I love the Pengu top of the morning emote there. And yeah, I mean, they don't even have Baron, but it just doesn't matter.
Pengu top of the standings, Valdez.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you at the top. Or like, maybe I'll see you in the finals. Maybe, probably not.
Well, you know, it's possible. It feels more likely than ever for Afrika, but in this game, Damwon is just not leaving.
Yeah. They're almost just flexing on him now.
Yeah, it feels like
it's like
that.
Running at them.
It's probably just go back and clear some vision and set it for Baron.
Oh, not again. Another trouble bubble. He's going to be able to dodge pretty nicely with that Exec ultimatum, actually. And a good front to back here. Bang is getting a lot of damage, but it just feels like they're too tanky. They're too far ahead at this point in time. And Senna is just casually assassinating the Udyr in the back line. As that is going to be the ace. Canyon gives us a little shimmy, and we are going to have the 2-0 tonight from Damwon Kia over Afrika.
Afrika with some really interesting draft technique. Game 1, you know, pulling out the Nasus did not work out, but clearly an attempted strategy against Khan Scion. Then bringing in Fly here on the mid side once again. But Damwon Kia is a different beast than KT Rolster. This draft was interesting, but it did not work out. Game of his life, 2 games in a row, Lehens, but he just cannot win.
Yeah.
The rest of his team falling apart around him. Okay, well that's not gonna do wonders for Canyon's KDA.
Canyon's having a real fun time. He really does not care about his KDA. He's happy that they get the win. As you may not see it on his face, but trust me, he's really happy. That's gonna be the 2-0 for Damwon.
Yep, it's a 2-0. And it was pretty clean. You know, I mean, the first game there were some shaky moments, but they ended up playing around their comp extremely well. And then in game 2, Showmaker just hits every sleep that he needs to shut down Fly, who was often caught out of position, who was often getting chipped down and poked away, so couldn't actually have those high impact moments like we saw Khan do in the previous game, where he's pushing the DPS away so they can't actually deal damage. And this is just an issue of, in that second game, so much good macro from Damwon Kia. They were always where they needed to be. Canyon is chasing down the members of Afrika Freaks, and they're like, this guy's by himself, right? But who shows up 3-4 seconds later is the rest of Damwon Kia's team. They save Canyon multiple times and then turn that fight. It was a tug-of-war game that Afrika, unfortunately, were playing with one hand tied behind their back because the macro was so good from Damwon.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate what happened to Afrika down in the bottom lane because I feel like if that gank doesn't happen, the Tahm Kench loses a lot of his ability. The Senna isn't as crazy as it is. You get more prio. You could potentially fight over some of those Drakes. You don't have to deal with, you know, all the Drake stacking that they were able to get from such an early time. So, you know, Showmaker was crazy. I feel like Canyon was also insane. Like, you were talking about how he might be the best jungler in the world. I think he definitely is, and maybe even the best player in the world.
Sure.
Like, it's a little bit, you know, less here in spring, but, like, he's still, you can just tell that the guy is just an insane player. And as you mentioned, they're just a different beast. Like, Afrika, they're getting better and better. It's unfortunate that, you know, as they're getting momentum, they actually just run straight into a brick wall that is Damwon. Nobody can beat Damwon except Fred at Brionne, the ultimate Robin Hood, the ultimate Kingslayer. That turns out to be Fred at Brionne.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Damwon Kia right now as everybody's got them in their minds as in finals, and we're going to take a look at the highlights from this second game, but Damwon Kia in our old format would be pushing the conversation about actually getting already the final seed, right? Because of how their performance is. It's so unlikely that Genji or Hanwha take this away as Bang is just caught alone. Nice little play here, which ends up being all their damage gone, right? We jumped into that a little bit late in live. But Damwon Kia have just been so good at these standard games, and Canyon showing his Hecarim here, another champion in his wheelhouse. And look at how he flanks and gets the kills here. Like, it's hard to actually choose a player of the game for this one because Canyon had so many incredible plays and actually controlled the tempo of the game. But Showmaker set up so many picks in team fights where, you know, it's just like, oh, Damwon just gets a free team fight now because you got this amazing sleep. So I thought that was actually going to be like our highlight reel of the whole second game. That was actually just the highlight reel of the end of the game.
Yeah. And we'll probably also get the highlight reel. Yeah, guys, we have the other highlight reel ready. So we're all about the highlights here, all about the replays. This one is of the full game, kind of showing the dominance. Oh, they don't even show the double kill on the bottom side.
Yeah, that's not fair
Which
either.
happened before that.
I mean, look, our replay team is fantastic, but what we saw there was a little bit edited to not show the pick that was in the top side, which led to that kill.
We have limited time here, you know?
Yeah, there's only so much we could show. As this is actually Canyon being like, no, like, I think I kill you here. Keen had other plans, ended up being a really long exchange. His Ghost even tanks turret here to come over and help him out. There were so many moments that Canyon started in these team fights where, like, he comes in by himself, and Afrika's like, wait, are you serious? Like, you think you still are blue? Like, we're gonna punish you. Oh, it's only Tahm Kench here. But look at the minimap. Everybody rotates so quickly. That's the thing about Damwon Kia is Canyon, when he says, I'm taking blue, Damwon Kia are like, okay, I'll be there to back you up, and we're gonna actually force a fight here.
And it's crazy that, you know, we were talking so much about how Khan is like, oh, Sion's OP, like, I'm just gonna play Sion until the end of the days, until he gets banned. He gets taken away here, and then he shows his Gragas is maybe even better. Like, he had some incredible casks in this game. He played the weak side really nicely. Yes, he was kind of the punching bag of Afrika, but he did his job, right? He's the best weak side top player in the game right now.
Yeah, he really is.
Yeah, he also made so much happen just kind of quietly in these team fights because a lot of the highlights were on Showmaker, on Canyon, who were just popping off in a huge way this time around.
Khan is an example of a player who, you know, he had his peak in his career on Kingzone Dragon X, right? And then he actually went to China and had a very bad time, so a lot of people weren't very hyped about him coming back to Korea. But he's one of those players you can really see that with the proper teammates, with the proper coordination, how different his performances could be. I mean, someone like Bang, who's also in this game as well, you know, had some very weak performances in North America on a weaker team in Evil Geniuses, and then returns to Korea, and you're like, oh, no, it was not. He was not the issue, right? But it's so great to see Khan come back to such great form here in Korea, because it looked like he was on the decline before he even went to FPX, and now he's like on the best team.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people were like, oh man, we're losing Nuggery and Khan's coming over. Now everybody's like, Khan is so good. He's actually insane. And I feel like he fits in really nicely with this team. They're having a lot of fun, as you can tell.
나피 다 쳤어. 그만큼 단단하신 거지. 나이스.
아니 이게 이겨만 김거 먹고 말 달리지 않게 찍었어.
대회가 장난이야?
너
뭐 재밌어?
숨기 안 빼지 너.
오늘 하면 되는데.
나
You having fun? Showmaker asked him.
야,
빨가고.
대회가 장난이야? 카림?
왜안 돼? 지나시는 거. 예, 카메.
뭘 카밀이야?
Yo, is he messing with me? Like,
Just having a lot of fun, making fun of each other.
yeah.
You can tell that the whole atmosphere in that team is just so awesome right now.
Yeah, it's really like it's one of those things you can look at and you're like,
So apparently you said, "Is LCK a joke for you, Canyon?"
oh, okay, that's what he asked me when he was saying like, are you messing around? Like,
Yeah.
I look at this team and like, Khan is a player who in the past, like he's even been criticized for his negative attitude. He's been a very aggressive player, likes to talk a lot of trash, right? But I see him in this team as I thought he was going to be like one of this Damwon Key. You look at their interviews when they won Worlds, right, with Nuggery. Everyone looks like very happy, very positive atmosphere. It felt like Khan was like a villain that could drag the team down potentially. That was something I was worried about when I heard that he was coming to the roster. But it's the exact opposite. In fact, he's the guy who's joking around. He's the guy who's leveling up the team's atmosphere.
Yeah.
He's the one who's being funny in interviews. And I mean, this team might have gotten a level up after Nuggery departed, actually. It feels like it might be the case.
I know. It'll be interesting to see just how dominant they will be here in spring and for the rest of this year. But guys, we do have the analyst desk ready. I'll hand it over to Jisun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. And Damwon Kia is now on the 10-match winning streak here in the LCK. A very quick 2-0 win tonight. And Hecarim was unstoppable in this game. This is not a pick that Canyon used to play prior to today's series. Well, Hecarim is usually paired up with Orianna, but this time around we saw Senna Hecarim duo, and we had the hints that they kind of prepared it for the series. I think Africa Freaks had good picks on the first rotation, but still Hecarim was really smart with their jungle path, and also his itemization was on point, so I was able to learn a lot from Canyon actually. Game 1, the teams were focusing on the counter pick, but Game 2 was slightly different, but to put it short, Africa Freaks once again played all AD, full AD comp, but Damwon Kia was able to have more of a versatile comp. They had Zoe and Hecarim, a champion that could dive onto the opponents. They had a very nice damage balance. There's a reason why Khan's Sion didn't die and Fly's Sion died. Because, well, Khan was taking full AD damage, whereas Fly also had to take damage from a very fed Zoe as well. I guess we can put it short that Damwon Kia had better damage balance in this game. Udyr, we thought this champion will be having a lead over Hecarim, but that was not the exact storyline. Let's take a look at this replay. Hecarim is never slow when it comes down to the full clear in the camp. And then Keen was not able to spot him with that ward because Hecarim was able to sidestep away from that vision. And after clearing that Scalded camp, Hecarim was able to make a rotation to the bottom lane. And Hecarim can clear the jungle really fast if he does not take E skill in the early phase of the game. And then later on, we had a skirmish breaking out on the bottom lane because Africa Freaks wanted to make a 3v2 fight, but it was too late because Hecarim was already there with the ghost skill summoner cast activated. And also Damwon Kia's bottom duo was doing a fantastic work turning that fight around. The Divar onto Leehan's was really on point, which allowed more control over Canyon in order to clean up that kill. Africa Freaks wanted to, make Udyr come to that fight faster than Hecarim, but Hecarim was there even faster than Udyr. And because of the Hecarim with his skills, they were not able to re-engage onto that bottom duo. And with that kill in the very early phase of the game, Tamon Kia and especially Canyon was not able to go down after that point of the game. Let's take a look at this fight once again. Maybe because they are the first place team, Tamon Kia is super fast when it comes down to their snowball speed. Canyon goes in, he gets engaged by 4 members of the side of Africa Fricks, but he has so many backup, and because he was so fed, he didn't die there, and then the Devourer puts him to a safer place, and then Gragas was already there, and then it turned into a 4v4 fight. And Everfrost, Sleep, Tatthang, and Tomcat was also going there in order to take the turret aggro as well. Tamon Kia, their mechanical level is the best in the world because they are the world champ. Tamon Kia, with this game 2 victory, they are closing out the series, and the POG will go over to Canyon on that Hecarim performance. 10 kills, 3 deaths, and 9 assists. Hecarim in LCK, well, this champion actually didn't really show up. A lot of people were putting question mark over him, but in this game, Hecarim made a bit of a flex choice with his itemization as well. Canyon, he didn't really build a lot of damage item, but he was able to put a lot of damage onto the opponents. In fact, when he was getting a kill on that Aphelios, well, Canyon had about 300 AD at that point in the game. And then because of the ghost spell, he was able to pick up a kill and then move back to safety. This is the play that we mentioned earlier. This horse is just too fast. And then the knockback is actually the knockback scales of the distance he makes. And 8 out of 9 votes will be the votes number for the POG going over to Canyon. But Showmaker was able to pick up 1 vote from our Great Wolf. And we'll be joined by the POG on the side of Tamon Kia, Khan, and Canyon. Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling?
일단은 좀
First off,
성적이 좋아서 기분 좋은 것 같고
I'm glad that we are on a really good spot, and we will push this momentum forward. I wish we can continue this winning streak. Africa Fricks was also slowly ramping up. They were showing a great performance, especially Keen had a phenomenal performance in the Genji series. What was your mindset for today's match?
요새 기인 선수가
This
보여주는
days
경기력이
Keen,
엄청나다 보니까
he's been popping off.
어느 정도 위축되는
So
감정이
I was a
있었고요.
little bit
일단
scared,
그래서
you know, I
어떻게
was feeling a
하면
bit
또 안
small.
죽고 잘 버스를
So
탈
I
수 있을지
tried my best
많이
to
이제
stay in the
동생들한테
safe
조언도
spot, and I
구하면서
tried my
연습을
best
잘했던
to
것
get
같아요.
carried by my teammates. Canyon, is that true?
방송 의식한 것 같아요.
And he's just being fake, you know, because it's a broadcast. But at the end of the game 2, actually, we saw Khan saying, is LCK joke to you, Canyon? So how does he kind of act in reality? I think Gragas, he got overstepped when he was chasing down the Nautilus. So I don't think he's aware of the fact that he was doing a mistake as well. Let's go back to game first. Keen was playing Nasus into Cyan, a counter pick that was prepared by Africa Fricks. How did the players and Tamon Kia react to that pocket pick? We didn't really expect that to happen, but that was on my option as well. I just kind of thought of playing Nasus into Cyan, but Nasus is good into Cyan just in the laning phase. This champion cannot do much work in the team fight, and it was really good because we were able to get more information about the champion matchups. And you took actually Predator on Lilia, which is not a mainstream choice. So what was the plan behind that rune choice?
롤랭에서 그 소프엠 선수가
I saw SOFM playing Predator Lilia on solo queue, and I copied it, and I think it's really good when you're making ganks.
원수 창출할 때 좀 더.
And it's really good when you are trying to pull up some, set up some pick plays. I think it's good. SOFM starting the redemption Olaf, and now the Predator Lilia is starting to take off in the League of Legends pro scene. And Khan, your Scion is just not killable. You are having 80% win rate on this champion.
저도
8-2 so far.
언제까지 밴 안 하나 보자.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see like how long will the opponents will not ban this champion, because I don't think any team will ban it away from me, and I'm gonna get better win rate record on this champion. Why? What makes your Scion different from others?
아 당연히 있죠.
Of course, there is some points. Any tips?
담원이라는 팀에서
I'm playing in Damwon Kia, you know. I'm playing Scion in Damwon Kia together with my teammates. It's a guaranteed high win rate for you.
팀에서 사이온을 하는 게
Just play Scion in Damwon Kia. That's my tip,
이유인 것 같습니다.
and that's my key to the success of my Scion. Well, buy one not in King Zone. I'm just curious.
자 그리고 다음 경기에서 케냐 선수가 헤카림을 픽을 했는데.
And then Kenyon, you played Hecarim in game 2, something that you hadn't been playing so far. We thought Udyr can out-jungle Hecarim in the early phase, but you were actually was able to outplay Udyr. In fact, is that something that's good together with Senna?
해외 경기들 보면
Watching the other region leagues, we saw a lot of Hecarim versus Udyr matchup.
상대 정글을
Udyr
기다기보다 그냥
doesn't really bully the opponent jungler in the early game.
성장에는 딱히
So Hecarim doesn't really get interrupted when he wants to clear the jungle camp, when he wants to just get farm, and the clear speed is pretty much similar compared to Udyr. So I thought Hecarim was not in a weak side matchup. However, Africa Frix was able to pick up a lot of kills after the Baron fight.
동아 형이 계속 앞에 딜강 나온다고 한 10번
Khan kind of said it 10 times, like Aphelios is in a good spot to do damage. And then
같이 맞아서 죽어서 약간
Ghost died
살짝
from Scion ult and also the zombie Scion, so he went speechless at that point. So we were a little bit quiet after losing that fight really hard, but we were able to come back kind of. And we had a lot of upsets so far, but not Damwon Kia. You know, Damwon Kia, you guys are standing on top of the LCK.
이게 저희가 보여지는 이제 지표로는
I mean,
1등이지만은 그
our stats
내실을 좀
look good.
파악하다 보면은
You know, our stats are on top, but looking at the details in the game, our performance is not that clean. You know, we make mistakes. We don't think we are the best team in the LCK. I think we were just able to buy much time because we were able to take down teams 2-0. But we still need to work on our mistakes. We still have a long way to go. Your next opponent will be Frederick Brion, a team that you guys fell to in the first round robin, the only team that took you down.
일단 저희 팀 내부적으로도
Internally,
Frederick Brion,
we always thought they were a strong team. They are a strong team, and their potential and their performance is really on point right now. So we will not get caught off guard. We will try to focus on the mistakes that we made before, and we will do our best to come back with stronger performance and prepare really hard. I think Khan always have a very long kind of message to let the fans know, you know, for the interview. And Kenyon, would you like to add on to that?
일단 프레디 브리온이랑
I think Frederick Brion is a very solid team. They are really strong.
저희가 이기려면 더
In order to win, I think we have to outplay them. So, which means we have to just keep on grinding. Yes, Damwon Kia is still looking for some perfection to solidify their sole possession of the first place, and that'll be it from Khan and Kenyon. I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation there of the analyst desk and the interview. Always good to hear from Khan and Cannon as well. Khan always giving the great answers as they were pointing out there.
Such a good player to talk to.
Yeah, we do have the standings ready, and I just wanted to throw that. But you go ahead, Wolf.
I mean, I was just going to say, like, the thing about players like Khan, I mean, we've been hyping him up so much, as he really completes this roster, is he is such a veteran, and he's been through highs and lows in his career. They've lost to Fred Brion, right, their next opponent, and to be able to actually show that kind of respect in an interview and to say that, no, this is a strong team, actually, from everything we've seen, and not to actually be overconfident. Those are the kind of qualities you look for in a world-class team. This team looks like they're going to win LCK this year, but I think this team is about to potentially start a dynasty. I saw LS tweet about it like right after I posted earlier during that interview.
Yeah.
But like, this team is coming close to SK Telecom T1's legacy. I mean, they might be the first team that actually gets to touch that legacy, that gets to actually be in the same conversation. If they can continue to be this dominant, I could certainly see it happening. Africa Freaks, this isn't a loss you expect from them. Doesn't necessarily mean they're one step further away from playoffs. If they had upset here, it would have put them like massively closer. They could still get in.
Yeah, they still have 5 more matches, I believe, before the season is over for them. So if they could go 9-9, I mean, it's definitely possible to make it in the playoffs, especially with the new format. Guys, we're going to take a 30-minute break. When we come back, we have T1 up against KT, the Telecom War. Make sure not to miss that.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pog Moment. I'm Atlas, joined by the one, the only, the Valdanalis. This is where he still lives and breathes and thrives. We have sent him home from the LCK broadcast. However, he remains in the Pog state. And here is episode 2, or I guess our second rendition of the Pog Moments. Valdez, did you find any fun ones?
There were some good ones. I felt like there were specifically 3 good ones only.
Okay.
So I was watching all the games and going through all the VODs and combing through them, and I'm like, man, there were some very standard, straightforward games with not any crazy Pog moments. But I found 3, and they're actually all really good. So at least they were hard to find, but at least they were all really good. So looking forward to getting into them. Yeah,
perfect.
Exactly.
All right, well,
analyst.
I guess without further ado, we should probably just hop into the first one and let's go over it. Because like you say, there are 3 very special times from what was you know, it was a difficult week, right? Because we did have the week off for our Sarno, our Lunar New Year, so there were a few less games that you had to comb over. But still, I'm excited that we found some of them. And, you know, having been there and either experienced or watched a bunch of the games, there were definitely some good moments, but you're right. Maybe it was a little bit few and far between. So let's get into number one.
All right, yeah, so taking a look at this, it's DRX up against T1. And if you watch this fight, you'll probably remember it. It's the most value Kindred Ultimate of all time.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen a Kindred Ultimate get more value than this. And, you know, this fight, it looks like it's very one-sided, but actually the game was incredibly close up until this moment. I mean, you can even see it in the gold. And it was DRX kind of coming back. I think T1 took the early lead from what I remember, but Pyosik was getting a lot of value with his Kindred. And basically what it is if you're playing up against a Kindred and all 5 members on the other side are grouped up on the Kindred, you can do one of two things. Either you have to chain all the CC and make sure that the Kindred goes 100-0, or you need to bait out the ultimate, wait it out, and then you re-engage, essentially. T1 had a fantastic engage. The one problem is that the Kindred ultimate went off, and then they blew 3 of their own ultimates straight into the Kindred ultimate. And this is basically what turned the game, and DRX ended up winning this one. And it's just insane that, you know, we all know what Pyosik is able to do, where he essentially is defining a jungle meta by himself in some ways, keeping the Kindred pick alive. And he does something like this, and you're like, why doesn't everybody, you know, highly prioritize Kindred? It's because it's really difficult to do something like this. And, you know, just talking about the play, like, he gets it off, even though the Rakan ultimate is really perfect timing out of Keria. They're not able to chain it, and the Shockwave comes out of Orianna, the Featherstorm comes out of Xayah, and everybody just runs into the Kindred ultimate. It gets so much insane value. And then Bao is like, yeah, hello, perfect timing for me as the KTㅣ to follow up engage, and just totally wipes them on the back side of this. So it's just a really cool
also
play
stealing
overall.
the dragon as well.
Yeah, casually.
Somehow, I don't know how that happened, but
yeah,
I guess this is one of the things. To add some like overarching, I guess, narrative to the story as well. Like, this was a match that was looking like it was going to be very difficult for DRX, and also when you look at the draft, like, this is a poke composition. What have we said about DRX? We've said they're very inconsistent. They struggle to hold on to games because, you know, every single one of their goal graphs is a heart monitor, right? And poke comps are compositions that get snowballed on extraordinarily easily. And even outside of just this one moment, this was DRX playing this poke comp so extraordinarily well. It blew my mind. I was getting frustrated. I wasn't actually casting this one. This was you, Valdez, but I was sitting at home just like gritting my teeth because I don't know how DRX have this, but then they also make some of the ridiculous decisions that they make outside of this sort of game. So this was just a really beautiful performance from a team that, like you say, I think overperformed in this series, but damn, they look good when they do. Yeah. Again, this is one that they're probably going to have on their highlight reel for a very long time. Like, it's it's just the perfect team fight as a poke comp, as you mentioned. For a Kindred to get that much value is just unheard of, basically. You see, like, the Gnar ultimate comes in, and the Shockwave, and then the Featherstorm, and you're like, sometimes as T1, you know, I don't even blame them that much. Like, maybe they could have held back, but because even with the timing of the Kindred ultimate, like, you're not gonna get kills, but you still have to like get their health from 100% to what is it, like 10% that the Kindred health holds you at. So like, yeah, I understand what they were doing, but it was just like way too much value thrown into it. Also, like, sometimes you just put in your inputs and it's like, oh, it's too late. Like, as Orianna, you can buffer your Shockwave. You know, the ball is going out, and essentially, like, he probably could have held back, but it's split-second timing to the point where it's like, you know, I don't even blame
Faker for throwing that one in. I think maybe the most egregious one might have been the Xayah, right? Where it's like, okay, well, you didn't need to do this, but I understand like setting up the feathers in hopes that after the ultimate expires, then you can pull it back and maybe burst them all down. But it ended up just being great follow-up as well from DRX. Like, say what you will about T1's response, but like the fact that they fought through all of that, the Zhonya's timings, and then the timing of the Kai'Sa ultimate rather was basically the icing on the cake that brought DRX the win in the team fight.
Yeah, so congratulations to DRX. They continue to baffle me entirely, but they're definitely a very exciting team to watch. I think I've been pretty outspoken with my opinion on DRX. They confuse the heck out of me, and it's frustrating. However, at least Pyosik is still the darling that we know him as. So, Valdez, what is play number 2 for the Pog moment?
Well, this was probably already the biggest match of round 2, right? It was like right at the beginning of round 2, and it was the rematch of Hamalife up against DK, Damwon Kia. And, just to talk a little bit about what was going into this, like, this was game 1, and it was incredibly close, down to the wire. Like, Vista was having the game of his life, like, his Nautilus hooks were insanity, and, Hamalife were clawing back, essentially, a victory against Damwon Kia. They were ahead, but Damwon Kia were putting up an incredible fight, as they usually do. And all of the team fights were super close, even down to like Sion almost killing Nautilus there at the end. So, if we could just like look at the replay again, you can kind of break down the fight where also the bowling ball is essentially what gets it all started, right? The Lilia showing insane value here as it splashes onto the Kalista, but also Vista even hits the hook before the sleep goes off. So he was probably even going to get that hook anyway. And then again, perfect Killer Instinct timing comes in, and they essentially wipe out DRX, or Damwon Kia, rather. And Damwon were, like, pushing with the Baron for potentially to ending the game, and maybe even winning in a late-game scenario with the Kalista, which would have been insane. But, the play was just too perfect, essentially, that the bowling ball... You see that Khan tries to dodge it and not get the splash, but it barely splashes onto the Kalista. And sometimes that's all you need, that split-second, tiny little millimeter maneuver there to make all the difference. And
this was actually an insane series as well, because like it felt like every single game went extraordinarily late, and we were just flipping on these team fights. And in game number 1, it was definitely Hamalife that came out on top. Like Chovy getting all of that culling damage there as well. I mean, that's an expensive massage right there, as you like to call them, Valdez.
Yeah. It was just an incredibly close series. Like, Damwon even almost were able to turn this fight, even though it looked pretty doomed, and it eventually was. This is another crazy game where like Chovy pulled out the Lucian mid to start, and he basically made Showmaker look like a fool. Like he was, I think he Flame Horizoned him in this game as well.
21 minutes.
Where
I think it was like 21 minutes that he was ahead by like 100 CS.
300 CS. And we were all like, oh man, like is Hamalife just gonna win this series? And then, of course, Damwon were just a little bit, just a tiny bit more consistent and stable in their drafting and also in their play. Like, Showmaker made, one of the best comebacks of 2021, with being able to come back from that domination that he experienced in this game to actually, making a difference. And just, obviously, it wasn't all Showmaker. Like, Damwon Kia as a team are just so sound that it came down to the entire team being able to pull it back. But the team fight is just so perfect. Like,
Vista was
really couldn't
so
have played
good
it
this
better.
series, man. It was just crazy how good he was. After we'd had conversations previously of like, oh, why is Vista just running it down? And I think this week especially, like, I don't know what happened at Lunar New Year, but the guy took some time off, visited family, and came back well and truly refreshed and ready to destroy some people, because this guy was just so good throughout the entire series. So, can you top that? Do we have another one that's worthy of the Pog moment, Valdez?
We do have a third one, and this one is pretty straightforward. You may remember this, DRX against Afrika. This is another series where we're like, is DRX even good now? Like, what happened? And then they just get this perfect team fight that you're just like, oh man. Like, this is one of those ones that's like one of those VODs you see on YouTube where it's like, they definitely just set this up. Like, this isn't real. Like, 10 friends got into a game and they just made the perfect scenario happen in order to make this clip. Like, it's not real League of Legends. This isn't supposed to happen this cleanly. But in a professional match, by the way, the game was just insane, like, so back and forth. Just a doozy of a game. Like, there's no other way to put it. It was just so close, down to the wire, down to the last moment. 40 minutes in, Elder Drake fight, and then DRX just get literally the perfect engage. Like, there's nothing better. Only, I guess, maybe Alistair could have knocked up 5 people instead of 3. Like, and Zaya gets the perfect late game fight where everybody lines up in a row and she can kite back. I think Mao was casting this game and he described it very, very well, where it was like, you know, or maybe it was you, I don't know, but one of you guys were like... It was
the two of us, so it would have been one of us, yeah.
One of you guys was really amazing, and so was the other guy as well. But yeah, it was just like the perfect Zaya fight, where you just kite back, all of your feathers go in a line, all of the opponents line up in a row. Your engaged support tank gets the perfect engage. And you see, you know, like the Elder, by the way, is also taken by the Zaya.
Yeah, taken by Zaya doesn't. It's not a normal thing.
And these were the two series. You know, we just saw DRX versus T1 in the first highlight, and now we see DRX and Afrika. These two series were actually where people are like, Bao is really awesome. Like, people are just beginning to be like, wait, DRX have a bottom lane, and Bao is just an insane carry. When did this happen? You know, again, this is one of the team fights where it's like, man, he's just super clean. Like, you know, it's not all him, obviously, but just the cleanliness, the pristineness of the way the Zaya is played in this scenario is part of the reason people are like, whoa, this guy kind of came out of nowhere, and it's super
Becker,
hyped to have like another big,
In that team fight, it was like, you know, Becker that got that 3-man pulverize like you were talking about, and then it was Bao that was able to follow up so beautifully. And these guys were, you know, the trainees, the rookies making their way up. And you guys can talk about CV Max all you like, but I think that we need to give the credit 100% to these players who have played so well on the big stage without any experience prior to this. Like, yes, you know, they messed around in a couple of you know, Casper Cups and things like that, but outside of it, we haven't really seen anything from these guys, and it's just really impressive. And I think 100% the reason why DRX are so much better than we thought they were, because I think you were same as me, Valdez. When we moved into this season, I was like, well, how are they supposed to do it now without you know, having the stability of a bottom lane that Deft was able to give the team, right? And I guess these words have been pretty tasty over 2021 so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see that they started out mostly invisible. Like, they weren't bad, right? But I think most good players kind of develop this way, unless you're like a superstar, like a Faker or something. Like, you know, not every player comes out and just smashes the best mid laner in 1 second, right? They started out mostly unassuming, and we were like, yeah, you know, like, it seems like DRX are going to be plagued with like a non-existent bot lane. And then slowly but surely, they just got better and better consistently. Like, that's the one consistent thing about DRX, right? Everything else is kind of just up in the air. I mean, the other players are all very good, as we've come to see. But they've just consistently got better and better and better. And I'm really excited to see where they end up, because who knows? I mean, DRX, the more we see them, the more we're like, okay, they just keep winning. They are just still really good.
Yeah.
What is their ceiling? You know, is it eventually going to be like a crazy playoff best of 5 where DRX take down Damwon? Like, I guess that's possible. although at this point not likely. From what we
not
can
hugely
tell.
probable at this stage.
Yeah.
I mean, if Fred at Brion got up there, maybe we'd be flipping some coins, but I don't think so. Not at this point in time. That being said, like, does this DRX do better in playoffs? You know, playoffs were a very difficult time for DRX last year. Same can be said for a team like Gen G. And if they are going to meet each other in the playoffs, like, who is going to be able to rise above what the stigma is around the squad, right? Like, there are a lot of really cool stories that we have to look forward to, especially for DRX. And I'm glad that this week's POG moment really is highlighting what's made this team good, why they're good. And I definitely needed the education, Valdez, because I found it very, very hard to follow this squad, right? Like, and also, like, I don't know. There are decisions that they make. There are drafts that they put together that don't necessarily make a lot of sense. They commit a lot of sins, one could say. But despite the heart monitor graphs and things like this, like, they still put W's on the board, and that is in the end the most important part. I don't think I can even predict like who's going to be getting all of those POG moments either outside of Damwon Kia. So it is definitely very, very exciting. So thank you so much for being on the POG moments for this particular episode. Looking forward to more. See you later, Mr. Valdanalist.
카이사가 죽었기 때문에 연속킬.
하나 끊고 2대1까지는 만들었고 다음역에서
폭등.
은근히 말랑까지 끊어줬고 타나토스.
근데 타나토스가
반격.
우리 건재예요. 또 버티긴 했죠 아트록스가.
그런데 여기서
말랑 딜이 좀 세긴 한데.
은근히 뒤에서 합류하는데
들어갔고요.
자 간호로 완벽인데 세트.
와 초식에 있었어요 든든.
든든 초시계로 한번 버텨내면서 2등만 보고 상대 둘을 끌어내는데 성공하는 농심랜드 포스.
들어가면서
어디로 가죠? 시즈를 노리는데 시즈 전멸 빠졌고 시즈 이걸로 안 끝날 것 같아요. 안 끝나요 이거. 위쪽에
더.
자 아래쪽.
과감하게 들어갔으면
시즈 전멸 없거든요. 막 들어가요. 다 DRX.
진영이 같이 맞으니까 진영이 오히려 위험할 것 같다는 생각이 들면서 근데 AP가 날아가면서 딜해주고
네 그래도 자 반격 이거 후면해요.
그래도 로고가 발견되는데 브리온 한번 더 버티나요?
브리온이에요 영대 살아가서 비전 이동
큐 화살 자
서로 낙하전했는데
근데 이 픽이 실수 황제 뭐야
로버의 대박. 자 베인이 등장을 하나요? 베인으로 모여 있는데
이거는 레오나가 겁주면서
버킹 흔들고 미니 안 걸리고 확대
리스를 못 잡아요.
밀려요.
야 진짜 대박 났습니다.
하나 생명 먹으면 끝난다. 근데 대처 빠르죠. 버리까지.
그리고 천이가 이걸 레드 달고 있기 때문에 막 들어가죠. 칼리스타
천이
약하거든요.
와 2대1이고 뭐고 그냥 막 달려듭니다.
맞으면서
트리플킬.
천이 카이팅.
버리까지.
버라킬.
오! 뒤로 밀어주고 점프 어디로 갈 데가 없어요.
과연
자 배수진을 치고 드래곤 톡톡
일단 모글리 먼저 물리긴 했는데 문도는 생각보다 잘 안 죽어요. 또
아,
세명
뛰어내면서.
띄우긴 했고요. 와!
과감한 한타.
속이 안 맞았어요.
빗나갔고
노아 득점하면서 딜로스 났거든요.
서커.
이야 T1 이거 사이언이 없는 상황일 때 야 그라가스 지금 패치기 전멸.
과감하게
스포
레이븐 마무리.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the LCK for our second match of the night, the Telecom War. T1 up against KT Rolster, and a lot of people looking forward to this match. It's the next time T1 comes out after getting utterly stomped by Fred at Brion.
Yeah.
See how they do today.
And this is T1. You can't write a worse script for this team this season. They had a great start, but fan expectation was always high, and even though they started off well, there's just been a lot of issues in terms of where their rosters are going, what their drafts are with the players that they're fielding, having anti-synergy, for example, Closer playing Seraphine in that series just 2 days ago. And fan expectations are, I feel like, not high anymore, but actually it's just a lot of immeasurable disappointment. And even if they win against KT, I know the fan reaction will be, well, I mean, it's against KT, but I mean, like, did they win well enough, right? Or how are they going to do against stronger teams? We're going to take a look at our points of the match, but I mean, this is a series where you would have, before that series against Fred at Brion, 100% favored T1 to take this, and I think you still do. It's just that there's that question mark about the 9th roster that we will be seeing tonight.
Turns out it's T9 tonight. And this is Zeus, LM, Closer, Teddy, and KTHY. So it's going to be the first time that Teddy and LM play with each other. And, you know, the rest of the lineup has kind of been stable for the last, 2 or 3 versions. Dub's in the starting lineup as well, by the way, for KT. Can he help KT defeat T1 and take 5th place? So this is really important because, with playoffs on the horizon, every single matchup matters. And T1 currently on the downswing. KT are a little bit as well, but I mean, anything can happen in an LCK best of 3. So
yeah,
could be a huge win for either side.
You can see that the stats actually between these two teams in terms of their damage percentage. We know that KT has always been very mid and top focused, but recently that's been a little bit. There's been a little bit more coming in for Hybrid. If you look at his stats throughout the year, they don't look this good. But in round 2, he's actually carried a little bit more of the weight, whereas Gideon has been struggling in terms of his damage output in the jungle. For T1, it's a little bit more of a passive split in terms of the top and bottom side. You can see it's very similar. Way less damage done overall for Zeus versus that of Doran. You can see how much he really impacts the game. And also, look at KTHY's damage, by the way, number 2 in the league in terms of support.
Also, the AD carry damage for T1 is surprisingly low, percentage-wise, right? I mean, compared to the rest of the league, you're running 2 of the most talented AD carries in the league, and yet you're 8th amongst all LCK teams. Pretty surprising to me, and everybody has their opinions on the different T1 rosters. I actually think that Teddy is the right choice nowadays, in terms of if you're really trying to put your best foot forward. Say what you will about 10-man rosters and trying to, have them compete and potentially build up the skill of the younger players and stuff like this. But I think right now Teddy is playing better. So I'm kind of glad that he does come out here tonight.
And I would say that for me, I'm still not sold on Dove. If we're talking about KT Rolster now, as we take a look at their starting roster, I feel like Ucal's experience and his performances have overall been better across this season. Gideon hasn't been able to prove himself just yet, but he has played quite a few games now and has been the consistent jungler since Blank left. But KT Rolster here, they did narrowly defeat a pretty on-form T1 in the previous round robin with a 2-1 score. And it felt like actually that was one of the big turning points for T1 where they started to struggle against some of the weaker teams. From that point on. Maybe a win here tonight, a decisive 2-0 over KT Rolster could get the ball back rolling into their core. If you take a look at the bottom side of the map, I mean, it is no contest. Across almost every metric, Teddy has the best stats in the league in the AD carry position, whereas Hybrid is down to bottom 2.
Yeah.
And this is just a terrible, horrible mismatch. I mean, Hybrid's positioning has been an issue. His laning has been fairly weak. I mean, make no mistake, he's shown promise in the past, but this has been a very weak season for Hybrid, and a lot of people would say he's the worst AD carry player in Korea right now just based on these stats.
Yeah, which is crazy because, I mean, he is a very talented player. He just hasn't really shown it this split, Players have ups and downs, and I think that Hybrid's currently going, through the downswing, potentially with an upswing later on, hopefully, in this year. Keep in mind that Teddy had, by the way, the top damage percentage of any AD carry. So remember what I was saying about that AD carry damage percentage, it being 8th between the 2 of them. That's not because of Teddy. Teddy's the one doing the most damage in the league for AD carries in terms of percentage. So there you have it. And yeah, he's going to be coming out here tonight. You know, a lot of people were looking at the last roster and saying, well, it's just the youngest roster they could have fielded, right? There's not much experience here outside of KTㅣ. And I think Teddy, with his veteranship, will come in and provide a leading voice for this young roster.
LM being on the roster too, he plays a lot more slow than Wonder does. Like he's a lot more passive. He's very much a reactionary jungler, likes to follow weak side and protect the top lane. Like in this game, I think he's going to be hovering around Zeus a lot. Wonder was a jungle player that stuck with Closer a lot, right, and played around Closer's mid assassins. So when Lilia was banned away and when Closer was forced to play control mages, I think that synergy that they had in their previous series where they did go 4-0 kind of fell apart. And if Closer is going to be playing more control mage style play in this series, then I do like LM being in, because I think that that's a synergy that works better for the pace of the game that T1 plays when LM is in. So we'll see what they pick and what they draft. But, I mean, I feel like LM is a player who works especially well with Faker, right? And obviously, you know, we haven't seen Faker in quite some time, and I don't expect we'll be seeing him anytime soon either, just based on the trend. But let's see. Let's see what they draft. We'll get some more ideas about this substitution here for LM. And it feels like we're always playing a bit of a detective game with Danny. He's always one step ahead of us, you know, trying to pick up the clues.
Yeah. You know, what direction are we heading in for this T1 squad? Always a big question mark above the heads of us all. And yeah, I think the Nari take that away from Doran 100%. Zeus also a great Gnar player, but they're not thinking about picking it early, it looks like here, so they just take that away. Hecarim is moving up in terms of tier. I think in Korea, you know, Canyon comes out and kind of stomps Afrika in that last match that we did just see with the Hecarim, who apparently has disappeared, so maybe he's a little bit shy. There he is. But yeah, definitely cool to see that banned away. The Renekton also taken away from Zeus. By the way, in the series, guys, just want to make a note. We have Zeus against Zeus.
Yes.
This is the reason why we call Zeus and Zeus. Zeus was here first, and there isn't an E in his name. It's actually pronounced Zeus in Korean. So it kind of made sense for us to use the Korean pronunciation of Zeus.
Yep.
For the top laner of T1. So just another explanation out there for you guys who are going to type in the chat, Zayus. I know that is going to happen, and I just wanted to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
Well, we have the targeted ban now as we jump back into the draft for a second here to Closer's Lucian. So I think T1 would do well to grab the Lilia here and look towards maybe a different AD mid, if that's going to be where they want to go. I think it's the safest pick right now. You want to empower LM, even though he's a more passive jungle player. They're going to actually first pick the Thresh, who's rising back up in popularity right now.
I kind of like that. It is KTㅣ after all.
Thresh has like been so relevant across so many different metas in League of Legends, just because his kit has been largely unchanged, and it's just so strong.
Yeah, you know. They're not going to change up the kit, and it's incredibly strong. You can nerf him as much as you want. Kind of happens with kits that are very overpowered. You can nerf a champion an insane amount of times. Just look at Zoe, and she's still in the meta because of her kit. As Rel is going to be picked up here. So Zeus going to be playing that one.
Yeah, very rare to see Rel actually make it through this draft, but with the targeted ban towards Teddy's Kalista here, and with the Tristana coming in, that ends up working out. And they can actually grab the Lilia, so I really do like this draft here. Well, they go for the Udyr instead, which can work out. We'll see what we end up filling out this draft with for KT, but you really do need a strong control over the top of the map, and often mid-prio as well, which is not easy when we're talking about Dove versus Closer. I know Closer's been probably the most criticized League of Legends player across all regions this year, despite being a top player, though. He is mechanically very strong. He's a very gifted player. Even though decision-making has sometimes lapsed. He has had some lapses in judgment. See what they end up playing with this Lilia, which is not a surprise we get. We might get a hint towards that mid laner, though. I mean, the Lucian is removed. I would love to see Aurelia, but it's going to be the Aphelios lock-in before that second ban phase with the Thresh.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, Teddy has shown prowess on this champ already. He's only played one game of it, but I remember it was quite the nice game. Picked up a win on that, and obviously with the Thresh, as you mentioned. A great pairing down there. Dove has a smile on his face, and he's like, really? We're playing Jinx? Seems like that is going to be the choice.
It's been really commonly paired with the Thresh, and now it's going to be playing against the Thresh with the Rel, but this is a really strong bottom lane for KT Rolster. There's a lot of combos you can hit the same way with Crash Down. The Aurelia ban comes through. I personally, I get the idea here for the draft because Closer has been so inconsistent, even though his mechanics have been good, that I think you do want to draft for Teddy with this 9th variation of T1 rather than prioritizing the Aurelia. So you can't get both. You can't have your cake and eat it in this case. And that's the consequence of picking the Aphelios here is you no longer have that option. With the AP jungler, you would love to have an AD mid, especially an assassin for Closer, but that won't be the case this time around. Probably going down control mage territory.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how deep the champ pool goes for him in terms of those 80 kind of carry picks in the mid lane. I mean, even Camille, you know, oftentimes in the top lane, but I would even put it past Closer to be able to play that in the mid lane. We haven't seen that in a while.
I agree. I completely agree. That's why this ban is so strong here for KT Rolster. I don't think we've actually seen him play the Akali. No, we have not seen him play Akali mid. That's really fallen out quite a bit. Yone has fallen out as well. Akali would be a lot of AP damage for the squad, so I don't think that's really on the cards. But Yone is hard to play into Udyr. He's going to get himself caught, oftentimes trapped. His mobility, you know, is a lot shut down by Udyr, even when he's detached in spirit form. Just can't chase as easily if Udyr is helping to peel against him. So that's a little bit tougher.
What are we going to see here? Where's the blind pick? It is going to be Sion. I love it.
Safest blind pick ever. And Doran always has a lot to say about everything he picks. And yeah, we don't know what he said, but he had a strong opinion about it.
Yeah.
And it's usually, you know, Doran who actually ends up getting the final pick for KT Rolster on red side almost every time. They're actually going to pick the champion he's played a ton this season against him here in the Aatrox, potentially. And that would be a pretty aggressive pick into the Sion. Zoe locked in first. One of Closer's better ones.
Yeah.
Going to pick a mage in the mid lane. This is the one.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's one of those mages that he has actually shown some great moves on so far. The question is, what are we throwing in the top lane here up against Sion? Most likely, Sion.
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, they considered the Aatrox. I think that's a pretty aggressive choice, and they will keep it. This is going to give them a lot of power in mid-game skirmishes around objectives, around the Drakes, around the Rift Herald. There's an insane amount of damage output that they're going to have at that early stage of the game. But, you know, into the Sion, you're not going to be able to put that much lane pressure on. It's going to be fairly safe up there, especially if Gideon helps babysit the top lane. As, oh, okay.
Whoa, really? Okay.
Vladimir.
So Vlad into, I would assume this is the mid lane.
I think it's the mid lane, yeah, into Zoe. It's kind of awkward though, because if you get slept, you lose a lot of the power in your kit. It looks like it is going to be in top lane. And we can lane swap with this too. So
I didn't have it in my mind that Dove was like a Sion player, you know?
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about how this is going to all go down. It's very stable in terms of just laning, but his decision-making around rotations, like when they're going to try to take Rift Herald fights against this Aatrox comp, like you can't be indecisive with this Sion pick. You have to be really quick on the rotation. You have to be absolutely ready to go at a moment's notice. And players like Khan, players like Fly even, who, you know, has made some bad decisions, but like he plays Sion mid because he knows the times to rotate. He's an aggressive player. Dove, I don't know if he's going to be able to make those same choices as quickly, or if he'll be able to mechanically pull this one off in team fights. The laning phase is not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the skirmishes, right?
Exactly. I mean, you know, on paper, you look at the draft, like, yeah, the Sion into the Zoe, great. You know, it all makes sense, right? We were highlighting the fact that the Sion can be flex, and it does get flex. But when you look at the names, we're like, you know, it does raise a question. And, of course, to have Vladimir be the counter pick into the Aatrox is just something we rarely see because we don't really see these two champs too often.
Not
nowadays,
anymore, yeah.
Especially Vladimir.
Yeah, I think he was played fairly recently in the LEC, if I'm not mistaken. And he's kind of seen play around regions, and has definitely been banned quite a few times. Making a bit of a comeback Vladimir, so hoping Doran can play him pretty well here.
Yeah, there you go. So we'll have to see how this one goes down. Maybe getting a little bit of inspiration from Atlas's recent Pog State episode, where he looked fantastically vampiric as Vladimir. Pretty interesting in this meta. I remember in the past you used to just stack the cooldown reduction, as it was called in the past, very early on, and you were pretty immovable even in the early stages of the game because you had so much cooldown reduction. You can sustain really well. But nowadays, you know, with the changes to the items and stuff, I feel like he's kind of fallen out just a bit. But we'll have to see how that top lane does go and what exactly he decides to build here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tempo in how you use his health bar, basically, in the top side of the map. So he can, if he needs to be, he can be super passive and can play a strong weak side, right? Where I know that's probably not the best word I should have chosen, but he could play a very powerful and very safe weak side if that's the case, if that's what I go with. But with the Udyr here, if you trade aggressively, you can set up for kills with fast rotation. So the timing of where the jungles are around that top side of the map is going to be oh so important. He just has such a great escape. Can really push the issue super hard in lane, and then if things go badly, just get out.
Yeah. I'm taking a look at this bottom lane. Of course, Hybrid is one of the guys that immediately jumped onto the Jinx the second it was buffed. I think he may have even played a game before that, as we do have a lot of trading here in the bottom side. He's already played 2 games of it, Hybrid. He's 1-1, and he's been pretty solid on it. He hasn't been super flashy and, you know, carrying games or anything like that, but definitely pretty decent on the pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a very fast adaptation from him, and he does not have a fun time, of course, before Rel hits 2 and then level 3 here. Just getting harassed nonstop by Teddy. That's just how it's going to go. Dove again in lane. He's not going to be a superstar, but he is. He should be fairly stable. Okay, LM is actually a really nice rotation here, but unfortunately a little bit too slow.
Yeah, and he was spotted on the ward, so they know that he's in the jungle. Zeus is going to be able to come on over here, but Gideon pretty low. I mean, they're getting on in here. That hook is not going to come in, and Gideon just goes ahead and smites that one down. He's like, all right, well, fine. Guess I'll just get out of here then.
Yeah, for a moment I thought Ellum was actually going to consider committing the flash because they had the lantern to help get him out. He could have tried to look for the flash kill there, but too risky. Getting a cleanse out of Hybrid this early on is pretty fantastic as well here. So, quick reaction from Hybrid, but that's still you're going to lose. And now Teddy is going to threaten plates at 3:30 on the clock.
Yeah, just getting the win in that early trade and getting level 2 first means they were able to slowly build up a wave and crash it in and get that first plate, as you were mentioning, at 3.5 minutes. Definitely going to feel pretty good about that one.
I actually really like this rotation from Doran to check to see if Elim is on blue, because they're going to look for a timing here to trade in the top lane, and they know he's at least not on blue, so he's not that close by. The ping goes down, though, as he is spotted on the ward that he clears, so... Ooh. Okay, this is a lot of damage. Like, this is already starting to look like a disaster here, unfortunately, for Hybrid in this lane.
Yeah.
You have to hit too quickly with Rel, or you're going to have a hard time against the Aphelios Thresh, and they got it so late, and oh no.
These junglers just kind of playing with each other right now, you know? Pretty cool stuff. Keep trades back and forth. Yeah, looks like they want to rotate down. We do have the prio from Closer from the mid lane, who is going to rotate on in. Zay's looking to get this one going as the flash will come out, and more trading in the bottom side is going to force the flash from Zeus as well.
T1's just winning in on all parts of the map right now. Observer's trying to keep up. And this is the power that you have with an Aatrox around skirmishes too. Like, you're very happy to take that exchange.
Oh man. KTㅣ is actually going to miss that one, but Teddy gets the auto down, and it is going to be the kill. So regardless, the play works, and it is just insane domination down in the bottom side. You were talking about one of the biggest mismatches, Teddy versus Hybrid,
yeah,
but it's also KTㅣ who's just insane and the one consistent piece of T1, and they are just dumpstering this bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, unfortunately, a bad start that just goes from bad to worse. And, I mean, the Lantern's out early. They want more.
They're really trying to make this happen. They get the flash away, and the Chompers there are going to lock Teddy down. And now Rel's coming in. Teddy trying to flash for the kill. And, well, sometimes you get a little bit too overzealous, and that was an overstepping.
Yeah, KTㅣ got turret aggro first. So, you know, with how his health bar was, that's, I don't think how they wanted to play that one out. Just ended up being a small mistake there, and was really well handled by KT Rolster. So, just T1 things. I hate to say it, but you know, you have all the leads, you have all the advantages, and then you just get a little bit overzealous. So watch this again. So, they're going to go back to that first pick where Zeus, now I'm overcompensating, does get forced back here.
It's rough.
And then, you know, you have so much mobility with this Lantern, you can just go for the chase. Super easy. Tay's going to get the auto. It's the root. And then we're probably going to replay of KTㅣ autoing. That actually starts us off. So he has turret aggro. He actually, it's the flail that he goes for that gets him the turret aggro, and Hybrid's like, okay.
Yeah, Hybrid plays it pretty well.
Yeah.
You know, you could have tried to run back towards the Udyr that was coming in, but he actually realized that, okay, Teddy's on the top side of the turret, so if I just avoid him, I avoid the majority of the damage. And even though they're trying to, you know, trade the turret shots and tank it, and KTㅣ was trying to basically sacrifice himself in that situation, it just ended up being played really well by Hybrid to avoid that. And as you mentioned, they didn't have to do that. Right?
Yeah,
You got the kill, you were so far ahead, take the extra plates, and just go with that. And this has been one of our frustrations with T1.
It's like T1 wants to prove, like, this is the problem with the players, right? Like, they're always trying to prove something, it feels like, right? In this case, you know, I think Teddy has proven enough, and I think every fan trusts him, right? Like, he's a superstar. Even on his time in Jin era, everyone knew he was, like, destined for greater things than that team, right? But when you look at it at this stage, like, he's playing against one of the most sought-after rookies in Gumayusi. Like, Gumayusi's not in this game, but Teddy's still competing with him, right? So you have to, sometimes it feels like this team is trying to prove something more than actually just get a flash and take a trade and win. Like, look at Closer's follow flash, right, that I got so upset about a few T1 series ago. It's like, just take your W's. You don't actually have to, do you have a Reddit, you know, front page Twitch clip? It's like, just take your wins and take your advantages.
Well, we have this Infernal Drake first, and you can see that T1 are trying to set it up after taking the blue. A really nice play comes in, but this is Scion mid again. KTㅣ is going to get clawed out here, but huge damage comes out from Teddy. The sleep as well from the Lilia. Element's getting in there, able to execute Zeus, and is looking for more. Teddy in the back line just shelling out damage like a turret at this point. Hybrid not able to get away from this. The double kill goes to Teddy, one to Elim, and they do convert on the play.
I mean, this is a really good play from KTㅣ. It looks silly at the beginning of the fight because he's alone and he gets caught, but you could just tell that he knows the follow-up is coming. He knows the rotations are coming down and that Elim is very nearby. And this composition is so good at skirmishing, right? Like, especially with the Lilia early on with Sleep, you can basically turn a team fight with that ability alone, not to mention her, you know, long-term damage. And, like, she's here, everybody's here, Dove is coming down, but you have the numbers advantage here. And when they set up the Sleep, it's just like, that's the end of it.
Elim dodged it with the watch out heat, actually, the train that was coming in from Scion. And he gets a huge Sleep, follows up, really well played by him.
So well played by him, and then the follow-up damage is just too much at the skirmishing comp. Not to mention that, you know, Doran does have teleport. He didn't need to use it in this case, but you have to think of all the possibilities in a fight like this. And, I mean, Dove had to come down. He gets dodged, and it's like, you can't win once the Sleep goes through. Like, how do you turn that? You just can't.
Yeah. And, you know, that's how you prove yourself, right? Do it like Elim. You don't have to go crazy and overstep and dive turrets. Just play out the team fights like a god and carry it just a bit there. And you'll get noticed. As you can see, the gold difference in the bottom lane is pretty massive at this point. Even though they did overstep just a bit, they still have a pretty large lead down there. So Teddy and KTㅣ are still feeling good, especially after that last fight where Teddy was able to pick up the double kill.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to be a ton of money over to this Aphelios. It's already got a little bit of turret plate gold. And if this continues here for T1, they're going to scale so well. The first Drake is an Infernal Drake. So the sole conversation about how strong that could actually be for T1 too later on doesn't get to be had because it's not going to be an Infernal Soul. But I think that's part of the reason why T1 haven't really fought over this Drake either. Like, they don't need to. And KT's comp does not ever want to take that skirmish right now this early in the game around either the Rift Herald or the Drake. You need a little bit more control over the game before you can even, I think, be the one who's going to start that. Or, you know, at least have vision of them on the other side of the map doing the opposite one. That's when you can get an objective. And now, if they're able to scout this Rift Herald take, they might actually commit. And that's what we are seeing here.
Yeah. Just generally what happens. Udyr, a lot better at taking the Dragon solo. Lilia has a fun time with the Rift Herald, so kind of just trade out these first two objectives. T1 get their choice of it, and then will choose the Rift Herald. Yeah. Mentioned, so he's going to be able to grab that one. We'll see what lane he throws it in. I think you just go bot and throw it bot. You already have that lane pretty low. You can feed Teddy even more.
Yeah, then you take Teddy top, and then he gets maybe some plates in the top lane. So I absolutely agree. That's the way to do it here. I mean, Zeus doesn't need any help up here right now either. Or rather, yeah, Zeus doesn't need help against Thorin here. And I don't know, Valdez, I'm a little bit worried about KT's composition transitioning later on too, because this Udyr pick hasn't done much. The Vladimir hasn't proven itself to be a strong counter pick, or there just hasn't really been any attention to the top of the map at all here for KT. Like, Gideon is just PvEing this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's a couple things, right? You get this Scion Jinx that we've been calling for a little bit. It has really great front-to-back team fighting. Vlad in the lane, he goes even with the Aatrox. He's not going to be able to pressure him early on until he's like post-level 9, as is the way with the Vlad. And once he gets a couple of items, we'll see some of his team fight prowess. But when you get a really nice early lead like this with T1, you might not even need to worry about it. You could just end the game in the early to mid stages and get your Aphelios so far ahead that it turns out you're the one that's hyper carrying compared to the Jinx.
Yeah, no, I wonder like if this composition for KT just doesn't try to control the top lane though. Like, why'd you pick the Udyr? I mean, you know, it's really unfortunate because he's not going to have that same ability to like knock half of the players on your opponent's side of the map out of a team fight with a sleep. He is great at collapsing in and trying to look for, you know, a 2v1 pick in the top side, sometimes in mid, depending on the matchup. And he just hasn't been able to be active in any of these exchanges, really. So I feel like a lot of other jungles could have been the better option, and they picked it early.
Especially Lilia, which is available and hovered, you know.
It's like, why commit to this if you're not going to draft around it? Then when you go in-game, if you're not going to play around it either, if you're not even going to try to make it work. They're actually going to put this in mid, which also works great with Zoe. So I don't hate this.
Yeah.
And, actually, it's going to force a big reaction here out of KT Rolster.
The only thing about this is that you don't get that first turret blood as early. I guess it's T1, they're like, well, we're going to get it anyway. We're so far ahead, so we don't really need to force the issue and take down Teddy's turret this early. We're not going to rotate him just yet. Maybe they want to focus on some more dragon fights and keep them down on the bottom side of the map.
You split
around those objectives.
Yeah, you spread the gold a little bit more. You're going to get more plate gold total because of this, very likely. So Teddy's going to get this whole thing by himself.
Ooh. I don't think they got that.
They did not get it.
Ooh,
that's sad.
So close, dude.
I mean, like, it was on the 13:59 second mark when he pressed the auto attack.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Oh, man.
Gideon's really fast. I don't think he's going to care too much about this.
1,000 gold in turret plates because of those mid plates. So at the end of the day, I mean, it could be a little bit more, obviously, if they got that last plate on the bottom side. But at the end of the day, putting that Rift Herald mid, like I said, just guaranteed a little bit more gold total. And KT, unfortunately, not having any control over the map whatsoever. It's going to be Chem Tank Scion. Not a shocker here. Just kind of ends up being a good item for everyone that's a frontliner.
Yeah, Chem Tank is just really insane, actually.
It's crazy that they actually are nerfing some of the champions that Chem Tank works well instead of just nerfing Chem Tank. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I kind of do agree. I think the item is a bit of the problem. When you have like 5+ being built in one game, multiple times in a row, yeah, I think maybe the item's the problem, not the champion.
That's going to be mid turret.
They just have
early.
insane siege. Like,
Yeah.
from ahead, Aphelios Zoe is just laughing at Sion.
And this comp doesn't scale poorly either. The Aatrox pick hasn't actually gotten them any kills in team fights, but it has, I think the threat of it and the threat of a Zeus teleport here just means that KT haven't been willing to take these skirmishes or fights outside of that, you know, kind of funky exchange we had earlier with KTㅣ looking for the hook. KT just aren't willing to fight against this comp, which means that T1 just control the map and then have now controlled turrets. And you're very happy with T1 to just give one Infernal Drake to have a mid turret down with Zoe as your mid laner. So now you have more vision. Now you have the ability to set up a lot more poke on the map. And I know a lot of T1 fans want to be frustrated right now, but you can't really be frustrated with this game.
Yeah, it's going really smoothly so far. There was the one hiccup, but other than that, they've been in total control this entire time. So looks like, you know, you're talking about rotations. Maybe going up to the top side is KTㅣ and Teddy. At least they want to respond to this dive. As the wave is totally cleared out and the Lantern is ready, can he click it is the question. He doesn't even want to click it. They want to turn it around. The three of them couldn't do any damage to that Aatrox. I mean, Vlad doesn't even have his first item ready yet, so that was a bit of a optimistic dive right there.
Yeah, he's still Hextech Alternator at the moment. KTㅣ wants more. Can he dodge the hook? This is what I'm talking about with Vlad. Like, he can get out of pretty much anything. Too bad he's got a core drinker.
Yeah. It's not like the old days.
He would have loved to toss a redemption in there, you know?
Make that play and then teleport to the bottom side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not going to happen, but Teddy gets this turret, so 300 extra gold over to the Aphelios, who's 3-1-1. Imagine how better this game could have even gone if he didn't die in that exchange earlier. Like, imagine how further ahead, how much faster he would have gotten the bottom turret. He might have even gotten some plates on the top side. I shudder to think of the possibilities, but T1 are just so ahead. And sure, their Aatrox is going to have some issues scaling into the late game. But I feel like if T1 just continue to fight over these objectives now and control vision, you're not worried about the Aatroxes falling off because you're going to have so much damage on this Aphelios, this Zoe. And Lilia can set up your team fight so safely. Not to mention that, you know, Lilia can actually get into the thick of things to set up sleeps because you have a Thresh that she can escape with. And she'll probably get a Zonius later on, too, after that Dead Man's Plate.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And could be going double mask as well, but regardless, it's kind of what I was talking about the other day, where it's like the Lilia trifecta, where you get the two masks and you get the Zhonya's, and you're just like, oh, I can finally breathe easy now. I have everything I ever could have wanted in this game, and I'm kind of just unkillable, and I do crazy things in team fights. And Ellen is certainly accelerating his way there.
Lilia is just, I mean, it's been so crazy that when you think about Olaf being picked over her for so long this season, you know, before his nerf, and then still you're like, I don't know. Like, I look back, I'm like, I mean, it feels like Lilia would have been the best back then too.
Yeah.
And now that she is the top jungle pick, you can really see her potential as Zeus once again under fire, but this is not enough minions here.
Yeah.
This isn't going to last.
They're like trying to use the Udyr now for the top lane matchup.
I know! That's
pressure.
What I'm saying,
it's
dude.
Like, well, it's a little bit too late, guys.
Maybe 10 minutes ago this could have been a solid rotation, but it's just not enough proactivity here for KT Rolster with the comp they chose.
Yeah, they've kind of just been doing this thing where they are just sitting back and
doing this thing called not doing anything.
Not really doing anything.
Yeah.
It's a very passive kind of play style from KT nowadays, and I think it kind of just stems from lack of confidence, and playing from behind is rough. You know, it's not easy to make plays like that, but
it's also, I think, an issue of, like, you going back to what you just said about the lack of confidence. I think with Gideon and Dove here, there's not as strong of a leader to make calls. You know, it's going to have to be up to Doran oftentimes to be that veteran here. Even though he himself isn't, you know, he's not that storied of a player, he doesn't have that long of a history. But with no Blank, no UCal here on this roster, it feels like the decisiveness that we have seen in the past from KT this season, it just isn't there. And with this draft, I think you need that. And if you don't have it with an Udyr pick, you're just gonna slowly fall off, right? This has been the goal difference here this game for T1. They've just gotten, slightly increased, despite the fact there haven't been any kills really since that last skirmish.
Yeah. We had like the bottom lane dominance in the 2v2, and then we had the one fight around the KT blue. And then other than that, we've kind of just been sailing, and we do get a pause even though UCal is not playing. So I'm curious to see who is having the issue today.
UCal's like, I usually listen to music on the side. He's like, my AirPods aren't working.
Pause the game.
Looks like this is a T1 issue. Looks like
Maybe Teddy.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll get an update shortly as to what the issue is, but it doesn't seem to be affecting his gameplay based on what we're seeing in this game right now.
Yeah, but the headset is off.
Yeah.
And we know that the pause is not going to end until the headset is on, so we'll have to wait for that. Hybrid not feeling so great right now, not enjoying his life in this game as the Jinx.
Yep. It's rough, man. I mean, he's a player that has had his moments, right? And especially on like hyper carry champions in the past. I think you and I were talking about this earlier, where he plays a lot of Samira. I mean, I know I've been talking about that all season long. It feels like almost every single KT game was like Samira Aatrox controlling those mid-game fights. Similar comp to what we're seeing from T1, in fact, is what we often had back then. But now Samira is just kind of removed from the game. We actually have two issues. KTㅣ is having problems with his keyboard inputs, and Teddy has a mouse problem, so suddenly hardware failures. But yeah, I mean, Samira's kind of removed from the game on this patch. She's just extremely nerfed. I mean, it's not like she's unplayable, but she already had a pretty niche role here in the LCK, and her win rate was very low. Not even really breaking above 40%. And so now it's like, Hybrid has to change its playstyle quite a bit and has to go back to some old favorites. And it is not working out here with the Jinx so far. That's been his new MO. Not in this game.
No, not really. And it's interesting, the bottom half of the LCK right now, because we see Fred Brion taking big wins recently over T1. We saw Liv Sandbox upset Gen G, right?
Afrika on the rise, yeah.
Afrika is on the rise. Nongshin, even. They're doing decently. I feel like the one team on the bottom half that's kind of on the downward swing is actually KT, even though they're currently in 6th place. So, the season isn't over, and they certainly have not locked in that 6th place spot just yet. So I don't know what they're gonna have to change something, because even the bottom half below them are all turning up the jets.
Yeah, it is. It's a very desperate time for KT, and even though I know T1 has struggled a lot recently based on fan expectations, but still their play mechanically and what you could see with your eyes, what they call the eye test for T1, is still strong, right? Even though I think their fans aren't as happy with their performance as the standings show that they are. But I feel like if you're a T1 fan, you shouldn't be worried about playoffs yet. If they end up losing this series, start to get a little bit more worried, right? But they're in this series right now, crushing it in the early game. And you could see that even though it's their 9th variation, it's the first time these players have played together at a pro game, and that decision was made literally yesterday, by the way. So they played their series on Thursday, had a day, submitted rosters last night, and now that's how quickly the turnaround is for this. It's not like they had like a whole weekend to scrim together and be like, okay, this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
The fact that they're still holding together here against KT is a good sign that they will maintain that top spot. KT is the team that feels like are really starting to slip and fall down. You're starting to worry about KT's staying power in the second round robin with the lack of blank, etc., right? Like, this looks like a weaker KT roster, and that's where you're like, okay, well, you're looking weaker, and those hungry teams that you were talking about, the bottom might go take their spot. This is a very important series for KT roster. If they get upset here and take this win like they did in the previous Telecom War, it gives them a lot more breathing room.
Absolutely. And LCK, very competitive. There's a lot of teams hungry to take your spots. So every match you would love to get that win, but we'll have to wait and see how it does go. Closer. Oh, that was a really nice combo there. looking to get in. Zeus gonna block the second half of that one, as Doran will be forced to actually hit the pool, as now Closer's just having a great time. This is what happens when you're this far ahead as the Zoe, and you're playing against Vladimir, Udyr, Sion, that are not very good into sieges. You have a Jinx who is decent, but obviously not good enough to handle this siege alone. And so every single time they walk up to a turret, KT are just like in absolute defense mode, and T1 just get to have fun and shell them down.
Yeah. It's Cosmic Drive, by the way, that's rushed out here for Doran. So a lot of potential extra movement speed and ability to move around those team fights is actually really huge for Vladimir. It's cool to see that.
Eventually, we'll go into that Night Harvester, but yeah, rushes that out. And, you know, it's kind of like a two-item sweet spot for Vlad. You could eventually build out his Zhonya's as well for just having more time to reset your cooldowns, which is really important as the Vladimir player.
Yeah, I mean, the ability haste is extremely important for him, as you were kind of talking about earlier. He's holding his own. Like, the top lane has kind of been the one part of this game where we haven't seen that much action. It's been much more bottom-focused and mid-focused. So controlling a lot of this vision, the Rift Herald that was given to T1, I think is so important because it opened up the bottom side of the map where, guess what, you have a fed 80 carry versus an 80 carry is one of the weaker ones, right, in Hybrid, unfortunately. So it just ends up being a really bad mismatch for KT where the power in this game has shifted to the part of the map where KT is the most vulnerable. And unfortunately, this Udyr pick, you know, way too little too late on the roams we were seeing there, the ganks we were seeing there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much, if any, effect he does have in this game. Outside of the Udyr, their late game team fighting is pretty insane, but they need to get there. And I think they're very happy that it is just a Cloud Soul. Cloud Soul, not terrible for T1's comp, obviously, but could have been better, could have been the Mountain in this case. But either way, you know, if they just sit back, wait through the Cloud Drakes, let T1 get them, even get a Cloud Soul, there's a chance we go to like 40 minutes and Vlad, Jinx, Sion show up, and you're like, well, I thought we had an 80 carry. Not so sure about that. So T1, while they do have a really comfortable lead, it hasn't really gotten larger in the last 5-6 minutes.
It hasn't manifested into an insurmountable lead, and they're playing very slow, which honestly, I think is a product of Elm and Teddy being in. Because Elm, like I said, he's a less aggressive player than Warner. So we are going to see a sleep here, but it's Sion, so who cares?
He doesn't even bother. He's like, I'm just going to use it on the wave. It don't even matter.
Yeah, he's just practicing his aim. So yeah, I mean, I think that T1 have also, especially with that roster that started off the 4-0, the 7th variation we were talking about, they often got a little bit too over-aggressive and threw away some of their leads and some of those tougher matchups and tougher opponents. So I think some of the coaching for this has been, let's slow it down a little bit, play safe, play like old, you know, SK Telecom T1, just take small advantages around the map. But it does give some variance to the later game like you were talking about. So this is a turret trade I think you'll take as T1.
Yeah, the macro decision here, I guess, is to trade turrets. KT don't even get the turret, plus now their inhibitor turret is taking damage. They're trying to circle around now and maybe get a flank with Zeus rather out of position, but Zeus has TP, and I think T1 would be happy to take a 5v5 right now.
They definitely will.
KT looking to get in. That's a really nice engage from Zeus. They're getting onto Closer. Zeus in the front line trying to get onto Hybrid, but he cannot. They have found Doran, though, and that is going to be pretty massive. And the sustainability of the Aatrox is just too much. There's not enough damage right now on the side of KT to break through that. And Doran gets caught out, and that's going to be a good team fight win for T1.
Nerfs or no, in a fight like this, you're going to get a lot of value out of Gordrick or Sterox. I mean, that's a huge power spike he's hit here, and he's so difficult to kill in these moments that he's got this insane frontlining going on that cuts Doran off as he's trying to flank and turn the fight. He's picked first, the Dove goes down. The damage output is already so high here for T1 in these mid-game skirmishes that I shudder to think of what could happen later on around the, not this upcoming Drake fight, but the one for the Cloud Soul, which is actually a huge spike for them with the Lilia. I think it's a great team comp. So it's Zeus engaged. Doran's here on the backside, trying to flank and set this up, but he actually ends up getting slept here. So they actually just turn around and collapse. Zeus just pops Gore Drinker, and he's like, I'm still alive, and you're not getting out of here.
Yeah. Doran just gets completely caught with his pants down. He did not respect the Lily asleep, and he got punished for that. And as you mentioned, just the Aatrox kind of unkillable at this point in time.
If they had some sort of other follow-up to the Magnet Storm, then it's fantastic, right? If Dove crashes in after that and hits a big stun, and then Doran's in there doing that damage that we know he can do, the potential is so strong, especially now he's got his Night Harvester done, then it works out really well. But in this case, he's alone and slept. And he doesn't avoid the sleep. It's just, that's it. That's most of your damage gone.
Yeah, they just burst him before he's even able to drop into his pool. So,
yeah.
Not much doing there, right? So you just die. And, you know, I think KT had a chance to potentially scale up and wait until 40 minutes, but T1, after taking that fight, that was mostly set up and forced by KT, right? They knew what they were getting into with the turret trade and the rotation there. But now they're in a really awkward spot where, again, the siege is really good from the side of T1. They have the Baron now.
Multiple cannon minions with the buff, just sieging this down. Zeus rotates over mid, so this is just going to be 2 inhibitor turrets very likely going down. That's best case scenario for KT Rolster. Like, it could be even worse. If they get picked, if anyone dies, the game just ends potentially. So you have to be so careful with how you deal with this as KT. I think you just have to be willing to lose inhibitors and wait this out, because I don't think you turn a fight here. Look at Doran.
Yeah. You just got to sit back, let the inhibitors go down, and try to wait and scale up. But they're actually going to go ahead and try to force a fight. We're going to have the trouble on to the Vladimir, who is basically just going to die right from the get-go. Before he even gets to press his buttons, he even gets ignited and has to run away.
Pretty easy to hit that on someone who is in teleport animation and comes straight out of it. Great sleep, denying any sort of flank potential, and that will be 2 inhibitors for T1 here. And that is, I mean, that's what you wanted, right? That's T1. Okay, if you try to take a fight and fail, we win the game, and we're going to grab 2 inhibitors if you play passively. They shut down KT Rolster's one attempt to turn this, and on their way out, they're going to grab Soul Point. This game is very clean from T1 right now. This is what you want to see if you're a T1 fan. The composition is being utilized correctly, and they've been taking only the fights that are worth big objectives. I mean, besides that, you know, it's been the fight that they took defensively when KT tried to capture them on the top side, and that was handled really well. And unfortunately, Doran has just been completely shut down at every turn.
Yeah, the Vladimir is not really impressing this time around. And you can only wait so long before T1 just breaks down the door and takes the win. So, you know, I don't think we'll be seeing this one again. T1 with immense pressure now in the mid and bot lanes, of course, with the inhibitors down. They're just going to rotate up to the top side and look to push the issue. They don't want this to get into the supreme late game against Vlad, Sion, Jinx. They will go ahead and try to end it now with their insane mid-game power from this far ahead.
Doran, you know, here, this time he doesn't have a teleport to flank, so they kind of just have to sit back, play it patiently. And that means that Aatrox gets free push in mid to try to stack those waves up onto the Nexus turrets. So someone has to deal with that, but then you start to lose your final inhibitor turret. And as the time ticks down, in 2 minutes' time, we have another Baron fight opportunity for T1. So for KT here, you're just losing slowly, but unfortunately at this stage of the game, you don't really have options. You don't have a split pushing comp. You can't send Vlad like on his own to push down the bottom wave and force T1 to respond. You don't have anything like that. You don't have tools here. You're this far behind. You just lose slowly or hope T1 make a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, they do have decent engage, but they have to use it. They can't just sit here and get poked down while doing nothing, right? They have to get in there. They have to have the rel engage again with the follow-up of the Sion. But, yeah, they're just trying to desperately hold on right now, and they're not confident to take fights. So it's again, full turtle mode for KT, trying to hold on. You know, they've gotten Infernal Drake and a great late-game scaling comp, so maybe. But it is going to be difficult. T1, they're not going to over-press the issue or overstay here. And it looks like we do have closer backing now, so not able to crack the top inhibitor turret, and KT will keep that alive.
But the clock works in their favor for the next objective fight, so they burn through, you know, a minute of the 2 minutes that were left until the next Baron spawns. So T1 are able to get a lot of extra money here, and also put a lot of money into Zeus, actually, now as Randuin's done. As he had that mid push going, he was able to soak up all those minions, all that extra gold. And it's like KT have hard engage, like you said, but the disengage and the answer is mostly just in the Lilia, right? She could just sleep everybody when they try to come through. We saw that already. And she did go double mask into now she has a stopwatch, so can actually survive a lot of hard engage onto her when she does decide to commit and set up the sleep. Like, this is a tough one for KT, and the game will be decided very likely here on this Baron fight. And even if KT win this, the game doesn't end, but at least they get a chance. But they cannot just sit back anymore. They have to take this fight, and they're not going to have positional advantage. Look at all the vision. 2 control wards here.
TP is coming in, and it looks like KT really just want to make their final stand here. Doran is going to have to use that pool early on. And again, you know, every time you sit here and you take poke damage, you're just getting further and further behind. So KT, if you're going to make a play, I feel like you got to make it fast.
Zeus is actually trying to flank here instead of for a big Magnet Storm. That could be how it starts.
Hybrid kind of gets caught out here. He's also got the sleep coming in. He is just in the back getting slept here, and Sion is ulting away. In goes Doran, and down he goes. Yeah, he's just dead. So that's the end of it. T1's coming in. Sound the trumpets. They're actually getting a win here as they're running down KT down the mid lane. Gonna flash on top of Hybrid as he had no chance there. The Udyr still running as he has been this entire game. And that is going to be game number 1. Really just a big win here for T1. Taking down the first game and taking down the Nexus.
Very much a quiet game, very slow, very passive. I would even go as far as say boring win for T1 here. But if you're a T1 fan, you'll take those right now. You'll take any win you can get. And this is one where the players look impressive, patient, cautious, taking the right fights around Ellen Sleeps on the Lilia, and just shutting down Doran every time he tries to engage, every time he tries to flank. And it was just super well played on T1's side, and that's the kind of play you want to see against a team like KT Rolster. Don't take any over-aggressive risks in the mid game when you're ahead. Just play it safe. I mean, sure, there was a chance that KT Rolster was going to come back if they gave them too much time, but once they took that Baron fight, they took 2 inhibitors, and they just did not stop pushing. They gave KT Rolster no chances to take fights on their terms, always had vision control, and they slow and steady win the very boring first game of this series, but you're up 1-0 now, and T1 so desperately need to take out KT Rolster right now and get the confidence back.
Yeah, you know, take out KT, maybe take even the 2-0 tonight. After the way that game looked, it wasn't very close, right? Even though not a lot happened, it did just look like T1 were the much better team there, and KT, again, just kind of looking lost, right? I do want to see UCal subbed in. I want to see this lineup change and actually give it a fair shot here in Game 2 because, you know, like we were saying, Dove on the Sion, we didn't really see him. I didn't even actually notice that there was a Sion in the game. And a lot of that was kind of the way that the game was going, but also just the fact that I don't think he's very practiced on the pick. But either way, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see if they actually do sub in UCal, if they do change it up, because that wasn't it for KT. If that's the way you're going to play for now until the end of the regular season, I don't think you're playing in the playoffs.
No, I don't think so. And I think that, you know, I would love to see UCal in over Dove, as we're going to take a look at our post-game stats. But also I want to see the drafting change. I feel like KT Rolster's biggest weakness this season has been drafts that lack theme, right? And look at the damage here, 2.8 thousand. Sure, it was a fairly short game, but look at what Lilia is able to do counter-wise. Look at the Aatrox damage here as well versus Doran. This composition had an identity for T1. They controlled the bottom side of the map, put their energy, put their resources into Teddy, and then used him to roam around the map and actually control those later Drake fights, the Baron fight. And unfortunately, KT Rolster had a draft that struggled in lane, and then Udyr didn't help anybody out. Udyr wasn't actually constantly harassing the top lane and putting kill pressure onto the Aatrox, and this ended up being a jungle that farmed items that never became useful.
Yeah, if you're going to draft basically 3 losing lanes, you know, or a couple lanes that are pretty passive or just kind of go even and are kind of bleh, then you have to be doing something else, as you're mentioning, and we didn't really see that. So maybe they can mix it up, and once again, just a pretty decent look there for T1. Liking this 9th iteration so far. We'll see how it goes in game number 2 after the break.
2번 체크 나 중력풍 한번 쳐볼게 이거 재워봐 기다려 됐어 징크스 좀 따위부터 앞라인 쳐봐 앞라인 쳐봐 안 따라오네 블라디 따지 걸었어 아무이 밑에 사람 밑에 앞에 축하 안 터져 그냥 나 텔볼게 앞에 설정을 조심해 이거 야나 펜타 좀 맞아 건들지 마 아 먹어 맞는 소리가 뭐 왜? 게임을 죽여 아 바텀 다이브 약간 액시던트가 좀 있었구만 근데 나 잘했다 우리 나 근데 이거 다이게 먹는데 특검했네 아래 뭐 위에 바로 갔어야 되는데 잘했다 동선 실수를 했네
와 칼리니크 살았네? 와 칼리다 칼리니크가 좋아? 이건 칼리니크 해야 돼
바텀 압박하자 이거 이제 보여줄게
정원은?
공점 여기까지
클리어 지좋은데 방금?
나 뒤로 돌아오는 중 할만해
살짝 볼게 오케이 뭐야
풀 제발
평타 앞에
하이요? 하이요?
너 캐리어 미친놈이구나 이거 다 아랫몸 미친 거 같아
벌쩍 켰고
탑 나만 테냐? 이거 살짝 받을 수 있는데 살짝 볼게 리얼 노플
초치게 있어
좋아 얘 노플 형 아래로
노플
집중 좀
야 박아라 이거 야 넥서스
죽여
아 죄송합니다 죄송합니다 오케이 왜 이렇게 신났냐
죄송합니다.
왜 이렇게 신났냐
죄송합니다.
왜 이렇게 신났냐고 야 퍼즈 왜 타이밍에 모니터 꽂으면 어떡해 뭐야 아래 상태 안 좋다 얘들아
전령도 내가 먹었어.
초콜릿은 먹어도 돼요. 당춘장. 아, 왜 이렇게 추워? 손이 얼었는데?
그냥 내 볼 만질래? 내 볼 따뜻한데.
제가 거절할게.
기나 아니면 내 손 잡을래? 기나? 나손
아, 형 뭐 형 팔 루피야? 여기까지 가?
아니 가면 되지 내가
아, 형 집중하자.
에이 좀 크게
아 걸어야 돼. 아예 안 들려 이거.
이거 멘탈 공격하는데?
아 근데 우리 나이 평균적으로 많은데 이거 세력 공격 당한다 공준이 형이랑 준식이 형 저격 당한데? 나까지인가 이거?
나까지가 마지노선이야 이거. 아 근데 나 피지컬적으로는
기나 집중하자
형
기나 집중하자
알았어. 3면 더블 없어.
야 그분 어플.
이거 탑으로 쭉
끝내자. 탑으로 가면 쭉 끝내.
끝낼만한 거지 이거.
아 끝났어
이진혁 컷! 김계 컷!
우연아 자 들어가자. 우연아 들어가자. 나이스.
나 라인 좀 쳐. 나 미드에서 라인 좀 깡패야.
미드 깡패 탑은요?
나
파이팅
나 탑은 탱커인데.
다스턴
다 높을. 야 우리.
이게 왜 줬지? 이걸 왜 줬냐? 알리랑 나르한테 연계당해가지고 터졌다 방금 끝났다 그러면 막을 거
장로 이제 끝나.
다음 봐야 될 듯? 나이스 우리 잡았다 카이사 맞아 카이사 초시계
하나 풀 있나?
알았어
이길만해.
3이라
이겼다.
아, 나이스.
나 바텀 텔.
아 쏘리
괜찮아.
아 다음판 잘할게
야 점프 찍어도 돼? 방 나오면.
뭐 펜타킬 머신이네. 좋아.
이걸 펜타 한다고?
진짜. 아
이겼다.
나이스. 좋았다.
MSI 季中冠军赛 MSI is back.
Hello and welcome back everybody to the LCK Analyst Desk, and it's game number 1 for Telecom War, and T1 was able to take game number 1 with a brand new roster once again. Now first, let's take a look at their draft. Was this Udyr blind pick kind of a good option for KT roster? So I want to point out that Udyr is a champion that can also be a trapped card. Udyr, we always repeating this. This champion is a pick that can play around the lane priority. This champion has to invade the opponent jungle based on the priority of the laners, and then he can connect that into objective control. He can connect that into a later phase of the game, but this time around, KT roster didn't have the tool to let Udyr to invade the opponent's side of the jungle. KT's comp was too straightforward. It was too obvious for T1 to read their game plan. And then Vladimir for the top lane also didn't really fit the concept of their comp. We saw Dove playing for KT roster today on the mid lane, so we thought KT roster now will just let go of Victor and try something new on the mid lane, but still, it doesn't really seem like KT found their answer or game-winning plan. I want to point out that Thresh is a champion that can destroy the lane by himself, so it was really odd to see KT roster letting T1 to take that B1 Thresh. I think KT roster still had the hint of team that has to play around the power of the mid lane, but they this time around fielded Sion with Dove, but that was not as effective as we all expected. Now let's take a look at the first highlight. KT was getting over jealous for the blue buff, and then T1 was able to punish it really hard. In short, KT didn't play well when they needed to play well. Aphelios did make a mistake with the early turret dive attempt, which means that now KT had the agenda to open fight because Aphelios didn't have his flash. So, as we mentioned earlier today, free deal angle was there for Teddy to just freely land this auto onto the opponent. You know, even though this Aphelios champion that does not have any dash, he was able to just do massive damage in the backline, staying intact. So Udyr didn't reveal himself prior to that fight, which means that they could just give away the blue buff and then try to collapse on Aphelios, who didn't have flash at that point in the game. And even though he was in a very rough spot to do the damage, he was able to outplay the opponents very easily because of the mistake that was made by KT Roaster. Now let's take a look at the second highlight, a game-ending teamfight. There must be a reason why KT Roaster locked in Vladimir for top for Doran, but let's see what this Vladimir can do in the late game teamfight. Zeus goes in for a magical engage, and then watch Vladimir. He just says hi, hey there, and then he gets hit by the slip. And we have a team fight breaking out on the top lane, but Vladimir is slipping in the brush. I'm not sure whether it was T1 fighting really well up against his Vladimir, or maybe KT Roaster not really fully kind of used to playing with this new champion, Vladimir. I don't think they have enough proficiency to play this comp out. Maybe KT Roaster were trying to wait for the perfect timing to find a massive damage output, but Vladimir was not in the best position to take that fight. And Aatrox, well, his Gore Drinker combo is not as powerful as before, but still, he was able to eat up a lot of damage in the front line and then survive. I think T1 was way more focused and concentrated in this game prior to other series we saw from them. And T1 was able to pick up multiple wins after wins in this game teamfight. And the POG will go over to Teddy on Aphelios, second POG of the split. The addition of Teddy into the T1's rookie roster kind of adds more sustainability and consistency in their play. It's really, this kind of play barely happens in a pro game, you know, because in a 2v2 lane, not many bottom dudes can jump over, run past the opponent's turret and pull off a turret dive, or maybe just a dive. We can simply put it as a bot difference. And Thresh, this champion, once he gets ahead in lane, he can exert his dominance all around the map. K1 definitely won the mind game, starting from the pick and bend. Jinx is definitely a decent pick, but still, she has to be paired up with Thresh, a champion that can open more space for her, which means T1 countered it with Thresh first pick in the blue side. Teddy always finding massive damage with his ultimate in teamfights as well. 749 was the vote number for this Teddy's POG, but still 2 votes were headed over to the jungler as well. Now we're heading over to game number 2 of the Telecom War. Back to our casters.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, as always, for the great translation there of the analyst desk, as it kind of hit most of the points there, and it was a pretty straightforward game number 1. T1 just able to crush them in a pretty straightforward fashion. We'll see how it goes into the pick ban for game number 2. I think KT have a lot to improve on.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we see a draft that has a lot more of a strong theme to it, right? I mean, if you're going to run something like the Udyr and then you end up picking the Vladimir for top, like, you have to try to do something with the Udyr. You have to try to make something happen. If you don't, and you end up losing control of the bottom side of the map too, you just don't have any ways back into the game. And we could, I think, criticize the draft and criticize the early game for KT. The late game, not so much, because they just didn't really have any good options, right? Every moment of the last part of that game was desperation. And this is a team that really likes to draft some pretty out there compositions. And I mean, there's an identity to KT Roaster, which is usually around skirmishing in the mid game around those objectives, especially the Rift Herald. But in this game, it was T1 who took those fights and actually took the Aatrox and controlled that early game and then just snowballed it into a victory. And I think without the Samira, KT Roaster is still trying to figure out how they're going to transition. It's really interesting too, Valdez, that we've had a lot of changes over the last few patches in this season of the LCK. But it feels like this patch in particular is the one that's kind of pushed some teams over the edge to try some different things, you know, from the mid Sion to the top Vlad. Like, this is the patch where it's like, if you're a bottom, 5 LCK team, you're trying a lot new right now, it feels like.
Yeah, struggling to keep up with the times. and all the changes, as we are going to have Callista banned once again. They do not want to give that to Teddy by any means. They just say, nope, not going to happen. But he was perfectly comfortable on the Aphelios this time around. Tristana ban again, so just don't want to have him on that one. And the Thresh this time around will be taken away from KTHY.
Yep, don't want to give that one either. At this stage, it's just so powerful. First pick material. Now, for KT, you know, if Udyr is left open on blue side and they take it, it's okay to take it, but you have to draft around it. And I worry that if Gideon picks someone up early again, if they can't find that synergy on the top side of the map, then we might have a repeat of game 1. So see the Rel ban here. Some good play from Zeus overall on the champion outside of lane. You know, he had some nice setups in the team fights, but unfortunately he just wasn't able to convert that. He's a good Rel player. A lot of thought going into this this ban phase. Actually,
yeah,
a lot quicker than these. You know, it doesn't feel like you have, if you're T1, something you really want to target, particularly for KT Rolster, because on this patch and in the second round robin, they've really been changing things up quite significantly. Whereas with T1, you're like, okay, I don't want to deal with Carius Thresh. I definitely don't want to deal with Closers Aurelia. Blind, there's some things that you know you can remove. And if the Udyr is left open here for T1, or if T1 leaves it open rather, see if KT decide to snatch that one up. I'd rather see the Lilia.
Yeah, ban the Lilia. But they're actually going to go ahead and ban the Kai'Sa, so that's actually 2 bans.
And they're going to take
hybrid.
Lilia. Yes, this is better. Way better this way.
Yeah. Makes you wonder why they didn't pick it the first time around, but seems like they had a more specific idea in mind for that pick ban, whereas this time around they're just like, well, this is just better. Let's just pick this one up, as Gnar is being considered here. It was the first ban by T1 in game number 1.
Yeah, when open, I mean, Zeus is one of his signature champions, so definitely still a fairly strong blind pick champion as well. There are a few counters, but with the Aurelia being banned here, and Doran playing Gangplank into this, something we could see, but I don't think you're as worried about that, some of the other matchups. So, ability to Senna as well coming in here for Teddy. Picked up very early. These are the kind of champions you have to grab early if you want to guarantee that you can build a draft around them. Even though neither of these champions are like tier 1, to get both of them here is actually quite strong.
And Hybrid's thinking about running this Jinx back. They already know they're not going to be playing against Aphelios Thresh, at least. So maybe they feel confident going into this one this time around. The Gnar, great pick for Zeus. You know, they picked that away from Doran as well. And definitely going to be a question mark to see where Doran goes in that top lane. But first,
it's maybe Alistar here? If you really just want to lock down the bot lane, since the Rel is removed, Thresh is gone. I mean, it's not an insanely oppressive lane. Seraphine is open as well if you wanted to go down that path. Got a lot of routes. If you can hit the first route, you can follow up with the choppers. And actually going to be the Azir pick here. Something that we've seen UCal really excel on. Even though Dove is in, he has played it quite a bit. So this is definitely a KT draft stylistic choice. Nice, really nice scaling for the later parts of the game, but a lot of AP damage. Damage profile not really all that varied at the moment.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they do picking at that top lane as well. If they went for just a tank, a lot of that 80 damage would just be in the Jinx, and the Udyr was left until now. They didn't have to pick it until this third pick, because of course KT not going to choose 2 junglers, and we're not going to see the Lilia mid this time around. Of course, this ain't Hanwha Life Esports.
Nope. Something like a Lucian is still on the table for T1 in the mid lane. It's not going to be amazing into the Azir. I think it would be in some other control mage matches, but it'll still be strong. And they're just going to shut down some of the options to counterpick the Gnar. The Camille being one of the most common. Aurelia also there, and then might even just see a Renekton ban here if they want to continue that trend.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting that they do prioritize Dove's pick this time around instead of trying to pick a counter for the Gnar, because you have to know that you're getting more Gnar counters banned here in the second phase, right? So maybe Doran has something specific in mind once again that's not going to be Aurelia, Camille, Potentially Gangplank or Renekton if one of those gets banned here.
Yeah.
Which is what I would expect. Interesting to see the Tahm Kench banned away once again alongside of the Senna, the fasting Senna. We have seen it a bit now.
Yeah, does end up doing a decent amount of damage when he is the one who's actually getting the CS and is, you know, an extra escape for LM. So they actually take away the Jace, which is another strong pick into the Gnar, as we've seen historically, especially very recently. Some crazy solo kill action in the top lane. So it's a nice ban against one of Doran's better champions. Nautilus taken out, so, you know, they didn't secure their own support, but they are really concerned with what KTㅣ is going to be playing on the bottom side. Those are two of his stronger champions.
Support Scion still available.
Hey, I mean...
Scion Senna.
Let's
do it.
Scion Senna. I don't think that's where we're headed, but it would be fun to see. And with Teddy locking in Closer playing the Zoe here, that Teddy is going to lock in. No mid Scion either for T1. Just looks like a Scion-less game. It's possible that KT play the Scion into the Gnar, but I wouldn't rely on that one. I think that's a bit of an odd choice. Not really a strong counter pick.
Maybe he goes for the Gragas here. Like, I don't know what their mindset is.
It's so much AP damage, you know, if you do that.
But just go like full tank. I mean, as KT, you're kind of lining up a late game front-to-back comp, but with the Gangplank, you don't really have much tankiness, right? You just bring in more scaling and more damage, and we'll see how that works out. If you get behind, I think you're not going to be enjoying this game.
No, definitely not. But if you get ahead, this composition can be extremely oppressive. You know, you have the Lilia who can hit really aggressive ganks in the mid lane with the Azir, so Closer's going to have to play the Zoe a little bit more carefully. Some gank timings there. Post 6, Leona has really strong follow-up lockdown, long-range lockdown as well to set up for some of those fights. As it will be actually the set to come through here, which is actually kind of terrifying to think about. And it has a lot of potential to turn some ganks around post 6 in the bottom side of the map. It's a really interesting composition that we're seeing here from KT. It's very much a comp that's going to scale well to the late game if we get there, but if they have a rocky mid game that route to the end part of the game where, you know, you do get to see that Azir scale up, the Gangplank damage to come through, Lilia getting her items online. If you have a rocky path there and you end up falling behind, then I don't know if you'll be able to survive through T1's extremely powerful composition that has so much lockdown, so much skirmish power. I mean, Senna's going to do so much damage when their sleep's coming off. Udyr has the follow-up stuns. Gnar comes through. Set has the ability to lock people down. So much CC here for T1.
I'm a really big fan of that last pick set, especially. When you just look at the way that KT's comp is going to play, like, you get the Leona coming into you, you're just like, nope. Immediately jump into that back line, and you get so much damage onto all of those squishy targets in the back. And you're going to be getting farmed out as well with the fasting Senna, right? So you're even more fed. You have the potential to do actual damage.
Yeah.
Not to mention the follow-up is insane. So, yeah, just really liking T1's draft this time around, especially compared to what KT have brought out here. You mentioned switching some things up as 11.4 comes in, but I feel like KT still a little bit lost a bit, although there were some improvements. I do like the Lilia priority this time around.
Yeah, me too. I think a lot of this game is going to be about the execution of that control over the mid and top side of the map. Doran and Dove. Usually it was Doran and Yukal, percentage-wise, doing the majority of the damage, being the ones to carry KT roster. In this case, it's going to be Dove in the driver's seat. A lot of pressure, top and mid, to bring this game back and bring us to a third and final game. But yeah, I mean, the set that's going to actually have money in the bot side is a terrifying thing to think about. He's already getting ready, doing some crunches.
Drawing some lines.
Drawing some lines on the sand.
In the river. Must not be a very deep river. Maybe more of a stream, you could call it.
I mean, it's, you know, it's a little bit tougher to do that underwater. Get some exercise.
True.
The water's not very deep, though, is it? Is it?
No, not really.
It's not. It's like not really actually much of a river. It's more of a very large, long puddle that we have on the rift.
It does actually look like that. When you look at the champions running on it, it's like, well, no part of their lower body is submerged at all, right? So
they don't get slowed. Like, yeah, it's a little bit weird.
They're all just walking on water. Superpowers here.
Or floating over it if you're Alistair bugged.
True, yeah. Or you can be submerged if you play Nautilus. So
Yes.
that's another option if you're looking for that.
Luckily, he's got that helmet. He'll be fine.
And yeah, we're just kind of zooming in on the bottom matchup and seeing, the way this is going to go. Of course, once again, the fasting Senna comes out, and KTHY will just get free farm. We've seen KTHY on a very eclectic kind of range of champions, right? Remember, he has played the Nico support alongside of the Ballista. He has played even Yuumi. He's got 12 different picks so far that he has played as a support player. So
13 now.
Yeah, 13 now.
This was actually his first game of set this season, which is it's hard to believe considering how many champions he's played.
Yeah.
But I mean, he is the one constant in T1 in terms of the roster. Everyone, all the other 9, this is the 9th variation. All the other variations have been shifting the other 4 players. So this is a terrifying thing to think about. All the pressure that we talk about, all the players in the T1 are under, but KTHY, he's got to play well with so many different combinations. And yet he has been very consistent.
Yeah. And that's, I suppose, why he is consistently in that bottom side. They don't actually have a support sub, I suppose you could call it. Although a lot of the other players on T1 aren't exactly substitutes, as many of them have stuck around for a while and then gone off and on and so on and so forth. I even like the set even better because, like, into Jinx Leona, it's just like, well, yeah, what are you going to do? Like, try to engage as well. You'll just take a ton of damage yourself and not really enjoy your time.
Teddy keeps saying these roots, too. You got to be careful about staying between the turret and the wall. Just can't dodge those there. Obviously not that important right now, there's no follow-up, but later can be an issue if you get caught in those. Doran and Dove having a good start here in their respective lanes. Gideon's just gonna walk through like he owns the place, but he's not actually committing to anything right now.
We might actually get double scuttle from Gideon. And it's kind of like Elam has given it away, and he's prioritizing the Raptor respawn first, from what it looks like. Yeah, he gets that, and now he's going to move down. They have Prio on the bottom side, so they're able to just move up and check it out. And that will be eventually that scuttle over to the side of Elam after securing his Raptors.
Yeah, I mean, Gideon definitely wanted to try for it, but he just is very well aware that it's not realistic. As this is a nice attempt.
Doran's taking a lot of damage on the back of this trade. Maybe another boulder? No, he's just going to use that to push the wave in.
Yeah, you're not going to kill him with the boulder, and he might have delayed his back, but I think making sure you get that goal is a lot more valuable because he's going to back no matter what. You can see he comes back in and has his teleport available. Going to head back to the top side of the map, but that was a great start here. Going to get a little bit tougher now that Sheen is available. Just kind of how this matchup goes.
Yeah, and he's definitely one of these Gnar players that we can have confidence in to not really feel the pressure too much from the Gangplank.
Yeah.
See how this matchup continues to roll.
It's been a very passive early game here. Things are going to really start to ramp up once you see Dove and Gideon hit 6. You'll see a lot more pressure in the middle of the map. And then, of course, obviously, once the bottom side of the map here hits 6 as well, set can do so much more, can roam, can be very frustrating.
Yeah. Feels like it would be fun to be KTHY in this lineup of T1, right? You get a lot of freedom to play so many different things, and you play with a lot of different players. They do give him a lot of freedom to play a bunch of aggressive picks as well. It's not just like, oh, you're going to play a tank. He gets to play the Nico. He gets to play
Pyke.
The Pyke especially, just gets to roam around, have his fun on the Rift. And he's been really trying to, I don't want to call it limit test, but he's been really just trying to make all the plays happen, right? He's been very aggressive and assertive with his play, trying to outplay his opponents, go for the extra play under the turrets, as we've seen, even in game number 1. And, I think it must be fun to play for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of just playing the game, League of Legends, and like, as a pro gamer, sometimes you don't really get to have that flexibility to play a lot of off-meta champions. So in that regard, I would agree. My only counterpoint is I think if they were finding more success he would probably be enjoying a lot more. As nice shuffle here.
Yeah, see you later.
We saw in the top side of the map, Gideon looked like he was prepping for a counter gank, maybe trying to stop LM from rotating over because he was playing so far forward, Doran was. So that was a really cool attempt, and now he's backed and is reset and is about to hit 6, which is where that timing that I was talking about with the Azir becomes really relevant. So Closer is going to take this chance to back, and then when he returns to lane, he has to be very careful. He's got his flash available. So that's a really, really strong thing. I mean, every time you have you know, a Talia or a Lilia in this case with an Azir bid, like you always have that kill pressure that has to be respected. And no matter what you did before that in the lane, you just suddenly have to play a lot more passively, especially when you don't have vision.
Yeah. And literally nothing has been happening in this game, by the way. Like, everybody's just laning.
Yeah.
The junglers are jungling. They're taking all the camps. That's about it. We're probably going to see potentially a trade of objectives where the Udyr takes the dragon and the Lilia starts up on the Rift Heralds. And then maybe we'll get some action. Gold is exactly even here.
I think it would be in KT's best interest to potentially try to skirmish on this Drake with the level 6 Lilia that they have here. I mean, you can just take the free trade if you want to, but if you want to be proactive and utilize your composition to its fullest, I think you go for that. I mean, you have such insane team fight potential with the you know, Emperor's Divide, the Sleep. There's a lot of damage output that Lilia's going to have in that longer skirmish too. Got to be careful of the set though.
Oh, the Aftershock is gone, and yeah, the Cannon Barrage comes in. Hybrid is really trying to get on top of Teddy. He's got a level on him right now as well. Although KTㅣ is getting in there and dueling with Zeus, that's going to be Hybrid 1v1ing Teddy on the opposite side of that trade. The flash is flashed away from as Zeus styles on him, and now Hybrid's got a double kill.
Easy peasy, and I think you're taking that Drake now for sure if you're KT Roaster. Very well played here. Nice reaction. The ult coming through from Hybrid was also so well aimed. And now this is really frustrating for T1. We'll watch this fight again. As Teddy is a little bit isolated here, and KTㅣ is really trying to push the issue in a situation where Teddy's too isolated. Like, he's too far away, has to flash, Hybrid has a follow-up, and KTㅣ just has no place chasing this and trying to turn this around. He stayed for way too long. And I mean, what do you do here? You just die. Haymaker first, force to the flash, but that's a double kill for Hybrid. Such a great start. This is a complete turnaround from what we saw in game 1 on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. Again, you know, with the set, you're thinking, okay, you know, Leona's Aftershock is down. This is where we take the big trades. And then they remembered that Gangplank is on the other team. And Senna is, in fact, very squishy. And you just get bombed on the top side. So Teddy's immediately out of the fight. And then once it splits up into the 1v1, of course, Hybrid is going to win that one. So, yeah, pretty unfortunate. The Cannon Barrage was huge to get that extra damage onto Teddy and turn the tables of the trade in favor of the Jinx.
I think, too, that Teddy's in a position in that fight where you're just not able, like, you can't commit there because he isn't ready to do that maximum damage right away. Okay, this is pretty long range. Not going to be the steal nor impactful damage, but cool idea. KT, by the way, despite those kills, did not take the Drake. So that is still up right now, and they gave the Rift Herald. Hybrid got a turret plate and kept pushing, but kind of peculiar. Didn't take that first objective. It's a Cloud Drake, so not too valuable, but what it gives you is...
yeah. KTㅣ's trying to get on in there, and yes, it looks fancy, but there were still minions up, even through the ultimate damage. So it wasn't enough to just burst Hybrid down even without his flash. A cute idea, but not quite effective.
No. If you get the first Drake, you can start to snowball that control over, okay, we can force fights with our team comp early because, you know, we're pushing towards Soul Point and then Soul. And that's the value you're going to get out of an early Cloud Drake oftentimes. I mean, also some cooldown reduction on really important ults with the Lilia and the Azir would be great, but they've kind of missed their window now to take that Drake, so can't get it anymore. I don't know what these backs coming through. I suppose we can make a play for it, but very passive play from KT once again, despite the early lead.
Yeah, I think that's okay. Like, you know, you get your Jinx incredibly far ahead, and every other lane is just going even, and you're going to love that with all the scaling that you do have in your comp here. So you're just sitting back, having a good time, farming it out, and T1 are kind of the ones that have the pressure to make stuff happen. And yeah, they went up, they took the Rift Herald, and KT were like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Take it down. We have no challenges that have come out. As Hybrid maybe this time around did overstep his boundaries. We do have the Cannon Barrage coming through, and actually the damage is just barely not there to take Hybrid, as they did not want to fight through that Gangplank ultimate.
Look at all the vision KT have on this river too. They knew that that, for example, Closer wasn't going to know that the rotation was coming up from the Leona. However, he respected the fact that she was missing bottom. They knew Zeus was somewhere else. Actually ended up punishing the bottom side, and unfortunately Zeus didn't get any value in the middle of in the mid lane where he was roaming up. Now they're going to get all these extra plates on the bottom side. Despite all the vision here on the Drake, KT just not making any plays for it. A whole turret goes down.
Yeah.
And it's like, we had a great start, but look at actually the gold lead. 2 kills to Hybrid, yet almost 1,300 gold behind.
Yeah, well, it comes down to a lot of the way that it traded out, right? You know, they get the 2 kills, but it's like, well, now we got it back. Now, either we get the, well, I'm going to have to hold that thought as they're actually trying to get on top of the Gnar here. Not sure if they have the burst damage. They do line up those barrels, though, and it is going to be enough. Gideon takes the turret shot, but they make the kill happen in the end.
Yeah, well played here. The GP pick working out very well now, twice here for Doran. Bottom Cannon Barrage, and then in this case just the damage output with the trading he had already previously done. Almost overstays, but we'll have the presence of mind to get out of here just in time. And still some consideration on the Drake by Elim, but he just is like, well, I know Hybrid's down here, don't know where Lilia is, guess I'll just walk away. And this is going to be one of the latest first Drakes that we've had this season in this very passive game.
Sometimes that's the way it goes. You're just you're trying to get the other objectives on the map, right? And it's the Cloud Drake, so you're just like, we can wait on that one. As we'll see how this comes in.
Actually, Doran is down here on a ward, and Zeus just doesn't know. And I thought he was lower earlier from trades, but no, in fact, he just kind of got baited in when the ward was stepped on, and Gideon just follows through. Nicely played here, just as simple as that. Dove keeps getting slept, but he's totally fine under turret. He's actually played a very passive game of Azir, and that's what you like to see.
Yeah.
UCal definitely would have tried to go for a few ganks with Gideon, but in this case, just kind of sitting back.
The turret plate gold is actually exactly even, which is pretty interesting. Must have been a lot of plates that T1 weren't able to pick up, and it was just the minions taking them because they did have more plates taken overall.
Yeah.
But not getting the gold from them, so that's why it's even.
It's pretty significant for KT. Is got to be careful about that one, Closer. Does have Ghost actually as his picked up spell. I wonder, you know, for this Drake, like, who's going to be the one to decide to get it right now? I think if you're T1, you are slightly concerned about the scaling that KT has, so you don't want to just really slow this game down, right? Like, eventually you want to start getting control of those Drakes and taking some fights. It's a little bit scary to do that at this particular moment in time with where Lily is at in this game, but if you just leave it there, then you are putting yourself at risk of going to that later game because you don't have enough of a lead. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't actually get the tempo of the game up faster by just sitting here and waiting. And it could be like one of these games where it's an Infernal Soul later, and that could be a big problem too if KT get that. And it looks like they're finally going to group up for this. Right? Okay, just making sure. Okay,
it almost feels like one of those Drakes where it's like, I guess we'll take it. Like, I don't want it, but I guess I'll take it. They finally find enough time in their busy schedules, apparently, to take down this objective. And LM was spotted clearing out the ward, so you can see that KT kind of all group up on the top side, and it should be Gideon taking down the second Rift Herald from here. And so, again, just a trade. KT can use this to try to push their advantage from the early game that they have built up for themselves. So feels like a win for them. Although, as you mentioned, getting the stacking Drakes has been a win condition for many teams here in 2021.
Yeah, and luckily for T1, it's not going to be Infernal Soul. Still going to be important for KT if they get it, but could have a lot of potential later game damage for KT Rolster that luckily for them they aren't going to have. Oh, Boomerang goes wide.
Now sad Boomerang as Zeus was thinking about getting back in there, but he eats a huge barrel and an extra shot to the back.
To mention the minion wave that's there. Definitely want to get out of there. This is starting to be like almost too comfortable for KT right now, this game.
Yeah.
And T1, they don't have any issues to push anymore, like because they took this Drake so late. We could be at a time where we're looking at second Drake right now. But you're so slow on this one, T1, that unfortunately there's not much for you to fight over on the map. You can't be aggressive, and KT's just like, the clock's ticking.
Gangplank is having free farm. We got Jinx having free farm. Hey, guess what? Azir's got free farm as well. The Lilia, almost 30 CS up on the Udyr, having a good time as well. And, you know, we liked T1's comp, especially if you could solidify that early to mid game, but so far, getting behind and kind of just chilling out and not doing anything. Not sure if that's really going to push your advantage here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to minimize the potential for things to get out of hand, because even though we're not at the late game, like the late game scaling that we're talking about with KT, I mean, it's so glaringly obvious and real, it's a big problem. But even in the skirmishes with Lilia's ability to set up big sleeps, the global presence that you have with the Gangplank, right? Like Azir's hard engage he can have or disengage with his ultimate. Like, it's hard to fight as T1 in general right now. So this is not going to be the greatest solar player of all time.
Yeah. Actually going to hit the Jinx in the back there. That was a pretty nice trouble bubble that comes out. Teleport into the mid lane, just trying to help stave off the push from the Rift Heralds. And that means it's just going to be the charge, and that's it. So about a half health turret now in the mid lane. And KT disperse. Class is dismissed. They're going to go to all their different lanes and return to farming. As is the way, I suppose. That's going to be a really nice trouble bubble. They are absolutely going to go for this one, as in comes Elem and down goes Hybrid. Just gets caught out underneath the turret. As Closer this time going to hit the Raptors, and actually they are able to trade it back onto Zeus. Or not Zeus, rather, Carrier.
Yeah.
So actually able to trade 1-for-1, but still feels pretty good, but that's a big barrel.
Yeah, that was scary.
Helping out. Yeah.
If Dove actually had his shuffle available, I think it was just like maybe 2 seconds away there. He could have actually gone for a follow-up Emperor's Divide and maybe caught Closer there. That would have been really nice. Maybe force a flash at least. Don't know about this one, though.
Yeah, instead he just goes straight into the duo of Eddie and... Wow. Teddy and Elem. Eddie and Tellem. And
Ed
yeah,
and
that
Teddy.
was... I just could not comprehend the play, and I just kind of broke down.
I mean, that's, you know... That's not it, as they say. That's the that's what the kids are saying these days. Something, not it, Chief. Yeah. I mean, we watch this play again. You know, it's just a really nice play onto Hybrid. He gets slept, and then they just follow up so nicely. Hybrid actually has a nice dodge, but Ellen's there on the side to lock him down. Power of Udyr. But then Carrier's a little bit out of the ability to escape here. Gideon secures the kill. And then we watch this. I mean, look at the vision. They don't have any, right? So they have no idea where Elem is, and he just shuffles in and dies.
Elem was like on the edge of vision there. They had a control ward. You can see north of Elem right now. And maybe he's like, oh, I don't see anyone there. I must be safe to take the trade. But, you know, as we saw, he could have just been right out of range.
Yeah, you could see the control
punished
right there on the minimap, which is where he did not cross.
Yeah.
But...
It's just stuff you don't really want to do into an Udyr as well, because he can collapse really fast.
Super risky. This is not going to be a sleep committal, fortunately for KT. But T1 have fast track on this Drake. They have positional advantage. And Carrier can easily collapse in. He's exactly who you want to be on the edge like this, because he can ult in and drag somebody.
Elem and Closer have to be careful to not take too much damage prior to this fight going on. Closer is getting the poke down as the kind of barrage is used on a Teddy. He's going to have to cleanse away from that solar flare. Doran goes in, and he's not able... Oh, finally takes down Teddy, but the collapse comes in from T1. You can see KT now just trying to separate in all different directions, but that's going to be a couple of kills now going the way of T1, and they will secure that Infernal Drake.
Such a disjointed fight from KT when the dive onto Teddy doesn't blow him up instantly. Everybody has different ideas as to where the next steps of the fight should be, and Doran dies committing to getting the kill, and then everything after that is just a big mess, unfortunately. You know, there's so much synergy between the Lilia and the Azir because Lilia can come in and set up a big Q. Then you could see the Emperor's Divide go off while she's in her stopwatch. But it just doesn't work. I mean, watch. The engage here is kind of clean because Teddy's in a really awkward spot. He's so far up on the edge where Doran can actually chip him down, and they actually commit all the way in, even with the solar flare here. But when he doesn't die, look at Gideon. He's like running back the other way. He's like, well, I don't know, guys. Carry is right over there.
Yeah.
And then he gets pulled in, has to use a stopwatch. The Emperor's Divide is good for disengaging. Dove is like, sorry, guys, I'm out of here. There's no way for Gideon to get away because he's on the wrong side of the map. And as soon as Teddy lives, KT are just like, uh-oh. And then it just all falls apart.
We've seen that happen sometimes when you chase too far into a corridor in the enemy jungle. It's like, well, yes, you get a very important member in Teddy on the enemy team, but you're also giving away a lot. And it was good positioning from the side of Zeus and Keria to just collapse on in as KT kind of bit the bait and got punished for it. So at the end of the day, you know, you're going so deep for Teddy, and at the same time, we have a very fed set on top of it just because of the way the bottom lane was played. So
I think the Mountain Soul favors T1, especially because they obviously have 2 Drakes controlled, so they're going to get it a lot faster. It's not a great Soul for either team, but if you're going to pick one that's going to be good for it, I think it's going to be T1 with the set, and the Gnar is going to get a little bit extra shielding here.
Yeah. They're all enjoying it. Even the Zoe's got a Banshee's Veil, so getting some effectiveness out of that Drake as well. Certainly more tankiness on the side of T1 as they're just going to push mid straight up. LM always threatening here in the front. Both Dove and Doran were just in the side lanes.
They actually need to be careful about Dove rotating down like this. There's a lot of wards, but T1 don't actually try to collapse. There were a few pings there, but he does get to rejoin safely. There's a moment with all that mid push, so T1 could have maybe tried to collapse on him if they saw him in jungle, but timing didn't work out. And this is just, we're going to go back to a little bit of a lull state, a little bit of a slow game here. Again, it looks like Valdez after the last Drake fight. And everybody's just going to take a little pause, a little break time.
Why did Closer just decide he didn't want to take that cannon minion?
I'm not sure.
Nah, you know what? Let's just let him live. Let's give the tower some love.
I could see the Reddit thread about this already.
Oh no. Closer, I mean, he's been the one that's been setting up these fights in a huge way.
Yeah.
His Zoe has been pretty spectacular, and I feel like Zoe has been one of the key picks of today. I mean, even Showmaker playing it earlier on. Zoe's have been kind of the highlights of a lot of the games tonight in both series. Maybe we'll see a resurgence of the Zoe after today.
I love watching good Zoes play. It always leads to some hype moments. Big burst damage. And, I mean, Closer, again, heavily criticized player as of late, but no one can doubt his mechanics, right? I mean, that's why he was picked up. That's why he's made such a name for himself. And his very short LCK career is looking for an engage here.
Yeah, they're going to find Zeus in the front. Do they have the damage to burst him down? Well, he's going to be able to flash away from this one, but in goes Zeus and is going to take down Zeus alongside of Closer as the sleep comes in, but it's very lackluster. Just used for disengage and trying to save their team when they were already out of the fight. So the pick goes on to the Leona, and now T1 are looking for more.
I mean, they're going to try to clear out this vision and threaten a Baron. They get another sleep, and that's going to really delay this rotation over from KT. And grab the scuttle, clear these last few wards here. And, I mean, you can't start the Baron here because the respawn for Zeus is coming up very soon. But at least you get a little bit more vision control over there, which makes the start coming up here a lot easier. You can even now start to make choices if you're T1, like, okay, KT has better Drake control, so we'll just try to trade and force those kind of awkward situations for KT Rolster. KT are ahead in gold. Oh, I guess we're going to not see what happens next, but go back in time instead. Zeus is just going to get caught here. Decides to go for the Zenith Blade. It gets rooted, and there's just too much damage. He gets slept. And the rest of his team is like, sorry, man, I'd love to save you, but there's just no way we can. We're not going to risk losing multiple members who ends up being sacrificed there.
We're actually having some big trades here over this Mountain Drake, but another Trouble Bubble is going to hit Zeus. And the amount of roots that they have on the follow-up is just disgusting as Gideon is trying to make something happen. He gets the sleep on the Teddy, and he actually gets blown up by Hybrid over the wall. Kind of surprised that KT were able to convert on that play.
Yeah, Teddy, I mean, he was very low, and that was a really nice snipe from Hybrid. Nobody's able to block the shot. They just didn't see it coming. And that's not only this Drake here for KT, but they can actually start making a move over to Baron. Teddy's not up for 20 seconds here. It's the majority of the damage. They don't have their smiter, you know, so there's ways you can set for the Baron. I don't think you can finish it here, but you can take that vision away. The advantages T1 had around Baron and that vision are now removed. I mean, starting this is very risky. 5 seconds to the death timers here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they are going to go for it, but you know, you can bait Keria into kind of an awkward spot, right? Zeus has to move forward. Keria sees it, he's like, oh crap. I'm behind enemy lines, where do I go? They're gonna spot him. And let's see if he can ult his way out of this situation. Nope, he's just thrown right back into the fire. Does a nice amount of damage, but he's all alone against 5, so.
They get rid of the Emperor's Divide, but I still don't think this is a fight you can take anymore if you're T1. And, you know, the vision control they had is lost. So this exchange here ends up being really nicely done. Watch Teddy in this fight. It's actually insane, the snipe that they get. The sleep is on Zeus, right? The follow-up route is there. And then, you know, after the initial kill, Gideon gets on top of Teddy, who actually gets slept over the wall, so he can't dodge this, and Closer can't get in the way to block it. Like, he unfortunately just cannot. There's physically no space for him to stand to block that shot, so the sleep sets it up.
That was just a really nice play from Hybrid, to be honest, and a great setup from Gideon as well to make it happen. You know, some of his sleeps have been suspect, but that one was certainly worth it, as here again, you know, you're just kind of beating Keria into an awkward spot. Like, are they doing Baron? We're not 100% sure. Maybe I can get the flank, and then they just catch him off guard, so it's kind of like a bonus kill.
Yeah, I think a lot of people misunderstand Baron vision. It's not always like, okay, now they don't have any wards, so they can't see that we're doing Baron. The fact that they can't see you're doing Baron or not means you have to make plays like Keria just did to confirm and to try to gain information. Because sometimes, you know, whether they're doing Baron or not, the question is scarier than them actually doing Baron.
Yeah. And now we're in the situation that we were almost expecting, right? We're at the 30-minute mark and not much has happened, right? T1 have tried to make some plays. Closer has been landing a ton of bubbles. But again, it's Jinx, Gangplank, Azir with Lilia and Leona supporting you, and you're entering a late game. You have so much power in this comp.
This was not the greatest sleep. This is one of the suspect ones, unfortunately. It feels like Gideon is very hit or miss on this right now. You know, if the sleeps are good, the follow-up is always there, but sometimes, you know, it feels like it's like, oh, I hit multiple targets, I'm just going for this.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, there's just no way to follow up on that. But yeah, I mean, we're at this game where, like you said, the late game is starting to shine through for KT. Their comp isn't great with the Mountain Soul, but if you get a 4-stack Mountain Soul, then it's like any comp is good with that in the late game.
Sure.
I mean, Leona's going to be happy. So
yeah, you'll have people building some defensive items here and there, especially if they can predict that they will pick up a bunch of Mountain Drakes along the way. And being in a spot right now, down 3,000 gold as T1 is not very comfortable. You do have a nice amount of pick. We've seen some of the, you know, the positives from their composition, but kind of running out of time here.
Yeah, look at the damage bars here for KT. I mean, the scaling is starting to show in a big way. And now, you know, T1, their strongest points so far have been picks based off of trouble bubbles, right? Like, that's where they've actually gotten the majority of their kills. And, you know, it's very often on Zeus who gets caught. But if they don't catch anybody in a straight-up 5v5 fight at this point, Feels like T1's comp has a little bit of an expiration date. It's not an unwinnable game from them, and it's not an insurmountable lead that KT has. But if you can't find those picks, if you can't find those trouble bubbles, it's hard to get in there. You know what I mean? It's hard to actually initiate a fight. It's hard to get Carry into position to look for, you know, a grab, kidnap.
Yeah, this is what you were saying. You have to get in there and figure out, are they doing Baron or not? T1 don't have vision, so somebody's got a front line and check that brush. And more often than not, it ends up being LM. As he gets in, he has to flash away. But he gets the information and a bit of damage onto Dove here, so not all bad for T1. Zeus even getting in there.
But this is, I mean, the observers are just showcasing your point, right? It's really, really scary. Okay, they don't know where Keria is.
Oh, I think they do.
They don't see him, but they know he's there.
Yeah. Keria's been playing imposter this whole game.
It wouldn't be the first time he's back there, so.
Yeah.
Looks like he might have clipped that control ward.
And this is one way that you can win as T1, right? You sit here in the mid lane, and you try not to get poked and allow Closer to do his thing. And you try to land roots from the Senna, try to throw out your own boomerangs and stuff like that. And in fact, they've pushed KT so far away that they're just going to scoop a free Mountain Drain. This is pretty nice for T1.
It's soul point, too, so this ends up being really nice. And not only because Teddy's damage is so high, he gets to do this solo, and they had the scuttle. So he actually gets to do this solo for free, grabs another stack, and they can kind of still stay postured around the Baron. The T1 is in this exchange right here winning super hard. Clear out that ward. That's immediately replaced.
The Baron damage here from KT is bonkers.
It's insanely fast clear.
But again, we do have some nice siege potential. But the Baron is basically already dead. You're running out of time. Zeus is trying to hit his Mega Gnar.
And now you can't engage anymore. Like, what are you going to do? Carrier's looking for it.
They're going to find Hybrid in the front line. That's not where you want to be. And they're not quite. Okay, they get him there on the back line. That is how you can win a team fight. Now they're trying to get onto Dove, and they will have the damage to eventually take him out here. As down he will go. Double kill goes to Zeus. As now they're just trying to get out of here, but the trouble bubble's going to land onto the backing Gideon. What are you going to do here?
Blocks, but I don't think you get out of here. Doran.
Okay, they have the W flash here and pulls in from Keria. It's just a shooting gallery. In goes Zeus with the teleport. He'll be able to clean it up, and that's going to be the ace here, going the way of T1 as they'll try to group up in mid.
Oh, this is such a great fight for T1, and they have pulled this game back from the depths here. What a fantastic fight. KT Rolster in serious trouble now, and it's once again Hybrid who's caught out of position, and I hate to say it, but this has happened quite a lot in a lot of the stats you see. Why he doesn't have as high kill participation, why his team fight stats aren't as good, his damage output in the late game, why it isn't as good, is because he's often the first to die.
Watch Keria.
Keria this is his MO. It has been in all of these fights, and he finds Hybrid. Of all players, that's the one you cannot afford to get pulled into the team fight, and he has just burst down. KT can't heal for him, and T1 know exactly where they want to go, and even with sleeps coming through here for Gideon, it doesn't matter anymore. You can't win this fight anymore with no damage. Look at everyone on T1 is insanely low. Throughout all of this too, by the way, even during this final turret dive, they just don't have enough damage to finish off these targets.
Yeah, I mean, Doran gets a nice crit there on a Closer, but that's about it, right? Uzonya's the next one, has the flash picked up. That's really excellently played by Closer as well. And then eventually with the teleport coming in, Elam even surviving on the back of that with Turtle and the heal from the Senna. And that is just a huge fight. You know, that's one way to win against a scaling composition. You just take away the squishy, underbelly scaling part of the composition, right? And they did exactly that.
I mean, there's been so much respect shown to Keria, too, when he's going for these flanks up until this moment. But it was this moment where KT had to disengage from the Baron they took that they're unable to escape, right? They're unable to get out and also deal with Keria. And they get locked in that choke point there, trying to get back to the turret. T1, this is not, it's not a game-winning fight, but it certainly proves that if given the right conditions and if Keria can find the right angles, they can win a fight by just kind of cheating the fight, not actually playing the front to back, but actually getting a pick. And there is a way for T1 to close this one out 2-0, especially because of the Drake advantage that they have. That's why getting those early Drakes really adds up, even if it's not an amazing Drake for your comp.
Yeah.
You get to threaten things like this. So so powerful.
One step away. I mean, it's only a minute and a half, and You have an extremely fed Gnar in your comp. Zoe is just insane right now. Not to mention, you know, Set, everything's really going well for them in terms of frontline, and they could definitely do it again. You know, even if they let KT get position, maybe you can kind of just look for the pick again with like a wraparound around the Dragon Pit with the Set. Certainly you could just kind of run it back and see that kind of a play happen once again. Let's see how it goes, as now Teddy is just frontline. So maybe they're even more confident than I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, they're at a point in this game where the burst damage is real. And Zeus needs to be very careful about getting caught. I mean, he is often the first one to go down. And if he's gone, then T1 can just kind of bulldoze their way through. They're very confident they can take this turret. Drake's up in 40 now. KT are not going to have positional advantage here. They have a lot of vision, so that's very helpful as to rotating over here. T1 have not really been buying that many control wards, so kind of a bit of a vision issue throughout.
Yeah, they're all like on the top side, right? You can see them like in the jungle on the top side. You want to replace those, but they don't really have them right now, so maybe not having the chance to run back and buy. As you can see, the current range of the auto attack is 925 on the Senna.
It's pretty high. She does a lot of damage, and she does it very safely. And T1, because, look, they don't have control wards, they don't have the vision removed. Like, Keria is literally standing on a ward. But KT's approach here, even while knowing Keria's here, is very difficult. Doran, though.
Doran is doing a great job here, but they're looking to turn it around on him, no. Do they have the damage to cap up?
I think so.
The Uter comes in, and they just catch Doran with his pants down, and that's going to mean that we get the big engage now on the side of Zeus. He built up that Mega Gnar on the Gromp, and this is just domination. They're going to take out all of those carries on the side of KT. Dove does remain, but that's going to be the Mountain Soul now going to T1, and they're in a great place now to win this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, T1 probably for a moment thought, do we just go end the game? I mean, we're 38 minutes into this one. 40 seconds left on the death timer of Hybrid. And with this Mountain Soul, they are just going to push to look for the team fight to win it. I mean, unfortunately, Hybrid's not going to come out until long after Zeus is out. And I think T1 should be able to force a fight here to end the game. If they don't want to risk it, they can back away. And like you said, they're in a good position. And that's what they will do. Despite these 3 death timers being still up, they want to just make the play for Baron, which makes it even easier. The timing of this is a little bit... Like, it's very, very razor thin, but I think T1 should be able to do this.
Yeah, it's kind of an awkward timing where it's just 20 seconds too late here, but you can break down this fight once again where
Doran
tries to get this.
Doran just tries to get Keria, but look, everyone on T1 is on the same page. And you get slept, and that's it. Like, you can't really dodge or sleep in that choke point there when you're trying to make this play. And what was a cool idea is to punish Keria because he's staying on a ward, just gets turned on its head. And now look at where Hybrid is. Like, he's trying to peel, and he's unfortunately not anywhere near the rest of his team. And once Doran is dead, it's an easy split. They cut that team in half.
Yeah.
KT standing on this Scuttle Crab, no secrets, trying to race it.
They're just trying to force it here, and I think it's a little bit desperate. We got the flank coming in from Keria once again. Now KT have a better front to back this time around, but you know, this is 2 team fights that T1 have won later, and they have Mountain Soul.
That's right, and Keria is on the left side once again, threatening those flanks.
He's even pushing the wave. He's like, yeah, let's get some wave control, some lane control.
KT can't turn. They can't take this down anymore. And if they back here, they're in serious trouble. Speaking of trouble, if a trouble bubble hits, that's also a disaster. The vision control here is really nice.
I'd like to see. Okay, yeah, we actually had Dove go back. He's the one guy that went back.
Now he's alone.
Now the teleport, yeah, I think they could have turned onto that one, but they're actually going to elect to go into this fight. Zeus does have this Mega Gnar coming on in. The damage not quite there. Big sleep coming in from the Lilia, but as you can see, that front line just gets demolished, but a huge Gnar ultimate into the wall, and they're getting Hybrid once again.
Gideon's still alive here. Element's so low.
They're not able to get Dove either. Look at him. He's got full health. He's trying to get in there.
He's got his ult still.
And
T1 have to leave.
Ooh, yeah, they're just going to have to back away from this one. Take a look at the base of KT as well. The TP is coming in now. And they're just trying to stop the backs. And the Trouble Bubble lands onto the Azir as Keria's going to set up the kill here potentially. Teddy just flashing in. And he will go down.
Oh, what a terrible, terrible disaster here for KT Rolster. They had a fight they definitely could have won. They could have crushed. And yet, T1 survive, retreat. Dove comes into the fight so late. I mean, if he's there from start to finish, I think this fight looks very different. He still got his Emperor's Divide. He never got to use it. Like, in this moment, he's not here, and KT are kind of caught in this awkward position. Then he comes over. Look at where Dove is in this fight. He's still not here. Still not here. Like, Gideon is trying his best to slow down the pace of this fight so Dove can actually join. Then they come over here, and everybody on T1 is low, but they can't finish him off. The Gnar ultimate is the saving grace here for T1 as Carry gets a follow-up. And, like, the Sun Disc turret is here, but nobody can actually finish off these T1 players. They walk away, get those mountain shields back up, and then they can turn around to take this fight. This is so close to being the closeout here for KTㅣ, but they just cannot do it. And Dove is hit by another trouble bubble. Closer has been on fire with this Zoe. And this is what may be the beginning of the end here of this game.
Yeah, you know, many team fights later, T1 are just kind of going insane. I mean, we have the full build now onto the Zoe. I mean, it is 42 minutes in, so we should be hitting that now here. The Void Staff completed.
Yeah, nobody's building Horizon Focus anymore. Just going straight for the big damage. Got a very early death cap as well in this game because he's been so fed. He's been so ahead. And the full build Zoe is terrifying. Talk about front to back and scaling. If Closer one-shots somebody, which you can practically one-shot Zeus at this point, it just doesn't matter. You don't get to have that fight. If Hybrid gets slept or caught, it's over. KT have one more team fight in them. Just one more. But I mean, with no Drake control, T1 get to take the rest of this game on their terms.
Yep. They have the Baron now for a minute and a half more, and they'll be looking to take down this bottom turret, it looks like.
T1 could even just walk away and set up for an Elder Drake fight, too. Like, they have so many win conditions in this game.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
You know, once the time comes here.
But if someone gets slept, then KT just lose the game.
Look at how much damage from just the bubble.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, yeah.
If that hits
20%?
If that hits Dove or Gideon, they die and the game is over. So, I mean,
yeah.
This is the scary part of this. T1 could just hover around these turrets or hover on this bottom turret. If you kill somebody, you win the game, and if they stall until your Baron runs out, when your Baron runs out, the other buff spawns, then you go for that.
Yeah. I mean, at least Hybrid has QSS, he's got Cleanse. You know, there are ways for him to get out, but it's still so much damage, even just from a bubble, right? And T1, you know, they're playing this very carefully. That's going to be the sleep coming in, and do we have a front line here? The Cleanse will be used from Teddy, and nobody commits from KT after the sleep.
That's not the sleep you want. You know, you have to have a sleep where there's follow-up damage there ready, not a minion wave to go through.
Let's see it. There's the damage, and they nearly clap him with the house from the Gnar as well. The follow-up from Senna, not quite there. They used a lot to try to get onto that guy, especially the Senna ultimate, but still, it's enough to push the Leona out of the fight and secure a free Elder.
And there's no objectives on the map for KT to take. They can't split push. All of the inner turrets are up. There's no inhibitor take equation here. There's no side laning. They're looking for a Baron steer, an Elder Steal here with the Cannon Barrage.
Oh, imagine. Imagine.
Blocked.
Yeah, they're just going to wait until it ends. They're not going to take any chances. There's no reason to at all.
Gideon has to have... I feel like this game is only won by KT if like the sleep is hit under the Nexus turrets at this time. You cannot just sleep when T1 has a buffed minion wave with super minions in between you and their team. And he waited so long to use the sleep too. They had already kind of walked away and furthered that gap.
Yeah.
That's like, I think that's the way that this fight is won, right? Sleep into really nice Emperor's Divide. You know, there's so much CC. Doran's damage output is insane. The scaling is definitely real.
Look at the damage there on that Paddle Star.
I don't even want to know, man.
Closer has more gold than the Gangplank here 45 minutes into the game, and that is that's pretty crazy. Given the Gangplank and his kit, as now, you know, T1 with the Elder, you talk about the damage that we've already seen from the Zoe. That's going to be the kill if he does that again.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus gets one shot. He basically was getting one shot before, but this time he just gets exploded by the Elder Execute if he does get hit by that.
And if Zeus can get one shot, then anyone can get one shot.
Exactly.
So,
how fast can you cleanse, Hybrid?
I'm sure it'll be extremely fast.
All right, this is the sleep under the Nexus turret that you need.
Yeah.
Good luck, KTㅣ. Fans are holding their breath on this one.
I mean, Gideon, he's got his flash. He has Zhonya's. I think you just got to go for it, right?
Look at
Caution the wind.
Carria's going. He's going to die from the fountain.
Okay, Zeus just trying to make it happen, and he just dies. not going to be the one. The Emperor's Divide is for disengage, and look at the burn on the backside. Even Hybrid has to use the QSS. They just have to run away, and it's not looking so good. I mean, there's no minion wave. Finally, it's coming in, as T1 will look to end this one on the Elder push.
They're just so desperate to try to get any damage done they can here, but T1's playing with their food a little bit. Keria. Okay.
Yeah, they're kind of going on a solo mission there. It's going to be the miss on the Paddle Star as well. Is there actually a chance that they don't end this?
I mean, come on, T1!
Zeus rather getting in there. They have the damage to take the one guy out, and Hybrid just gets one shot by the Elder, and they finally make it happen. It was looking a little bit scary, but in 46 minutes, T1 do make the game work and pick up the 2-0 tonight.
Very, very slow-paced game here that T1 will take to close out the series, but it was not easy. But it was very, very cautiously played by Closer across the board. His sleeps were amazing. He had so much gold there at the end of the game. And if you were worried about Closer, if you were criticizing Closer from T1's last series, I think you can at least give him the benefit of the doubt here. The redemption story in this series is real against KT Rolster. And they tie us up for spring 1-1. T1 taking the second round robin telecom war. KT Rolster have a lot of small issues they're going to need to tidy up if they want to secure that playoff spot, because right now it feels like the drafting is very weak. It feels like the team synergy isn't there. UCal is no longer being fielded in most of these games. You don't have Blank anymore. Feels like there's a lack of shot calling on their side, and these issues are stacking up, right? Last time they beat T1, it was a big upset, and they had a really nice turnaround in the series. This time, it felt like they just didn't have a prayer to take them out.
Yeah.
This is a T1 that's struggling as well.
Kind of funny to look at him. You know, he was just playing the Udyr in this game, and it kind of just felt like he was just farming the entire time. You know, there were some times where he had some decent follow-ups, right? He got that kill under the turret onto Dove that one time, but it's kind of just Udyr life at 46 minutes into the game. You run real fast, and you don't do much else, so had a great game one, and sometimes that's the way it goes when you play the Udyr. But pretty nice to see that T1 are actually able to, you know, convert on games like this, right? Like even in round one, we saw some games where they would be in the situation against a similar team like KT, and they would actually lose. You know, they would not play to their win conditions, kind of get way over aggressive and look like they're trying to force things, which is a very common theme from T1. This time they were much more collected, and you know, I